We're live.
Welcome to Plat Chat VALORANT episode 247. Are you perhaps getting into VCT again after a long break? Or maybe you just, I don't know, hibernated during the off-season or something? We're going to tell you everything you need to know about the teams coming up for this season. Storylines, players, people to watch, expectations, that kind of stuff. We're doing this right after, not that we expected this to be happening, but like Riot just dropped some kind of, I don't even know what they dropped. Did they drop a trailer? Did they drop like a lore dump? Like, what?
Isn't this just the opening for Plat Chat? That's what I thought it was. It counted down perfectly to the opening of Plat Chat.
The 5-hour countdown from Riot Games to hype up Plat Chat's episode. Yeah. That's how you know you've made it.
This is different from what they posted on Twitter, isn't it? Or is this something
is
else?
it? I haven't seen the one
No,
on
this
Twitter.
is what I was watching on Twitch. I don't know. I didn't see the one on Twitter, but this was like how long was it? Like 5 minutes maybe? Something like that?
Yeah, just about 5, I think. I mean, it looks intense. It's like a full-on cinematic slash. The art style's a little different.
But it doesn't
too.
have a narrative. Hold on though, because it doesn't feel like a cinematic, because it doesn't actually have like a coherent narrative running through it. Like normally when they drop like the Deadlock one, it's a story about Deadlock and that kind of thing. Like this feels like a trailer where it's just like slices of different agents and what they're going through.
Yeah,
doesn't it? It's like there's been some disaster in one of the Alpha Omega worlds, and then the people in the other one are just kind of chilling, about to get attacked.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to hope it's some kind of.
Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah,
locked in.
Yoru, like he's like rescuing the teams that are gonna make it into partnership next year, and like that woman under the rubble is like, you know, that was like one of the teams that's just not gonna make the cut. So it's just showing like, yeah, get used to loss, because like there's gonna be some changes after this year.
Yeah.
So I see what they're going for.
Well,
it's all the esports tie-ins. We didn't realize how committed they were to the esports project until now.
Yeah.
It's pretty. It does feel like, okay, so they did a 5-hour countdown for this. They did a full takeover of the Instagram with Viper stuff. People were theorizing that this was going to be a Viper rework, but that I think would have been genuinely crazy right before the season begins. But not that they haven't done that before.
I was going to say that would actually be very on point.
Par for the course.
Yeah.
But it does make more sense that it would be like a Viper, because it's very Viper based, all of this. Like she's running through the whole of it from the beginning to the end.
Sure.
Maybe they're gonna make it's a show, like they're gonna make like an Arcane style show, but it's only about Viper.
But
I mean, you gotta have a villain,
I recently did a full like lore stream with people from the lore Discord,
Right.
and
Really?
so yeah,
There's a lore Discord.
Yeah, you know, there's actually a lot more than I thought there was. I was pretty impressed. But basically, did you know, by the way, that we're always playing as either Alpha or Omega? Did you guys know that? Like the attackers or defenders are by nature, like lore-wise, Alpha or Omega?
I did know this because Liquid made me do some content. And
well, no, I know that there's Alpha and Omega, but they're determined. Like on this map, you are always Alpha if you're attacking. Like it's not like you're either Alpha or Omega.
In that regard.
Oh,
no,
I didn't know map by map which.
No, exactly. Which is cool. But anyway, so it looks like it's just Omega like going crazy because their world is always dying and Alpha isn't. That's why they keep attacking Alpha to take their Radianite or whatever, because the Omega world is dying. So it seems to be hinting
what
at
is
that.
she doing?
What's the progression of the lore that you got from this show, bro?
She's just like
Well,
dumping
okay, hold on. I don't want to be burned. I don't want to be representing the whole lore community here. I'm just a little apprentice trying to find my way around the jungle. So I don't know the details, but it does seem like this is kind of like the putting all of that together, the premise of it, of Valorant, of Omega World is dying. That's why like Yoru was saving, you know, the rubble and
so you think it's just a lore thing?
Well, I mean, it could be a show that culminates into the lore. Yeah.
I'm really hoping it is some kind of show, because if you're taking over everything for, I mean, how many people are in this lore Discord? They're probably the only people that care. A couple of thousand. It's not even 1%, and you're taking over the Instagram, the Twitter, the YouTube, the Twitch. Like, Jesus Christ.
It feels like a very coordinated market.
No, yeah, dude, it has to be something bigger than just lore, because honestly, not even 1% give a crap.
Sliggy is not satisfied with this allocation of resources.
If they drop a lore drop after this, the amount of like frustration, pure sexual frustration that would have been built up is like, man, we were expecting so much more. If they did drop like a Valorant Arcane kind of thing, though, do you think it would because it's something I was pondering a bit with League, because I think it was really popular. Not that I have a lot of data about that, but like Arcane was popular with even people who didn't watch League of Legends.
Yeah.
But did it actually translate into like, you know, success of? It's an extremely expensive project to do something like that. Was it successful in the sense that it like brought people to play League or to care about League Esports or like anything to do with that? Or was it just a very cool product that they made?
I'm not sure we got the numbers.
I think it was just successful in the sphere of it being a television show. I think it was immensely successful in that regard. I don't see Arcane dragging too many people to their PCs to start playing League if they've never done it before. I think you'd probably get like a small percentage that would be like, oh, I'll go check this out, and then they'd play like 2 games and they get pissed off. So they probably didn't stick with it. But
is that going to happen with Valorant as well? People are like, oh my god, I love this Viper. I've got a player, and then you're like, I'm getting destroyed. I have no idea how to play attack.
Why can't I just pour poison into this man's eye sockets? Where was that? Where's that feature in the game?
Dude, the thing is, though, I feel like it's much more. Go on, sorry, Chubba. Go on.
Oh, sorry. No, I was gonna say from the people I had talked to that weren't like deeply into League, Arcane did have the impact that Fortnite kind of had, where people were like, well, that's Jinx from Arcane. And so then they got interested in any type of League or TFT content, right? Just like people were like, oh, that's Ryu from Fortnite. And so it's this whole thing where it's like, at least you're getting more eyeballs onto it, right? And you're getting more interest. And then the TV show itself was so successful. So it probably is considered an internal success.
Yeah, I think it's increasing the cultural like power of the IP. And I actually think that it makes a lot more sense in terms of the timing if they did it now for Valorant, because you're just about to release or kind of like have released in some parts of the world in China, Valorant Mobile, right? So Valorant Mobile's about to come out. You've got Valorant Console has just dropped as well, and people are still playing that. Like, I feel like it makes a lot of sense as a coordinated marketing campaign in terms of the timing, whereas for League, it was just coming out like years after its biggest cultural peak.
What if it's the cinematic for Valorant Mobile?
Dude, it could be.
I mean, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah,
I think that'd be sick. Yeah, I think that'd be
honestly,
fine.
I think that would line up. Yeah. Although it is, I think it's important that people are pointing out that it did use a already licensed song, right? I don't know the details of how to.
Oh, dude, yeah, it was Britney Spears' "Toxic," and it was a fucking banger remake of it.
Well, it was a banger,
well.
but I'm just saying that it was obviously not like a original or created in partnership for this. Like, obviously, they spent money to make this happen. So,
yeah,
take that as you will.
I don't know. I mean, I was looking at the studio right before we went live, and they've done feature film work, but everything that they've ever done with Riot is more in the line of just like baseline cinematics and music videos. Like they did, I just mentioned, like they did the Heavy as the Crown music video with like Linkin Park and everything. So I feel like this isn't going to be a TV show.
Yeah, it's probably just Lore then.
It'd be a neat like concept.
He's already deflated. He's like, oh, it's probably Lore.
It's just not for me, man. But honestly, the 1% must be like really happy. So I'm happy.
What
for
if
them.
what if it's a teaser trailer for a Valorant single player experience, Sliggy? How would that make you feel?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I finally get to play Viper. Yeah. I can't think of anything I'd want to play less, to be honest.
If this is just a teaser for something small, I think that is somewhat mad, but it also indicates that if they were ever going to do something big, they'd blow the bloody roof off. So I don't know. Like it feels like something
just
big is coming.
With a little bit of text like fades up and it just says Odin nerfed next patch, I would have nutted. It would have been the greatest cinematic ever. Like
that's all they needed.
Okay, well, like I said earlier on, we're going to be going through all of the teams in VCT. We're going to be talking about storylines, players, what you might have missed. Basically, like giving you a little package of, if you're interested in, let's say, DFM, what do you need to know about them heading into next season? And then we're going to be ranking them in their respective region as well. But let's get on to the actual episode itself by starting with our member question, because every week the members get to ask us a question. We took last week off. Here's the member question for this one. It is, what ramifications will Plat Chat losing against the Timmies have on the community? And I hate to bring this up. Unfortunately, the team, I'm the only representative of the team that we fielded last night.
Who did you field?
Yeah, who was even on this team?
Who's to blame here?
Let me rewind a little bit. So the members in the Plat Chat Discord, so the Plat Chat members Discord run a community tournament. They're North American. That's where the majority of the players are as well. So I didn't feel comfortable. Don't run the lowlights. Don't run the lowlights.
Oh, honestly, it worked.
I mean, I'm on 100 ping here, by the way.
Yeah, I like the confidence to face him.
Yeah, so... Yeah, what was I going to say? So this was the winning team, right? But they haven't played in a few months as well. It's not like they're scrimming constantly. But we were playing against the winning team of the Plat Chat members Discord tournament. We won the first map very easily on Haven, absolutely slaughtered, with a team consisting of Sideshow, Shio, Wyatt, Mimi, and Dryad. The compositions weren't optimal. There was no scrim. We dominated map 1, which was their map pick. We got overconfident. We started buying double ops and trolling, and it went horrendously downhill. Couldn't regain that steam. And I think the ramifications are that I think Mimi alluded to the fact that I'm going to get cut from the show. So,
okay, pretty big then.
So yeah. Fairly large, actually.
Decent stakes.
Minnie was watching and losing his mind as well. Actually, I think the word uncoachable came out at some point.
Oh, really?
I did hear, and I quote, I haven't seen Initiator plays like Mimi since Leo. So that Mimi was just trying to keep you guys alive, giving you guys a second chance. So I know is she's not to blame.
No, he means the fucking Pope. He means the Pope just picked up Valorant Mobile like 2 days ago, and Minnie was trying to coach you. He's not talking about FNATIC, Leo. I promise you.
Doesn't Dryad only strictly play a Reyna Lark?
Yes.
Whatever. Okay, yeah. I mean,
she closed out map 1 with a banger 1v2 though.
The map that you won easy.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not pointing any fingers, but I'm just saying it doesn't sound great.
If there were fingers to be pointed, I think the fingers should have been pointed squarely in my direction. For map 1. For map 2 at the very least. Shall we start with the episode proper?
Sure.
Okay, so I've brought on a collection of the finest minds to tackle Pacific, first of all. So there's been plenty of roster changes and that kind of stuff that we've kind of covered over the season, but just as a big picture focus, I think there's a few things that are really important as we talk about these teams. One is like, what are our expectations for them? What do we think is considered a successful season for this team? And what do we think is likely? And the second is like, has this team changed fundamentally if you knew them in previous years and you're now kind of like watching them again? And I think the third one is more like, well, I suppose the third one is when we rank them and we figure out exactly where they are. So DetonatioN FocusMe. They were one of the teams to make the latest changes, but they're the first team that we're going to be going over here in Pacific. I would say if you are somewhat aware of this organization, just like generally speaking, and you're not that clued up on 2026, you might just think, well, they've got one good player, but they've never done anything. In fact, at times, in certain years, they've been one of the worst teams of all time. So I'm not expecting anything. This is just going to be another version of the same, isn't it, DFM?
No.
Okay. I like the confidence.
Yeah. I mean, I think it will definitely be different. I think we can expect a pretty fundamentally different game from them because it's a healthy mix of, I mean, I don't know if I would even argue that it's a core from DFM because obviously Cess kind of joining late, kind of not always being part of the starting roster. He's coming in. I believe he should be IGLing going into next year as well, or this year, I guess. But now you have 2 Riddle players who were also some of the most promising even back when they were on ZETA Academy. But for me, the reason I'm pretty confident that they'll at least be different is because you have a big coaching staff change. And Vors, who used to also coach Riddle and all those Riddle guys before on ZETA Academy. Now, you can point fingers and be like, yeah, well, as much as they were hyped, they never won Ascension. I mean, they did get pretty close the first time, right, 2 years ago. Last year was a little bit more disappointing. But I think Vors still brings in good ideas if you just watch how Riddle is able to still relatively dominate Japan challengers. So I think it's definitely going to be different, and he'll hopefully find a new way to help out May.
Yeah. I mean, no offense to Soldam, but Soldam isn't May, so I think that you do have a bit more to work with innately, and I think Soldam's still a very gifted player, but May is just on a completely different level at the moment, so I think that you have a bit more at your disposal compared to what you were dealing with when you're trying to go on that Ascension run, even though it was pretty poor. They had what, one map win versus Velocity, and that was the only one they were able to take. So, but it was when they were on a bit of a heater, I suppose, Velocity. So I mean, you know, it is what it is. But I'm hoping it comes together. Dude. I need some faith. I need something from Japan. I need something to believe in. And if May is there, I know that playoffs is a possibility. And going beyond with some bolstering of the coaching staff, I'm hoping that we can see some deeper runs.
Sure. Do you think it's that bigger upgrade? Because I felt like Yen and Jingbong played pretty well, even though I would say they were maybe a little inconsistent. Do you really think these two new players are like that bigger upgrade? I haven't watched them much. I looked at the stats. It didn't jump out. It would be a big upgrade.
I think it will definitely be more consistent than Jinbong. Like Jinbong's peaks were pretty good, but I would say unfortunately he had some big dips as well. Gian obviously kind of started to get comfy towards the end of the year, and it is unfortunate. Obviously, for those who don't know, he said on his own stream, I just saw the translation, but that he was already kind of planning on trying to find a way out, and he's going to do another year in Tier 2 just to give it his all, but he doesn't think he's fit for competing and things like that. So that's unfortunate, but I don't think... so as far as I know, Yatsuka is playing Flex, and I believe that means Sesor Akame, I forget which one, is playing Controller, the other Initiator, and then Kaede is going to be playing Sentinel. But no matter... Sess is playing Controller?
Yeah,
I would assume
I think so. That's what they were doing before, so that would make sense. But in that sense, I think the flexibility of Yatsuka and his aggression isn't... It would at worst be a side grade, if not an upgrade to Jian, I would think. And then Kaede being more consistent than Jinbong would say overall an upgrade.
Sure.
The thing that I want to see is just kind of settling into those roles a little bit more, because one of the things that stood out to me when they were going through Ascension was that, like, on one map, Kaede would be playing Yoru, and then Yatsuko would be playing Viper, and then you go to the very next map, and then they would just switch. It was still just Yoru Viper, but we're just playing it like differently. It's like, why not just hone in, focus on it, master it on all the maps rather than kind of spreading it around like this. So I'm hoping that there's that. I hope there's a bit more consistency with their game plan, as well as just consistency in the performances from these guys. Because what Shober said, I fully agree with. I think that, like, the peaks from Jinbong, as well as Gian, they were very, very good, and Gian was very much heating up at the end of the year. But everything in that lead up was really rough. And then Jinbong, just for every pop off moment that he had, where he had a 1v4, he had so many just, you know, failures in rounds that it was just pretty rough.
Can I be the voice of misery here a little?
As always,
You always
As
are.
always.
What are you talking about? Why do you have to ask for permission?
Okay, so when I was thinking about DFM coming into this season, the things that were potentially exciting to me were them picking up... Okay, first of all, not really familiar with the Riddle Order players. I did watch them in Ascension, but they were getting dominated, so it's not like I have good memories of watching these players. But I was potentially excited for the rumor of Foxy9 joining the team.
Yeah, #1 Foxy9 fan here, of course.
I mean,
always supported him throughout his career.
Yeah.
It's not
Really
about whether
hyped
I've
up for
always
him.
supported him. It's about the narrative arc that you go on, okay? It's about whether or not you eventually support them. And I do. But I think that I would have been interested in that. I think it would have posed its own set of challenges, for sure. And then I would be interested if there was, like, a star player on the come up from Japan, etc. Now, it sounds like these are incremental improvements that you're talking about from one player to the next. It doesn't sound like they've gone from, like, a decent player to, like, you got to pay attention to this guy. He's going to be the next big thing. And presumably the same for the coaches, because I mean, I'm sorry, but I was watching Riddle Order in Ascension, and that was, like, completely flat. Like, are we really expecting that coach to be doing a lot more for this team? They had, like, a 33% win rate last year. I mean, is it really going to get that much better?
So I've been a big Vors supporter, because when ZETA was making some changes and brought up a couple of their academy players to the main roster, I had seen, you know, some fans, like, talk about, oh, you know, the academy coach, like, has talked about them a lot. And I watched his videos. Now, I don't speak any Japanese, so I just had to rely on good old YouTube auto-translated captions, and half of them didn't make sense. But at the very least, it seemed like he knew exactly what to look for. Like, he was identifying very well, you know, what I would have hoped was either the problem or the success, right, within the team, or what you saw in the players. Yeah, I agree. You know, Riddle Order, they didn't bring anything crazy new. But I would say at the same time, Riddle Order has always been a very set play reliant team, something that I think DFM lacked a little bit. So in that sense, I think it shores up their weaknesses quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that take.
What are we looking at in terms of expectations for this team? So like I said, last year, like over the course of VCT history, DFM have been one of the worst performing teams. I think last year was actually like pretty decent from them, all things considering. Being able to make it to playoffs, winning 5 games over the course of the whole season. Like they were not just a complete bottom feeding team.
No, for sure.
And they were in a very competitive region as well. Is this going to be... is the expectation that they should be at least meeting that, like at least be a playoffs team again, or are we now expecting them like Paper Thin was last year to make an international? Like, what is the reasonable expectation for DFM?
I think reasonable is the same. We ignore Paper Thin and the boat, I think it was, and we just aim for playoffs. That seems
wave.
pretty wave by wave. We just aim for playoffs. I think that's fine. Anything above is a big win. Anything below, especially with May and the team, is not hitting expectations. It's just a playoffs team for sure. I think I would say if they get above 7th with how strong Pacific is looking, it's good for them personally. But again, I don't know too much about the 2 new guys, so maybe I'm fully underrating them. Oh no, not this.
Oh, we're starting right away.
We're just
I would put them on an 8. Let's start with 8. That's like right the
give me
cutoff
some
line
wiggle
of
room.
playoffs.
Okay, because that is the playoffs. So that's in terms
Yeah.
of like where we're saying the expectations should be. I think this is going to get more complicated, by the way, when we have a lot of teams that are like...
It always does.
Yeah, but there's going to be lots of teams. There's going to be more than 8 teams whose expectations are you should try to make playoffs, right? Because you're supposed to set your expectations a bit ambitiously.
You
don't think?
Say it's. I think it's.
Chopra's going to have
most
4
of it.
people like straight down there in the bottom tier. Let's go to talking about DRX though. So DRX have not made any changes really, as far as we're aware, from their champs run at the end of the year. I mean, are you actually?
I mean, no, but also they've just had a lot of changes historically.
Right.
So it's a little bit surprising, but just given who they have, it's not surprising at all.
Do they actually have a classic 6th player to like rotate around and mess around with? Oh, they do. They do. Yeah.
I
mean, they've got Flicker.
Yeah,
they got Flicker.
Yeah. So
I mean, they'll also just have more academy players to always.
It's kind of a bottomless well of academy players. So
yeah, of course. DRX, fantastic champs performance. I guess if you weren't as familiar with DRX, pretty legendary organization, have made it deep in many tournaments before, like international tournaments. They've made it deep. The meme around them in the community is that they always finish 5th, 6th, but actually I think that's a bit inaccurate now. They've punched through to a 3rd place in 2022. They got to a 4th place another 3rd place this time around, being able to beat PaperX. So, but they do seem to have a ceiling on them, and it seems more like they kind of explode at the end of the year or have like a really cool idea about the meta and what they want to do. How do you see this going out for them across an entire year? Because it's been a while, I'd say, since they were like the top dogs in Pacific.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been since kickoff, I suppose, of last year. I think, I mean, they're always going to be a team that can compete and that can, take that trophy, at least regionally, and, continue to go on deep runs at internationals. The 5th, 6th joke maintains, and they do pop into that slot every now and again. But again, there are so many orgs that would just do anything to basically get that kind of consistency at the global level. So I think that this core 5 is incredibly strong. I think you now have Hyunmin able to move past his rookie year, which he already looked incredible in. So now he's got even more experience. You're going to have more time for Mako to continue developing his IGL skills. And I also do think that this, the changes with abilities and everything beyond longer cooldowns does make for a bit of a cleaner, at least potentially cleaner IGLing. So for somebody who's a little bit newer to it, I think it might be even easier to kind of pick up on, because now you don't have to worry about util dumps and all this crazy shit happening all the time.
Sure. And I think something that's good for them as well is they've always been pretty strong at metas. Teo, they were one of the most abused Teo for the start of the year. And then at the end of the year, they were basically the first, at least in tier 1, to show us how the double duelist with Waylay works as well. So I think they're just maybe like you can have. I feel like most teams seem to have like a little bit of a dip where they've like really gone in at one point. But I imagine they should be relatively consistent, like top 3 in Pacific this year. That's pretty much where I have them.
Yeah.
And in theory, they have like a head start of at least some kind of meta that works for them. The Yoru Waylay is definitely what I would say every team has looked at and tried to replicate.
Which does mean that I think it'll be more understandable for teams to get how to play against it, though, compared to their champs run. I think that was one of the big things that powered them through to the third place there. I'm not necessarily thinking that the Yoru Waylay will be like the best in the world still, and so much better than what other people are doing on that role. But yeah, they've got a nice spot. They seem to be really, really good at picking up new characters as well. The Waylay was so clean in terms of how they were using it. And the Teho was too. Yeah, like Freeing was so... I think he was the best Teho in the world at the beginning, at the very start of kickoff, like before we saw Trent like super activate.
Yeah, they're a stacked team. I have a couple of worries still about some stuff. Like even though they did come to like Mako's... Some of Mako's understanding on certain maps with flashes were crazy. Like his Zoma flashes just insanely off. That was mostly Lotus, and Lotus is out, so it might actually be a pretty good map all for them. So... and we give Termi too much stick for actually being very good at reading metas as well. So
well, hold
we're a bit
on.
harsh on him.
But we are harsh on him. I agree, and
I
think we should definitely soften up a little because he's got some things that he's amazing at. But wouldn't one of your worries be that if they fail a little bit in kickoff, that he starts his classic like rotating door?
Well, that's what I was
No.
gonna say. Literally, there's only 2 things that DRX has to watch out for. One is don't bench Bane. You don't bench Bane, you're guaranteed top 4. Now you want to move up higher than top 4? Flashpack, don't bench yourself. And then if he doesn't bench himself, then they're moving up to top 3 or higher every tournament. That's all it is. You just avoid that, and then they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Okay, stick with the core 5. Where do we think they'll be then in terms of expectations?
Top 3.
Pop them in 3.
Top 3.
Okay, very reasonable to be honest with you. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Let's move along. Let's go into.
What if this ends up being the most amicable power ranking that we've ever had?
I'm telling you, this is our year. I've been saying it the whole time.
Full Sense is the next team to take a look at. So this is a new organization, and if you're not familiar with 2026, there's a bit of a backstory here in terms of how they've got here. But you could basically think of them, if you were familiar with 2025, think of them as the Talon squad, because that's essentially who you've ended up with. Now, if you go back further than that, you'll have no idea who any of these players are. But yeah, apart from Jit Boys, I suppose, who has been around the block for quite a while. But this Full Sense squad is essentially taking over from Talon. They're going to be the Thai representation. They haven't got the full team coming in. They've put one of their former players in the squad instead of Talon from last year. But it's basically that. And then the former player, Cruz, has gone into the coaching spot too. So if you're unfamiliar with Talon, they were very up and down from match to match. The meme around them was they win one week, they lose the next week. They have a, what's
Red
it called?
light, green light.
Yeah, red light, green light pattern all throughout the year. So, they were great and they could get wins against almost anybody, but they also did fail to reach that consistency that you would need to be a really top tier team within Pacific. But that was a rookie year for a lot of the players. So how are we thinking about this team then coming into this year? Like what is the new story for them? Is it about gaining that consistency?
For me, you go ahead.
Freaky Friday,
right, I'll go.
All right, so you go.
All right. I mean, I actually have a question more than anything. Is Leviathan IGL or is Jit Boys IGL? I actually have a question.
I don't think we've ever had this confirmed. I should have asked. I saw Jit Boys today. I probably should have asked if he was doing that. So my bad on not getting the scoop there. But yeah, we're not sure. Either way, it's going to be a new IGL. Which we've talked about this a little bit when the whole transition into Full Sense was kind of occurring. And the long short of it is, yeah, it's going to be rough. You've got somebody who's going to be IGLing for pretty much the first time, unless it is Jit Boys, since he IGL'd when Cruz had his absence earlier on in the year.
Oh, then it will be, surely.
So I feel like it probably will be, given that he's been leaning, widely into like smokes and everything for them from time to time. But I'm not too certain. But the upside to it is that you do have Cruz there as the head coach, stepping away, knows these players incredibly well, and was an IGL for a very, very long time. So as far as that direct guidance and transitioning into the role, it should be smoothed out a bit for whoever it is. But that's my biggest concern for this team. Like, I think that the firepower is there. We've seen what all of these players are able to do. We've seen Leviathan plenty of times as well, through Ascension runs and whatnot. So everybody on this team is very capable. Primi, of course, one of the best players that we have in the region. So like firepower wise, I'm not worried about that. Mine is just going to come down to the game plan and the calling.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think firepower doesn't change much, right? If anything, maybe even technically upgraded, right? Obviously, Crew's still playing very well while IGLing, and Leviathan maybe not having to IGL and he'll frag higher. To me, here's where I stand. I used to rate Crew's IGLing really high within Pacific. Like, I would say that he was one of the better IGLs within Pacific. So even if he knows what to tell them in prep, can someone else execute that live in the server, like on stage, round to round? He can only call 2 timeouts now, right? So I'm not as worried about, like, I'm actually not worried at all about Cruz figuring things out, because obviously that's always been part of his role as IGLing, always having to translate and whatnot. But how does he get that across? Obviously, that's just a totally different skill set, in terms of preparation. And then second, whoever's IGLing, can they pick it up enough? Because otherwise, this team used to, even when Cruz was IGLing, they used to have trouble just getting drawn into the chaos, running forward with double Sentinel on Ascent on defense. Like they
I can't forget that game. I can't forget that game. Every time anyone talks about Cruz IGLing, I'm thinking, all I can remember is the worst pre-barrier calls I've ever seen in Valorant. And that's all that sticks in my head. I'm just like, he is a good IGL. I've seen him mid-round, but at the same time, it's like, mate, you saw that Ascent. The pre-barrier calls were fucking shit. But I do think his mid-round's good, so hopefully he can teach that to someone else. But yeah, dude, that game is just it's cemented in my head. When everyone talks about this guy being good IGL, it's like, look at that.
I agree with you. It happens. Yeah, they've had their moments, and fairly consistently, which is probably why they were 50-50, right? So
yeah,
I just think you go below from that, suddenly the realistic expectations drop a decent amount.
At least now that when he calls a timeout, he doesn't have to translate anything. So that it does
That's
have
true. That'll
a
help.
bit more time to
true.
Get get everything across as far as the game plan is concerned. So maybe all those pre-barrier moments that Sliggy's frustrated about were just because they ran out of time and things were lost in translation.
Of course.
I also think he had like multiple comps that were getting like thrown at him, so sometimes he like mixed up game plan stuff. So maybe he can keep it a little simpler.
Oh yeah. Cross loves his multiple comps.
I think keeping it simple is actually a huge thing for this team coming into the beginning of next year.
Because they'll out-aim everyone.
Yeah, exactly. They've got so much talent. Yeah. Okay, so expectations for them. So they were a bit of a 50-50 team. They've always been close to making it big, but I feel like they still haven't really had that breakthrough. I mean, maybe that's a little unfair, but...
I should clarify, though. This is a kickoff power ranking? Or
that's a good question.
No, the year. This is their expectation for the whole year, isn't it? Because that's what we were talking about in terms of DFM. We were talking about them like, being a playoffs caliber team potentially, and that's why we're putting them towards 8. So no, this is the whole year.
It's about the whole year. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's plug them somewhere in or around the playoffs for now, and then come back to it.
In and around the playoffs?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, around it could be like 9th.
Yep.
I'm just thinking
7 through 9.
7 through 9. Okay, you guys are way lower on them than I was expecting.
What the hell's going on?
I thought you guys would be up more towards 4 or 5 kind of position.
Yeah,
I'm also thinking about the immediacy here rather than the long term. So yeah, long term they would be higher. I think it's just
what?
The 9th? Yeah, I think they would be.
Yeah, dude. They haven't changed anything. They got a bit more firepower. They'll get the IGLing good. This team out aims most people in Pacific pretty easy. I think they come top 6 without strats.
I mean, they literally finished 3rd in playoffs.
I know. I mean, listen,
we can leave it for now, and we can come back to it.
That's true.
I'm fine with them in 6. Yeah. We can always come back to it.
It sounds like that's the best we might get them to.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus, yeah.
Gotta push them up a little here.
No, yeah, let's keep them at 6 then. We did good, I think.
Well, let's go into Gen.G, because I think Gen.G are a really interesting team to tackle. Now, if you're familiar at all with the organization, they've been, I guess, not that relevant up until 2024, and then in 2024 were arguably the best team of the entire year. I think I would have them as the best team of the entire year. We're looking fantastic. Unfortunately, ended up going out in champs groups, but had won at Shanghai, dominant performance, and then have been like a very good team. In fact, I'd say they're one of the most forgotten teams of 2025 because they looked like they could have won almost any tournament that they entered, but then they never
until
even
they got
made
to 11
it to
round
champs.
wins.
Yeah, they had some major choking issues, which are unusual. That wasn't a narrative that we had about Gen.G prior to
Not at all.
just a couple of big games this year where it all slipped away from them. And yeah, they kind of weren't present in any of our discussions at the end of the year talking about great teams because they failed to even make it to champs in the end, which was a huge surprise.
Yeah.
But this offseason, they've made a lot of changes. I mean, that is a crucial point to hit instantly, is that they've lost their IGL, who I think was the defining player of the team. It's hard to say that, really, because I think the core was Karen, Texture, and Munchkin. Munchkin, the caller, Texture, the 4K, getting kills at the front, and Karen, this extraordinarily good smokes player. And now they've got Lakia back in from 2024, who I guess the meme would be that he can't really shoot very well, but he was a crucial part of the team. Except
That's changed.
His fragging looks all right in the offseason, and he's now going to be the caller. So what do we think about this team? Like, are they gonna hurt for the loss of Munchkin? Are we ranking the expectations lower because no Munchkin, or is it more complicated than that?
I think it's a bit more complicated, but I would say initially, yes, I would rank them lower without Munchkin. Lakia clearly has a lot of learning to do when it comes down to IGLing. And it was a very rough start because he kicked things off in the SVL. That was kind of the debut of him coming back in, the debut of this iteration of Gen.G. And they went in, they were like, all right, we're gonna play Haven. This has been a great map for us throughout the last 2 years. This should go smoothly. We just gotta have somebody play Viper like Munchkin did. Oh, good lord, we're just getting ass blasted. It was like they went like 3-13 the first outing on that Haven, and then they tried playing it again later in the tournament. Similar result, wasn't looking great. That had me super worried during the SVL. I was like, oh man, is this going to be the kind of like death of, you know, the era of Gen.G where they are this hard-hitting, top-competing team within the region? But then we got around to the Chinese like Radiant Invitational, and they looked a hell of a lot better. And the calling from Lakia seemed very much more fleshed out. It seemed like they had a lot more game plans. Seemed like their just mid-rounding and everything like that from Lakia was very much improved. Because they went through the group stage or the round robin, whatever it was, undefeated. They played really cleanly until they hit Paper X, which is Paper X within V, which we'll get to later. But that's just a brick wall.
Yeah, and
I'm optimistic now, I guess, is where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I agree. You could see the progression, but it was the Haven G2 game where it was like, okay, Lakia knows what he's doing here. He can call well against like organized teams. It's just when you get these teams that are going to be like Paper X in my opinion, full sense as well. I don't know if like the aim is there from some of the players. Mainly, I think Ash aims well. I would say Zinx and Lakia, I guess, is like the only time where I'm just like, can they keep up aim wise? So I still think that Lakia will be good. It'll probably be like a slow start into learning how to IGL against other stuff as well. But yeah, they're like my main two question marks of can they keep up? Because I'm not fully sold on Lakia fragging yet, to be honest.
I think the sample size is too small personally, I also think that the games are not as important too. But I would say that like I was thinking back to some of the performances that he used to put up during 2024, and he hasn't gone full stinker mode in any of the games that I've watched so far in the off season. But there were some games where it was like he was taking a fight, and you just know that guy is not going to win it. But in like a couple of years back. I'm sorry. Am I wrong? You had seen him taking a duel, and you were like, "Well, that's unlucky for Gen.G."
I still remember you dropping off Heaven on a Sent Lakia. I remember the clutch, the new turn play.
2021. Yeah. Okay, Grandpa, time to go to bed. Achilles. Yeah, I don't know. I think would agree with you that I feel a little bit more optimistic about this team, especially now that I'm seeing them put Karen back on Viper any map where they can. That's cool because they originally had him playing like hard Senti on most of the maps. And Breeze is coming back in as well. Like I don't know what people are going to play on Breeze, but he totally could be playing.
I mean, this was
Viper
the best Breeze team at the end, but
yeah,
that was. I mean,
with Meteor and
yeah. As Grandpa at the end over there. He'll
Yeah,
be able to tell you about
knows.
Breeze.
They're
What's the
very good at it,
expectations?
even though the map sucks.
What's the expectations for the team?
Expectations
Then?
are hard for this team. I think there's two teams in Pacific that I don't really know where to place, and I think Gen.G is one of them. So I would, if we put in full sense here, I'm thinking in 5th to 7th, one of these.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Just
I
purely
was
because it's
thinking-
like they could be 3rd, they could be 10th.
I was originally at the start of the
This
offseason.
is fucked, man.
The thing is the way I feel, and just so we're clear, I have chronically always ended up underrating Gen.G, and they have always delivered beyond my expectations.
Their coaches
You
are
always
really good.
underrate Korean teams.
Well, that's not true. I grossly overrated Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're forgetting.
Korean teams that you don't have a direct affiliation with.
But the thing is the way what I agree with Sliggy is I think they start somewhere lower, like the lowest point. If everything goes terribly, it's like 10th, right? But maybe somewhere 7th or 10th. But the way I see it is the best they can achieve, even if they reach the full potential that we realistically expect can happen in a year, would be 3rd. Like it wouldn't be a solid top 3, maybe up to 1st. It would be 3rd through 5th. Like that's how I see it in relativity to other teams. So I am inclined to. That's why I'm inclined to kind of underrate them, because to me the peak is 3 to 5, whereas it's not 3 to 1. That's how I would see it.
I really think they could still. I think they could still win in Pacific. I think it's unlikely.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's like a miracle. Yeah, I
do think it's unlikely because I think it's much more unlikely than somebody like Paper X being able to win or something like that. But I think that I'm thinking back to when we didn't rate Munchkin that highly as an IGL and the enormous growth that he went through underneath the coaches of Gen.G. And I think that over the course of this year, Lakia is likely to have similar levels of growth. And I don't know. I think that I rate Ash personally as well. I think that he was really good. I think that it's hard to underrate a team that has Karen texture and then either Ash or possibly Zinx ends up being a really, really good player.
Wow.
So
It's hard when you don't have that 3rd player now, though. It's only really those two
Yeah.
that you can feel super confident about, to be honest.
And I would say I don't actually give Heron as much credit just because we've seen him struggle under the pressure on his 2nd year, right? And again, I can imagine why, right? I think he probably had a bigger role on the team with comms and then slightly different style. And then obviously this offseason, he had to go through role changes and things like that. I'm not saying I don't see the potential. I just think that it's still going to take some time.
okay. I would put them above Full Sense, though. I think they're dealing with less challenges
I would as
with a more established coaching squad that we've seen do like better things. No offense
Let's
to
go
Cruz,
with
I
fifth
just
for
mean
now.
a lot of
More established.
a lot of history. Okay, let's move on then to global
I mean,
esports.
just 1v3 drill.
No,
you
sorry.
see
I
that?
mean,
No,
it sounded like people were agreeing.
No, I did kind of
agree.
agree with it. Yeah.
Okay,
No.
it's not 1v3 then, Sliggy.
Well,
Get out
I'm
my
just
face.
checking. I'm just checking.
Global
Can't let them
esports.
slip by.
Global esports then. Global, again, I'll give you the backstory of Global. They are a team that always seems to be putting in as much effort as they can, and fucking hell, their fans are not happy, the results are not happy. Everything goes wrong for this team, basically. They're one of the orgs that I believe has never made...
And I've read
Yeah.
playoffs.
They've never made playoffs.
Really? They never even made playoffs?
They've always gotten
No.
close. They've always gotten close. Well,
Wow, I
almost
thought
always.
they'd made playoffs at one time, but okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
Last
No,
year,
they-
though,
yeah.
last year it felt like they had actually got a foundation of players that would work really well heading into the future for Global. Like, they actually had, in my opinion, the foundations were built. And now they've changed their coaching staff. They've also changed a bunch of players on the team as well, but they've kept 2 very good players, I think, Yudotan and Crystal. And they're going to be changing their IGL. They're going to be changing their captain of the team, the coaching squad. Is this finally the year where Global Esports goes to playoffs has a run, has a sniff at an international maybe. Can they do
Fucking better
something?
be. It needs to be. That's like it absolutely needs to be. And I mean, Frost, big surprise. Very outspoken individual. And for him, he's talked about, I think you guys covered this on the show maybe last week, but just, his expectations and his goals for this team, which is to win fucking champions. So, he's shooting for the stars with this squad. And I think that the potential really is there. Like, Autumn is a player that I always rated very highly from his performances over on FPX, and I think that for him to be able to perform the way that he did while learning Mandarin and having to communicate and live in a different country, I think that was super impressive. Having talked to him, he said that wow, like the pressures of just being able to speak English now on the team, it's so much more relaxing, it's so much more comfortable. So I'm expecting him to be even more in his element than what we've seen in the past. So I think that the tools are there, and Frost has shown that he can be, a very solid guide. So I think that Global Esports absolutely should be seeing their first playoffs. They should be going to every single playoffs this year.
Damn.
I agree, though. The expectation should be
yeah, there's only 2.
Well, top 8 in every single, I guess.
Yeah, okay, right. top 8 every time. All right.
Yeah. Yes. I agree that's the expectation. Now, obviously, it's a tough playing field. Maybe you missed out by being 9th on one of them, but I think the expectation is your top 8, like minimum, right? And then maybe you get close. If you're lucky, you make a run, right? But if not, maybe you're like, we barely missed out. Kind of similar to Talon last year. I expect that just because I think Frost knows how to target the win conditions, even if you don't have exactly what you think is ideal for the current meta or whatever the current playing field is. He knows to say, okay, well then we work with what you got. That team's weak at this, so we're gonna target that. Now on top of that, he's always been a team that kind of target preps and targets other teams. He's got another free team he can target, which is Full Sense. He knows these guys inside and out, right? He knows exactly how Cruz thinks. He probably knows the exact differences that Cruz had with him as well in terms of prep and strategy. I think that, in relativity, that's just a huge boon to GE. But also, I would say that maybe the Full Sense players are higher in firepower, but I would actually argue that GE's players are they're less prone to getting thrown into the chaos from what we've seen on all their previous rosters. So I think that's a huge buff to Frost in being able to execute his vision.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. They did pretty good with the roster. Like, it's got good firepower.
Yes.
It's Xavi IGL, right? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So Javi's the IGL,
it's better than the
Autumn
previous
the
year.
Captain.
I just don't.
No,
I don't know anything about.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Javi. That's my biggest problem. Is I don't know how good he is as a player, particularly. I don't know how good he is as a caller for sure, because he's never done it before, apparently. So like, he's the big question mark for me. But
he was calling in. He was calling in Ascension. He was calling on his team.
Sorry, I thought Frost made
year.
it sound like he was new to the role. I didn't realize.
No, he's newer, but it's not like he's always been an IGL. But he was calling, as far as I know, for Naus. And I think he stood out. He did kind of crack under pressure at that time, like on Naus. That's exactly where they started losing, when they started falling apart. And he's like, I have to do something. So he goes to the front line, and he's not able to call the strats as much. But I think his prepped calls were pretty good. And then when you have teammates like Autumn, who has so much experience, and he's been playing in the most chaotic region for his whole career so far in China.
He IGL'd in that region.
Yeah, he IGL'd in that region in a language he's not fluent in. Like, I think he's going to be able to calm things down. And you also have Patman, who had that positive impact on Paper X. We don't know the details, but the result was he joined. They were able to be a little bit more stable, and he was able to provide the support they needed to go wild. So the pieces are all there.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like it. I would be, if we think about expectations, I would be agreeing with you that it should be a playoffs team. I think it should be higher expectations than DFM, personally. I mean, I think we should be looking at putting them into a 7th spot here. And maybe we'll have to make some room for other people.
I mean, yeah, because of the DFM thing, I get what you're saying. I would be tempted to move them both down now.
We might have to.
Yeah, dude.
Wait, do you not agree? You think
down?
You think the expectations for DFM are higher than Global?
DFM. I think Global should be doing better than DFM.
No, I agree with that.
Well,
I
then
think they should be doing better than at least Full Sense. If not,
really? You think
also Gen.G for the whole year?
Guys,
I think
really? Why though? Why are you guys down so much?
No. I think it's not that I'm down so much on Gen.G. I think GE on average will have a better result than Gen.G, even if Gen.G will have a higher peak. I do think Gen.G has a better potential for a higher peak.
I wasn't expecting this. I got to be honest with you.
But I think GE
every time
can have a better average.
Chobra, where would you put GE if you had full control right now?
Full control, I mean, within this realm, right? Not like the whole, not the whole board.
Sure,
like I can't put them in first, right? That's not okay.
You can if you want.
No, I mean, if
that's
that's what you
feeling.
want, say it.
No, I mean, I would. Overall, we have other teams left that I think we have a couple. We know exactly where they should go, and a couple teams are going to have to move down. So, with that in mind, without filling in the blank spots, I would put. Personally, I would put GE Gen.G full sense or GE Gen.G full sense, and then DFM and full sense depending.
That's what I would. You put them fifth, roughly.
Within this board, yes.
What if it wasn't this board? Where would you put them?
I think that's.
I had them in sixth. I had done my own separately. I had them in sixth, but the order would have been similar with the current teams that we have.
It's just like more teams would have gone in above.
Yes.
Achilles, where's your head at in terms of global esports? Because I think that might be that's very optimistic from my point of view.
Very optimistic.
Can you get the board back up? I think right now I would just maybe flip full sense global.
I mean, that's so interesting, by the way, because having full sense global being teams that are like fighting against each other when it's Frost against Cruz and like Frost versus his former team basically as well.
Father versus son.
Yeah. I mean, also just anytime they play against DRX and it's against Termi, there's so much going on here.
Also, listen, Frost has been quoted saying, well, online, that when he was on Talon, my former players were so much better than this, and yet, I'm still able to make the best of what I got now. We think Full Sense's players are better than GE. Well, Frost has done this before. He's got players with weaker firepower. He's going to make them go higher again. I just think Frost, love it or hate it, I don't necessarily always agree with his game plans or the strategy whenever I talk to him. However, I think he knows how to make it happen. I think when he has a plan, he knows how to make it happen, and I do believe that one of the reasons of the inconsistency isn't necessarily that the players were bad, but translations, all of that, right? Like it just takes a lot more. And this year there should be less friction in that sense.
I want to move us along to talking about the other teams, so we can go back and debate the power rankings towards the end.
Sure.
Because this could go for a while, I think. Yeah. So let's talk about our next team. Our next team is Paper Rex. Now, Paper Rex, it's kind of a slam dunk, I feel like. They were already a great team last year. Maybe our expectations for them weren't the highest at the beginning of the year because they had I can't remember. Was it the beginning of this year where we were thinking like they were wobbly or something?
Let's
the beginning of this year was
no. Hold on.
Beginning of the year,
Sliggy, you did not believe in this team at the very beginning of the year.
Go watch the VOD. Go watch the VOD. When you guys are arguing, they're not an S team. Who's there putting them in S?
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Come on now.
I mean, you want to go that route?
Is the internet, bro?
They'd
The
win
things
stage,
out there.
Train conductor from the very beginning, allegedly. Or he could just be lying and he's just 1v3 does as well.
You can go check him, man. I'll give you a minute.
I do distinctly remember Sliggy doing that.
All right, fair enough. So most people who aren't smart and slug-like thought that Paper X might be a little bit wobbly heading into 2025, and they absolutely were not. They made a roster change. They got in Patman. It ended up working spectacularly well for them, although the mechanics of why it worked super well for them, I think, are still not very well known. Anyway, for whatever reason now, or not for whatever reason, because they viewed it as a direct upgrade, I think, they've decided to pick up Envy from Team Secret, who's an astonishingly good player, and get rid of Patman, whose addition created such a great environment for them to thrive and make it really deep placements to win a trophy in Toronto, all of this kind of stuff. Paper X, though, I think should be considered a completely S-tier team heading into next year. Right? Like, the quality of this roster is exceptional.
Yeah.
Look, they would have been, if they hadn't made the change, they go top 4, they took home a trophy at Toronto, they would have been an S-tier team if there was no swaps at all. But now they've got Envy, who I know is like Sliggy's first round draft choice globally, pretty much. And I still don't know how the fuck this happened. This is the greatest grab from Paper X and the biggest fucking fumble that I think I've ever seen from a certain other team that will be discussed later on.
Well, did you see Ravish did an interview with Envy where
Yes, I
Envy said
did.
Envy alluded to the fact that it was the team's decision to bench
He was
Envy.
benched before Paper X reached out.
But that also makes sense to some degree because otherwise it'd be considered poaching or something, wouldn't it? Like teams do get a little bit funny about that kind of thing. If
Okay,
you're
that,
going to
sure.
be quiet on their bench.
That makes sense. That's logical. That's good practice from Paper X. But why the fuck was he benched?
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe just because they saw dollar signs. They were just like, if we
Yeah,
bench this
I
guy,
was about
someone's
to
going to be
say.
interested.
Yeah, maybe.
are
Yeah,
we are we
honestly.
Boston Uprising now? Is that what this is? Like, is that what we're going for?
Potentially. But from Paper X's POV, is there what is the percentage chance that making an on-paper upgrade from Patman to Envy somehow backfires because you miss out on like a mystical thing that was working for them with this exact 5 this year? Like,
Well,
is that a problem? Is that a
Slim.
worry?
Seems
Well, what are we
very
considering
slim.
backfiring? Like not winning an international
Not
is
winning a
backfiring,
trophy,
or
I'd
like
say-
not being top 2 in Pacific? Like what's the level here?
I'd say backfiring would be more like what they looked like in 2024, maybe, where, you know, they came into Madrid and they were doing well, but they were all talking about, like, we can't find ourselves right now. We're really wobbly. Like, we don't really know what's going on. And then they're still a good team. Obviously, they're always going to be a really good team, but they didn't look in 2024 like they were ever in contention to win a tournament. And I think that
Sure.
would be backsliding for Paper X. Would be
I'd-
we never looks like they're willing to or ready to win a tournament.
Yeah.
I don't
have
think
zero
that possible?
concern about it, pretty much.
I don't think it happens.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Something would have to go critically wrong in the just the way that the players
Well, let's-
get along. I mean, like Envy talked about it. He was just like, it didn't feel like I hadn't really been playing with these guys. It felt like, you know, just it just slotted in so naturally and quickly. So it seems like it's already going incredibly well. And you also now do have, you know, the coaching staff getting bolstered because it's not just Alex. You know, we had only Alex, then Panda comes in, obviously Minnie doing some side coaching and, you know, join some pairs, etc. But you have Wendler there now from the beginning. So you know, they're taking these measures to make sure that, you know, there's even more checks and balances in place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The only way I
the-
see them like really underperforming is some kind of heavy duelist nerf where you just can't run double duelist basically.
To
And
delete
then
Raze from
you
the
gotta
game,
run like
then
yeah,
they're
you gotta
fucked.
run like multiple initiators and then maybe.
But that's
Even
not.
then-
That's
but
not
even
that
then-
unlikely,
Even
though, is
then-
it? Yeah, I mean, even.
Oh,
But
that's
even
what I
then,
mean,
I think
yeah.
they just walk around with the way I see it is these guys, all 5 of them now are consistently. I would favor them in the majority of their. Well, majority is a little. Well, yeah, over 50% of their 1v2s. Like if they're ever in 1v2s, any 5 of these players, I'd be like, no, I still give them a good chance. That's just how frequently I think they can perform. And if that's the case, I'm not saying they win all of them, right? But 51-49 is still a majority. So if that's the roster you have, regardless of the meta, I think you're still worst case top 4, right? Like let's say the meta completely screws you over. I think you're still a strong contender for top 4. And
Sure.
if that's the case, I mean, you know, at best you're an international winner, right? Like that's the only way you can only go up.
Put him
Okay.
at number 1, Kurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Let's slot
exactly.
him in at number 1. We've talked about the expectations for this
Yep.
team. There probably is going to be some kind of Yoru nerf this year, but yeah, even then, I
I
mean,
don't know.
you don't think?
I don't
They
know.
already had like
Yeah.
a slight one, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
back.
you don't reckon? I'd be
Maybe.
surprised. It depends how much it gets used, I guess, throughout the year
Yeah.
as well. All right, let's move on to our next team. I think that's pretty cut and dry, to be honest with you. RRQ, interesting team actually that we've got coming up here. A team that Chobra believed in for years and years and years, and they were always on the cusp of doing something. It looked like they had potential man from Pacific. And then as soon as Chobra abandons them, as soon as Chobra decides, no, I will take the bag instead from a different organization, RRQ win Pacific.
It just wasn't
And-
fun anymore. The potential was already there. It was already I knew it was coming, you know? I just
Right.
want to see the growth. I just
Right,
want
of
to see the
course.
growth.
Of
you
course.
know?
Now, RRQ did not, though, have a dominant year. They weren't the best team in Pacific, despite winning Pacific. But was it stage 1? Sorry, I can't even remember off the top of my head.
They won
Yeah, they won
stage
stage
one.
one.
They won-
Stage,
Yeah.
yeah.
Stage
but
one,
it's
and
not
then
like
Paper X took it in 3 or in stage 2.
yeah, Yeah, and towards kickoff you had DRX as well, so it was a bit of a rotation of who the top dogs were. But RRQ were very, very good, and Jemkin was great, and they haven't changed a thing. They haven't changed one thing. I guess the only change they've made is the coaching staff.
Yes,
and that was like forced upon them, right, as well, because
kind of.
they.
He stepped away.
In the sense that Ewok
stepped
stepped away, it wasn't like a deliberate change that they wanted to make.
Yes.
So, whenever this kind of happens, I default back to the idea of it's normally a rising tide in Valorant. And if you're not making improvements, you're probably going to start sinking a little bit. But RRQ are not, like, they were good. So, how much are they going to drop, if at all?
I only felt like they kind of melted a little bit. That's how I view it. Because if you look at internationally, they look pretty good. Maybe the take that I have on them was they were slow to reading the meta, but then when the meta was defined, they were probably one of the better, if not the best, at perfecting it within their region. So I guess another slow start could be a thing, but I think the team's good enough, and I agree that I'm agreeing with myself. Internationally, they just
great point,
they melted. Yeah, it was a good point though.
They did melt internationally. They were one of those
yeah.
teams that choked internationally compared to their Pacific performance. But we're only ranking them here for Pacific, I suppose. So, but they also played some more unusual stuff. I think they were much more comfortable with playing double initiator than double duelist in general too. Like, I think that they went in that direction as a preference, or double smokes or whatever. But like the slower pace of game is more what they seemed comfortable with, and just like setting up Jemkin to fry. What are the expectations for RRQ? Because I don't have the expectation that they're going to do the same again, where they win one of the stages. I think that was an overperformance.
But I feel like a champs must be where the expectations are.
Making a top 4.
Top 4.
Yeah, I would say 1 to 2 internationals minimum. Yeah, like getting there, not winning 1 to 2.
Yeah, that's where I think the expectation needs to be. But I think it's going to be a bit of a soft start for them in the year, and then maybe has a bit of ramp up. We'll have to kind of wait and see. I mean, they've only played the SVL really in the off season. That's the last thing that they competed in, and they were in China just before that, I should say. But they had
also
to play
won the
with
Spotlight Series.
Okay, sure, but
it's not their full team.
With their full team, the only thing that they played in was the SVL, because Jovi competed with them over at the Chinese tournament. So they flew in like the day before SVL, and they had like no practice. So I know that's nothing to really glean. And honestly, they're getting ready to play, I think, in the Predator League, and that's also not necessarily going to tell us too much, because I don't think that right before the start of the season we're going to be seeing them throwing out legitimate, strategies that they want to use against the other Pacific teams. So we really won't know, I guess, what RRQ is going to look like until the season begins.
Well, taking a look here, I think about them fairly similarly actually to DRX. Do they have to move?
No, maybe they don't. Not yet.
No,
Never mind.
I think that's fine for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
I would say even that they're like, I think they're a bit more consistent than DRX, but DRX when they find that like thing, are better than RRQ. But I mean, the question is just like, at what point in the year do they find their thing that works really well for them?
Yeah, it's a close one for sure. I think if I'm like any of the teams that are 5th to 8th right now, I'm probably looking for RRQ as like the team that maybe I want to be beating though. Like, I think 4th is good, but
upset.
it's they're like the ones that maybe could get upset if they have like a bad read of the meta or stuff's off.
I'm more excited about Gen.G than I am about RRQ, but I do think it's fair to rank RRQ above them at the moment when we have like questions about Munchkin and that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Let's go on to a team that I think we should all be excited to discuss as well, which is T1. So we were discussing Munchkin leaving Gen.G earlier on. This is where he's ended up. So T1, team that won in Bangkok, great, phenomenal victory for Pacific, very well deserved, not a fluke whatsoever. And now they're coming into 2026 with I think an improved roster, but a weird kind of swap around of some of the roles potentially, just to make space for Munchkin on the squad. So T1 were doing their in and out of their smokes player and putting all of the blame in the world. I mean, literally a biblical scapegoat, I think.
It was up there, yeah.
The Smokes player, yeah. They were getting sacrificed at the end of every game to hold the sins of the others. But now what they've got is the same kind of 4 people that they had last year with Meteor, Buzz, Itsu, and Stax. So the same core that they ran with the entire year, basically. And then instead of their new upcoming, and I thought pretty good Smokes player DH, they have Munchkin, who's going to take over the IGLing reins for Stax, which is also a bit unusual. We have seen Stax on a team where he isn't IGLing before, because we've seen Zest
Vision
pick that up in the
Strikers.
past.
Yeah,
but but most of the time, the 2 words Stax and IGL are like hand in hand. Stax,
Yeah.
Breach, and IGL. Those are...
He's done it since Glow stopped playing. It's been an eternity at this point.
So this team's got huge firepower coming out from, I guess, mostly Meteor and Buzz, but I guess you could throw Izu and Munchkin in there as well if
Yeah,
you
I
wanted
think
to.
You throw the whole fucking
I'd say
team in there.
Stax too,
Yeah.
not IGLing
Dude,
Stax.
Sure.
Stax has been, he got unlocked quite a bit from what we did see. He was looking really, really good. And some of the clutches that he was getting away with were just disgusting. I mean,
Are you thinking that this team can go toe-to-toe in terms of firepower with anybody in Pacific? Like, are you putting them up against PaperX? Are you putting them up against DRX, Full Sense, those kind of teams in terms of firepower?
You put him toe to toe with PaperX confidently in terms of just firepower?
Yeah, they could. I'm not saying
I mean,
that
at their,
I'm
like,
not saying
but-
that not like, if you were gonna like do iterations on it, I'd say that they can go toe to toe with them like over half the time.
Okay.
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 I mean,
All right.
I would slightly disagree. I would say that they can.
But is that the
compete
only
with
team
them,
that
but
you'd be
not
carving
on
out?
average?
Is that the
Yes,
only
yes,
team
yes.
where you would quibble with that, right?
Well,
Otherwise, they're like,
yeah.
okay.
yeah.
My guy
Just
wants to say
about.
Nongshim, yeah. He's
No,
like,
no, no,
"Can
no,
I
no,
say
no, no. They
Nongshim?"
weren't even in the competition.
Okay,
First
okay.
of all, not on their payroll. So that's
Okay,
not true.
we'll get the truth today. I like that.
So T1, what are the big things to pay attention to this year? Is it to do with Munchkin's calling? Is it to do with the roles and how they play that? Is it to do with the
It's all
meta
of
that
them.
they find? Like what is the key thing to pay attention to for T1's successes?
I would say all of what you just said, really. Like, Stax non IGLing, can he frag well? Is Munchkin's calling like a lot down to him, or was it help from the coaches from Gen.G? Can Meteor find consistency? Would also be another one for me. I feel like he's a little inconsistent. They don't know what he wants to play, or he doesn't know what he wants to play. I think has always been a big one. So that's like the role stuff you were talking about. I would say it's a solid mix of everything you said. There's a lot that could go wrong. But if they get it right, it's a solid team. Like, really solid team.
Personally, I would also want to see Izu continue to be more assertive, like not just in comms, but his play as well. Like taking the reins and taking the lead when he needs to. I think he started doing that more and more, but I think even more would help the team. Like, that would stabilize a lot of these other X factors. So yeah, it's a mix of things, but I think they lean towards we expect them to deliver.
I mean, we're talking about Stacks kind of being unlocked as far as the fragging was concerned, but one of the I think the biggest takeaways from their performance and winning the SVL was Buzz kind of going back to form, because good God, he was just tearing people apart, which was great to see, because he was somebody similar, I'd say, to Meteor within the last year, who had like a lot more inconsistency. Like, Buzz has always been like previously on DRX, somebody who's willing to dive in and get information for his team, or try to go in, at least get a trade on one, get info, and the rest of the team would be able to play out from there and win rounds. He was always a very selfless player in that regard, so he never had like where he was dropping like 28 kills with 4 deaths or anything like that. But at the start of the SVL, I mean, he was just going in and he was just hitting every single shot, it felt like. So if he's going to keep playing like that, then this team looks to be absolutely disgusting. Like, if we could, like, in my heart, if we could tie 2 teams in first place, I would have these.
Really?
two,
I mean, I
like,
got
on
them
top of each
high,
other.
yeah. That's pretty high.
I'm down for them being in second. I think I would.
Yeah.
I would be hesitant to put them at the same level as
Yeah,
PaperX.
they got so much to prove to be there.
Yeah.
The
I
other
also
thing
think-
that you have to consider, though, is that T1 is guaranteed to win a trophy this year.
Why? What do you mean? What's the
Because
narrative?
the winner of the SVL goes on to win a global trophy.
I see.
Sentinels
Minimum one.
won, and then they won Madrid, and then you had NRG win in 2024, and then they went on to win champs. So T1 is guaranteed one of the three.
My final question about T1, though, to you all would be, are you concerned at all about the internal dynamics with this team? Because we heard so much shit behind the scenes, the documentaries coming out, all of that kind of stuff. With Munchkin joining, with KDG joining, is it, first of all, do you think it was overblown in the first place? Do you think that it's going to continue if you don't think it was overblown? Or are they going to fix it this year, and is that going to lead them to the promised land of consistent, like, good Valorant? And a hard
Last one.
I think it was slightly overblown, slightly.
Agreed.
But also, from what we've seen from that, also what any of us, whenever we've interacted with the players, at least for me, right, whenever I interacted with the players, gathering all of that, I think people like Munchkin, and from what I've heard, KDG, ones who just say, nope, I have the authority, I'm shutting you down, this is what you're doing, you're getting criticized, that actually works for players like Stacks, like Meteor, like Buzz. Right, so I actually think there's some weird chemistry that goes on in what we might have perceived from the outside of like, well, a lot of this seems pretty negative, but I think these are players who actually kind of thrive off of that, and part of that might be the whole, you know, like superiority and things like that in the Korean culture. But I mean, we've heard that, right? Like Munchkin made Karon cry and want to quit the team like 2 weeks in after he joined on Gen.G. Like that's the type of player he is. We've heard that KDG puts his foot down when he's coaching. Yeah, exactly. I mean, but that's what I mean though. Like if you have someone who says, no, like this is your bad, and he just says that's end of story, but he has the title of I'm IGL, etc., right? And the coach backs you up or whatever. I actually think that's how they release that stress and get through it. I'm not saying it's good for everybody, but I do think in this like I wouldn't want to be on a team like that, but I think it'll work on this roster.
Yeah. Have they still got Carpe as sixth?
Also, yes.
Then they'll be fine.
Right.
This guy's the glue, man.
That too.
The glue.
He's the glue.
He is the glue. And
he's got a lot of history.
Line, or I'm going to put Carpe in.
Yeah, the pressure.
Let's talk about the next team then, which is Achilleos' favorite team, the team that just benched Envy. Apparently, it's Team Secret. He's gone. He's left the building, folks. This is. I mean, what do you say about Team Secret? I guess the earlier you were a VCT fan, the more hope you might have had for this team, and yet over time it feels less and less. I don't know, because even a couple years ago, was it 2024 where they actually came fourth place or something?
Yeah,
it was 2024, and then they were playing decently well, and then Primi showed up and he beat the ever-loving hell out of them.
Yeah, I think they finished fourth, but then they couldn't get fourth in playoffs or something like that because they lost the playoffs game against Talon.
Yeah, they had to win that game.
Yeah, they were like, they got pipped to the post, essentially, of going to champions. So, but the last year, the misery surrounding this organization has completely infected me, though, because I think at the beginning of last year, I was like, well, they weren't that bad. Like, they were fine. They still finished in a decent spot. They almost made champions, and I was willing to go to bat for them being like a middling team. And now I'm just like, shove them at the bottom. I've lost whatever spark I once had, but especially with Envy disappearing too.
It's hard to defend, really. I mean, there's a couple of players. It's Sylvan and 1010, right? They should be pretty hungry to prove themselves. Like that's like the good, and we've definitely seen good stuff from them as well. But yeah, you dropped the ball, man. You dropped the ball. You got to put them in 12th, surely. Surely. It's just not great, really. I think there's players that have potential here, and again, there's players that will want it. But dude, if you're benching Envy, unless it's literally to try and spread the word that you want to get a buyout for, like you want people to pay money for him, that's a historical fuck up.
Yeah, I'll say it again. Like it's a different roster, it's a different coach. I will give the players and the coach a reset as far as expectations. I'm still not going to predict them because I don't know that it's going to come together at all. But I like the players that are here. I think that there is a decent amount of potential with them. My qualms and quandaries right now that I really have just kind of remain with the org itself and how things have happened. Obviously, I don't have every single bit of information, but I will see how they perform. I'm hoping that they exceed expectations in a big way. Not just not being the fucking last team in the region, but like I hope that they can put up good performances. I hope that they can find more than the one win. But I can't not put them in 12th as well.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable though, because you know you're looking at the other teams that are down at that kind of point, and they're at least like they're making moves that you can have some hope in. And for Team Secret, like if Team Secret had kept Envy, then maybe we'd be having a different conversation. Maybe we'd be talking about like, you know, oh well, Sylvan's got a bunch of experience. Yeah, but actually, right, like that's where they're fighting between is 12th and 10th. Let's move on to another team then. To be honest with you, let's move on. This is one of the teams though that I think they're fighting alongside with is ZETA Division, because ZETA have showcased that they are capable of winning big games, winning singular maps in BO1s, or even actually winning big series when they beat Paper X last year as well. But they haven't been able to put it together for any extended period of time. They have made a couple of changes though, from last year to this year, of which they played with most of them in the off-season tournament. And they've also added Mini as a like consultant as well, I think.
Yeah.
So this is a team that's certainly trying. I think they've made some good roster moves, and they've demonstrated that they can pull it out. But can they do it on a cold, rainy night in Stoke? I think is the big question.
My biggest question is Mini the type of person who will do things because he thinks it will be fun, or because he actually sees
because it'll be fun.
Very likelihood of results.
Fun and fun's never crossed the mind of Mini.
Okay, I mean that's what I assumed, but because here's what I'm saying: I don't see what he's seeing at all, right? Like I'm not saying that they're super bad or whatever, but.
He's seeing big old money bags in his eyes. Is what he's seeing.
Well, okay. Well, that would be fun, right? Making a lot of money sounds fun. I mean, that would be the. Okay, well then, if that's the case, then I've got nothing.
Sorry, did you mean to ask? Is he somebody who's willing to take money but suffer at the same time?
Well, I mean, maybe he just doesn't, care about the suffering, right? Like he just takes the money. But I'm just wondering how much of it matters to him that he sees a 60%, 55% minimum success rate of what he wants to accomplish.
I don't think that's why he's joined. I mean, sorry to put words in his mouth, but I don't think he's looked at this squad and thought, I can do FNATIC 2023 with these guys.
I can fix them. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking at them like I can fix her.
Okay. All right.
But I mean, to some degree, no, I imagine that it is quite a good challenge to work with a team that clearly has potential but can't put it together on a regular basis, because they're skilled and they sometimes have really cool ideas that throw other people off guard, but they can't put it together over the course of more than, even at their very best, this org has been able to put it together over one tournament run ever, and then they immediately fell off again. So, and it's a very different roster, but they've got a couple of similar players, and I think still somewhat of a similar identity. But they've got fraggers now, I think. I mean, Absol looked like a fragger. Is it Eco or Echo? Either way.
Eco.
Fragger. Eco looked pretty good too. I mean, Sugar Zero, if you can get him back to what he was doing years back as well. I mean, even now, is like
he's had his moments throughout this year.
Pretty good.
I was going to say, he has moments.
Yeah.
It's it's just a team that lacks consistency a little bit, and obviously it's a different roster now, really, with 3 out. But man, if you can get them to the form that we saw a couple of days last year, then it would be
the greatest team of all time.
Yeah, Dwayne. Yeah. Respect. But yeah, I think even with getting Mini in, I think it's you still gotta have pretty low expectations. I think he's I mean, he can't work miracles on this. I think it's like a 10th, 11th kind of vibe for me. Set expectations low, and then if he does anything, if he gets them to playoffs, then fair play, man.
I think there's too many unknowns right now to put them in 10th, to be honest.
Work him in 11th.
Just the raw firepower that I've seen from SLT, now VARRELL, and then what we know Nongshim is capable of. I think it's difficult to push ZETA any higher, to be honest, which it breaks my heart to say. I'd love to rate them.
I'm looking at DFM here, standing out like a bit of a sore thumb in the 8th position based on where we've put them. Oh,
okay.
We can get to that.
Well,
okay,
we'll get
all
there.
right,
We'll get
all
there.
right. But what I'm thinking is you genuinely have a battle now between the two Japanese teams, in my opinion, because I think that ZETA was last year getting the worst end of it. Like, didn't really look like they with a team that you wanted to root for if you were thinking about Japan having a competent team on the world stage, but I suspect it's going to be much closer between these two teams this year. I
You
don't
reckon?
Is that a good thing?
What do you mean? Is that a good thing? You
I mean,
mean
if you're
because that would
competing
imply
for
that
9th and
DFM
10th if you're competing for 9th and 10th place, like is that what you want? Is that
not,
what you
well,
want
no,
it to
it's
be,
what
though?
no one wants, Joe. Bro.
No,
Let's be honest.
I would
no one wants
prefer.
that.
I would prefer if they had made a Japanese super team, but I don't think
Okay.
they have on either of these rosters. I think that one of the teams that ZETA is going to be trying to take wins off is DFM. I still think DFM might
Sure,
be placed
okay,
above them,
okay.
but I think that's one of the teams that they're going to be like hunting for is to prove that they can take wins against
They
DFM.
need to.
All right, let's move on to our next team, though. So we've got two teams left, and one of them is our Ascension team, or one of the Ascension
Both
teams.
of them.
Yeah, they're both Ascension teams, but this one is VARRELL. So this is a team previously known as, what were they called? SLT? I forgot what they were called.
Songnam.
Songnam,
Yeah.
thank you. SLT Songnam. So they're now rebranded as VARRELL, so officially playing for a Japanese organization, but not a Japanese team. They kind of fried in Ascension. They looked like they had some extremely potent fraggers, aggressive players, willingness to fight. They're an exciting team to watch. They have a extremely good initiator player in Zuna. They've got two big fraggers on the team as well in Zexy, and I've forgotten the name of the other guy as well. Oh, Klaus. Yeah. So I'm feeling good about this squad.
Oh, then
I
they're a
was-
nice squad.
Well, they
I mean-
did Zuna. How many times, Joe, were we going through those games in the SVL, and then it would be a 1v3, and we'd look at the nameplate and be like, "Oh, Zuna's alive.
Yeah,
He's going to
he
win
had-
this." It was insane. Some of the conversions that he got. It was always a 1v3. Put him in a 1v2. Nope. Unless it started as a 1v3, might not clutch it out. But if it was a 1v3 at the start, he always fucking nailed it. He's insane.
He's really good.
His performances and like his util usage, like I think maybe did we say, I forget if we said it on this show or if we said it on the SVL broadcast, but it kind of felt like we were watching Leo again. It was just nutty how he was playing that Sova.
He doesn't give away his kill like ever. Really,
No.
He's pretty good. He's pretty. He plays initiator very well. Dude, it's such a firepower heavy team. These are like the teams you don't
Yeah.
want to play because you kind of expect it to beat them, but at the same time, it's like, oh man, I got 3 players here who could just take over a game. Really, from what I've seen.
So if we're looking at the comparative strength of the Ascension teams versus the field, they should be able. If you think that they're the same level or maybe even slightly better than Nongshim, because I don't believe they actually played against Nongshim in the
No,
Ascension,
unfortunately
but-
not.
No, they didn't.
But they did finish ahead of them. So you
Yeah,
could
yeah,
say
the
that they're on
first,
at least a similar level. Well, where did Nongshim finish last year? Was that like 6th or something? I can't even remember.
7th, I want to
Was it
say.
7th? 6th,
I
7th,
think
something
overall
Joe, bro, you must
might
know.
have been 7th.
You were
Well,
paid to know.
it didn't matter because they didn't make champions, so I just erased it out of my memory. That was when my contract was already expiring. I was like, all right, we're out.
But that
it was-
implies that they should be pretty good.
They got to
Yeah.
6th place once, I think, but I think the overall ranking ended up being 7th if you do the whole like points and all of that. So
Right.
something like that.
Yeah, 5th to 6th.
So a playoffs team, right? Like a solid playoffs
a
team.
solid playoffs team. So, I mean, if you look at our rankings and you look at the expectations, shouldn't they be looking to shove some people out of where we've got them?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Well, I think DFM gets shoved out
Yeah,
for sure. I
agree.
have
Okay.
higher expectations of
You guys
VARRELL.
want to finish this and then do
Okay.
the last segment at the end?
Oh, you mean do Nongshim and then talk about Nongshim and finish it?
Yeah.
Go on then.
So
Okay, we'll put
it's
them in
more
the ninth and then we
comprehensive
can
for
finish.
Yeah,
off.
people
'cause-
watching
Yeah,
the
fair
video.
enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yep. Okay. So let's go on to Nongshim
Hey,
RedForce.
can I just add one
yeah?
thing about VARRELL?
Of
Because
course.
I just went back and checked. In the 4 matches that they played at SVL, Zuna had 10 1v3 or higher clutches. And then he had like another, 15 or
That is
20
mad.
1v2, 1v1 and
Dude,
1v2.
he was
Like he's
cooking.
insane.
No, he's really good.
He's
Yeah.
so clean.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's mad. Well, the people that they competed against in Ascension who got knocked down to Ascension as well this year were Nongshim RedForce. The Nongshim RedForce have made a single change in terms of swapping around their smokes player.
A
Two
little
changes.
bit more.
Two
Yeah,
changes in terms of the
Yeoman
coach
was
as well.
just announced today as a coach, as a
Right.
strategic coach. Yeah.
Okay, so Their roster though, they have already played with this roster during Ascension, so it's not like it is like we have some level of we do have some data in terms of what this team looks like heading into 2026. I expected more of Persia, so I'm not actually that I'm not that bothered about the change. It feels like a decent shift to me. I'm not worried about it at all, but it doesn't move the needle too much for me. Like, I think Nongshim should be fairly similar to where they were last year, which is like a playoffs team that had a very interesting style, but couldn't do much more outside of that. Does that seem fair?
Yeah.
Yep.
Spot on.
Personally, I bump him slightly higher. Just because here's the thing, because last year I think as soon after kickoff was over, right? I think the realistic expectation was like we think if you get 8th, right, or higher, like that's good. Like this is a tough playing field. You've learned your lesson. Like if you make it into playoffs, like that's already good. I think with that experience, and to me, the biggest change with the roster and the role swaps is that now they have someone who they can flex around to specifically fill the operator gap that they had. They didn't have a good operator last year because Domby doesn't play much operator. I mean, maybe he's practiced it now as well, but at Ascension, that was one of the biggest reasons why they made those role swaps, was because everyone was like, well, I don't want to op, and Francis was like, fine, I'll do it, and then he, started opping and carrying on Yoru. Right. So I think that alone, I mean, we all know how important the op is in VCT and Valorant, so I think that should bump it up to like, you guys should be getting, top 6. Like that should be where we expect you to do if you do well. Like not a top 8 if you do well.
Yeah,
that is how I
get
where
I get where you're coming from. I think the level of every team has kind of gone up. Maybe maybe not 1 or 2. But I think the general level is up. So you kind of got to balance them out with that as well. But I do agree with what you're saying. I mean, that Francis was at the 10 Invitational, so the tournament that he just went crazy. I mean, he looked like the best Yoru. So that's a really good sign. If he starts hitting that peak, then I'm fully on board with it. But I think the rest of the field leveled up as well. So I would imagine they kind of get a similar sick fish performance, maybe a bit under.
Well, let's throw him in the spot that we have left in our power ranking.
Sure.
For now, and then we can go into actually changing this around a little bit. I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this, but in terms of the problematic stuff, I see VARRELL and Nongshim being pretty underrated here at 9th and 10th. Like, I can't really imagine that they're going to be a 9th and 10th level teams.
Yeah.
No, it is tough. I agree. I think 10 to... Do I say it? No, 10 to 5th is pretty open, I would say, in terms of switching them around.
Yeah, potentially.
But I have the most issue with 7 to 10.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, none of these teams remaining deserve to be bottom 3, but someone has to be, right? Like outside of the bottom 2. So
my eyes go to DFM, and I think that's not to say that they haven't potentially made upgrades on their roster, and I do think that they're going to be like a step above ZETA and Secret. But I'm thinking about them when they play against all of these other teams, and I think I'd be favoring the other squads over DFM essentially every time. Yeah. I mean, not every time like they'd lose 100%, but like if you tell me VARRELL versus DFM, I'm thinking, yeah, VARRELL should take that.
What are the chances that you think DFM can perform better than Full Sense?
I think
not necessarily
quite
in a head-to-head,
low.
but like
I think that would be a real collapse from Full Sense if that was to happen. I think that would, like, it wouldn't just have to be DFM playing well. I think Full Sense would have to have really messed something up, because that Full Sense squad.
Wow.
That Full Sense squad has got so much firepower, even a year of experience under their belt. Like, they'd have to have poor IGL in, the coach, like Cruz would have to be underperforming in terms of how he's giving out the game plans to them. I really think they should be a step ahead of DFM.
Yeah, I'd put May individually ahead of pretty much everybody on Full Sense, but if I was going to stack the rosters side by side, then that definitely goes to Full Sense in that regard for firepower alone.
All right.
Okay,
so put the Japanese teams next to each other.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
But part of this is just because Pacific is so stacked.
True.
Well,
true.
Yeah, like I think that Pacific is so stacked that a team can be genuinely pretty good and still be outside of playoffs. For sure, they can.
Wait, who's next if DFM is there?
Well, there it gets more interesting, because I would have VARRELL I feel really excited about VARRELL. And I don't mean I would have VARRELL in 9th. I ended my sentence too early. I feel really excited about VARRELL. I think that they're going to start fairly strong as well. So I think I'd have VARRELL over... Oh, I don't know. I've got VARRELL in the hunt. Dude, 6 through 9 is all the same.
No,
What the
I agree. I
No,
think
it is. It's tough.
I would
This
say
is
5
crazy.
to 10
Yeah.
can be anywhere.
Okay.
I'm
two
just going to
things
go
that
ahead and...
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
okay. I was
No?
just going to say, how's Full Sense then? Because I would have had DFM then Full Sense. But if you think the
Wow.
firepower at least
Did
clears
you
the bottom pyramid, then-
You're so against Full Sense, and I don't understand where it's coming from. But like, they did.
No, it's
they
just
looked nice last
consistency.
year.
No, they
But
did.
If
but
anything, they got a
it's-
firepower upgrade. It's just IGLing stuff.
The consistency, even
Yeah,
at their
but-
best, though, was on and off, like hot and cold, constantly. I can
Right,
see what
Sure,
Joe
but
was
that's good
saying.
enough to get them like 5th.
Yeah,
I
but
think-
if they keep it up, if
okay,
they do a
but
bit worse than that, then
Oh, you think then they're top 5 in this landscape?
I think we have them perfect. I think they're perfect at 6. But I could see him come in 4th. I could see him going champs. Dude,
No,
this is
no,
a strong team.
Peak is no, sure. I think they can peak there. But I just don't think the consistency. If we're talking overall year, like power level, I would rate a team like GE over them because I expect them to have more consistency under the leadership that has the experience of leading squads that didn't have consistency. That's where I would stand.
I was gonna say, I would right now without placing VARRELL and Nongshim yet, I would flip Full Sense and GE because I think that I agree. I think GE will have an edge over Full Sense there, and I would also flip Gen.G and RRQ.
oh, but for God's sake, man, you're starting
Whoa.
fights that we hadn't even got to.
No, let's not do that yet. Let's not do that yet. That gets too crazy. No. We got to figure out.
I'm open
gotta-
to it, but
I
the
prefer
middle of the pack
the-
is the biggest
I
problem.
prefer the RRQ Gen.G swap to the original one that you did.
Really?
I think
Yeah.
Global are a real like.
I think
you
you
have
guys
to be
are-
investing in the stocks hard
I
for
think guys
Global
are
to be.
I mean,
successful.
I am.
crazy underestimating Full Sense. I think it's
I'm not
mad.
even trying to underestimate them. I just feel like there's a lot. There's a good amount of growth that needs to come through, given that somebody's going to be picking up IGLing.
Can we put
and
Nongshim in
Cruz is a
ninth?
first-time coach. Those are the two things that are holding back my
Get
opinion
out
of
of
Full
here.
Sense.
We put Nongshim in 9th. Is anyone excited about Nongshim, man? Just throw him in fucking
Yeah, do
9th.
Francis
Yes.
look good, man?
No,
did
As,
listen,
look
they
as good as
they were
Zuna, as good as
still-
Klaus, as good
I mean,
as
he looked-
Primi, as good
I
as...
would-
Mate,
I would
he looked
actually
like the
say
best
he
Euro.
looked- I would
but
say he
for
looked better
one
than
off-
Klaus,
for
maybe
one
not as good as
off-season
Zuna.
tournament,
3 days ago.
I mean,
for
same
one
thing with
off-season
Zuna and Klaus.
tournament.
These guys were getting clapped by T1 Academy until they went to Ascension. No, literally. These guys did not look like that in Challengers Korea. I
T1
rated them
Academy
low
didn't
going
even
into-
T1 Academy didn't even get a chance to play. Maybe T1 Academy
No,
are like a top 3
right.
team.
No, true. But what I'm saying is even the way they were playing was different at Ascension. So
Okay.
everyone unlocked something at a certain point.
Okay.
But also, I mean, even when they weren't as exciting last year, they were still getting into top 6. So I think putting them at 9 would be
Well, then throw
egregious.
VARRELL in here. Throw VARRELL into 8, and then easy peasy.
Guys,
Do
we gotta
we-
switch full. We gotta switch Full Sense and Global. Surely.
Do we have any? Hang on.
We got to put Nongshim at least what?
For VARRELL, does anybody have concerns about them basically having a similar performance to what happened with Nongshim at the start of 2025, where they came in super hyped up, everyone's like crazy about Dambi,
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at this guy, he plays wild. Do we think that VARRELL might come in and then basically get, checked at the fucking door a little bit here by the tier 1 teams? I mean, they looked good
It's
in
possible.
the SVL, but
Maybe. But
That's
also
an
the
off-season
Dambi thing.
tournament.
The Dambi thing was that they popped off while playing the Neon meta, and then the Neon meta changed, and they carried on playing the Neon meta.
That's true.
So that's
Yeah,
a
I
big
think-
difference.
I think VARRELL is less dependent on the agents they play, and I also think the fact that they played against tier 1 teams in the offseason is actually a huge difference, whereas Nongshim just
I mean, it's a
didn't do
boon.
anything.
But do we think
Yes.
that over a long period of time, the weird shit that VARRELL do will continue to find value, where they're running, like
No.
the Jet Yoru on Sunset? Well, Sunset's not in, so fuck it.
Sure. The way
But-
I see it is I see VARRELL and Gen.G having complete opposite trajectories. VARRELL starts out strong, they come in with the confidence, they do pretty well, they'll do pretty well in stage 1, and eventually they won't be able to maybe adapt as quickly with the new, with the tier 1 format, et cetera, adapt to meta, the better players, and they slowly start in relativity dropping down. Gen.G you know, they'll have good, solid foundations, but they'll still struggle to compete with other teams that are kind of relying purely on the firepower, things like that. But eventually, the coaching, it'll come through, and they'll peak high at the end. To me, they cross paths throughout the year. Yeah.
I could see it.
But
the thing is, I can see any of these realities. I can genuinely see any of these realities. We've got to. I think Sliggy puts the teams in the order that he wants, and then we each get one change.
Okay, then I like
leverage.
No, I like that. Like someone's got to make a stand here.
We've got to do something.
I was going to say full sense to 6th then. Let's go VARRELL to 7th and put Global in 8th, and we'll say like playoffs, first time ever. Great.
Okay, all right. Listen, I'm fine with that as a starting point. So Achilles has put his thing out there. We'll say Achilles is the king, and now we're going to come in and tweak the king's shit. So Chobra in the top right, would you like to make an adjustment to the king's decision?
Well, I have to go first.
Yes. This was supposed to speed things up. Unfortunately, it seems like it's had the opposite result.
Can I get my last decree, which was flipped to Gen.G and RRQ?
No,
yes,
if I'm gonna make one change, then
the king's choice, right?
Yeah. Flip that while you're thinking, Chobra.
In your own
Gen.G
thing.
and RRQ.
Sure.
Yeah, put Gen.G in 4th and RRQ 5th. Thank you.
All right, Chobra, what are you going for?
He's made it harder. He's made it harder.
Yeah, that's some choices, isn't it?
Yeah, this is gross.
Trying to work out if he could get signed by Nongshim again. He's like, if I move Nongshim up to 6th, I might get the contract for this year. Might work out all right.
Well, he was bigging up Global Esports pretty hard. Maybe
that's
slide something his way.
I mean, I don't think Gen.G's top 4 either, but okay. I mean, if this is the case, fine. You know what? You've already set up the bait, but Nongshim and full sense flip.
Nongshim and full sense flip.
Well, wait. When you say one change, I can only move 2 teams, though. Right?
Yeah.
I can't move. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I was going for. Sliggy, what do you want to change?
Like a triple. Oh.
But shit, man, you really fucked me with this.
You gotta reverse the. You gotta bring Gen.G down at least a peg or 2 somehow. I don't know how you do it, but
he's just gonna fucking Uno reverse your move.
How have you messed this up so much? Well, then I would switch full sense and VARRELL. But even, Nongshim, Nongshim are too high, but...
Okay. Then I'm going to swap.
Oh, God, this could be devastatingly bad.
I'm going to swap.
Yeah, why? Who gave Sideshow the last
He
card?
did. He did. He gave it to himself.
I'm sorry. I don't think I have more power than you did. I think Chobra's done the most damage here, if anything.
That is fair.
I'm going to go for... I'm going to swap full sense and Nongshim around, I guess. In terms of what I think would be the closest to...
Okay, yeah. We did redemption moves at the end.
Okay. This isn't
awful. It turned out okay.
It's all right.
Okay.
Who the hell knows?
We might be overrating Gen.G at least at the beginning.
It really just does look so stacked this year.
It is.
It is, yeah.
This could pivot in a million different ways other than Team Secret going higher. Like everything else I think can move. I don't know. Like in this context, it could make sense. It's like, okay, Nongshim back for their 2nd year. They go maybe a little bit deeper at some of the playoffs. Global Esports makes their first playoffs. VARRELL, maybe they make like a kickoff run or something, and then stage 1 and 2 struggle a little bit as they try to keep up with the other teams. Like it really could just be that narrative.
It's fun though in terms of like actually hunting for the playoffs is so important in Pacific because getting to that 8th place is super competitive. It's insane. So like if Global are able to do it, this isn't us saying that Global would like underperform or anything. I think that would be a phenomenal accomplishment for a team like Global.
Oh, we had 3 different stage champions last year.
Yeah,
it's not a free fucking region like America's is.
Okay, buddy. Okay. We're not even going to America's next. We're going to EMEA. Do you want to sling some shade in their direction, Achilles? No, he's got no beef. He's got
nothing. He's got nothing left.
It's boring as fuck. There's just nothing to talk about. They don't do shit.
Well, then hopefully we can get done with the segment in less than an hour and 40 minutes of yapping.
Oh, God, I really wanted to extend it with a question. Can I ask one question?
One.
I just want Achilles. If Gen.G got worse lineup this year, why do you think they'll be above RRQ and they kept the same lineup?
I love texture, and I trust in HSK and solo.
Okay.
I think that they'll
Faith.
just do well to get
Faith, Sliggy.
Lakia up
The
to speed.
coaches are good. I like the second part of that line. you won me over with the second part, yeah. Okay.
All right, we're going to go into EMEA. We're going to say goodbye to Achilles. We're going to bring in Shia Wager, and I'm going to hand over the hosting role to Mr. Chober over there. Thank you for bearing with us with Pacific. That took a while, but I mean, there's a lot to talk about. Very competitive region.
Yeah, have fun. This
Yeah.
should be like a 10-minute segment. Like I said, there's not much to talk about
should
with the
be pretty
EMEA.
easy.
All right, goodbye.
Bye. Was he here? Oh, seamless.
Ooh,
Seamless,
right away.
bro.
Okay.
Damn.
Well, welcome, Shio. You want to say any greetings since you've been waiting around for so long?
Yeah, first of all, fuck Achilles. You're saying EMEA is boring. You're boring. Second of all, I did some investigations on this Plat Chat versus Timmy's situation yesterday.
Oh,
Alt shows a fraud. Flashing. He's
What
talking
the
about
hell?
we double opt and there were some problems. Brother, you were the problem. You were flashing the double ops in retaliation. Let's not make a bad situation worse. Second of all, Dryad was paid to match fix. I went back and watched her every single round. Geriatric everywhere she went, missing on purpose. You saw it in the very end there on the match point. Craziness. Last point, you guys were not digesting the lore enough. Viper has taken out Brim. The Alpha Viper was like, wow, Omega Brim turned on everyone, killed my lover. Alpha Brim might do the same. Usurped him, and then now she's the queen of the universe. Are we not freaking out about this?
Oh, sorry. We
So
don't know
Brim
enough
out of
about
the
the
game?
lore.
Wait, think about it. So when Brim's like
Brim
on his
out of the
knees,
game?
right, and then Viper, like the symbolistic Viper, like chokes out his head and it drops.
And she took
That's
his
her.
medal off him as well, yeah.
Yeah. That Brim didn't do anything wrong yet, but that's her, like, after the experience of seeing the other Brim kill her.
It's
chamber,
Minority
be like-
Report shit. She's looking into the future. He's committed a future crime.
And then she goes back for the run back. Like, they're doing this Fast and Furious Vin Diesel family. Like, they're around the table just eating. Like, wow, what a dope mission, guys. Sova shock darts the other Sova in the head. Average Jonas 90 shock dart style. The lineup, right? That guy didn't even have his eye patch yet. Then Viper comes in and uses a new ability, her new ult. You wanted the ult change, Josh. Now Viper
did.
will steal you and shove toxins down your throat like
Please,
you're a
mommy.
gas company.
Sorry.
And there's free land to just dump your oil into. Like, it's crazy pollution. Man,
Okay.
cinema this
dude,
morning.
you must love anime. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So much, right? Dude, Jujutsu Kaisen, Frieren, Sentence to be a Hero.
All right.
What else is here? Dude, there's like 6 animes per week now. In January, I am locked in.
I somehow always just somehow regret giving Shio the floor for a limited amount of time. But
You were
that was
hosting
good. That was a
during
good
Spank
breakdown.
Theory.
I was, yeah. No, something's not going right here. So everyone's in for a show here for EMEA. But thank you for that. And we actually didn't know about that for all the lore, but that's exciting. But now we have to talk about something unexciting. Well, this is surely less exciting. It's going to be the EMEA region. Actually, lots of.
What? Crazy out of pocket from you and Achilles.
Well, I mean, maybe EMEA can change our minds this year. 2026, it's the big year. Let's talk, like we did with Pacific, we're going to talk about the teams, the big changes. We'll try to rank them as we go, but at the end, we'll, of course, go through the entire power ranking. So to start things off, we are going to be talking about BBL Esports, which has, I mean, it's a new team. It's a brand new team coming in, now going back to being a full Turkish team, basically brought in all of BBL Pacific, if I'm correct, right?
Yep,
So it's just
the whole of
Pacific now under BBL, the banner. So what are we thinking?
Chober and Achilles' favorite team because it's got Pacific in there. And now unfortunately,
Well,
it's
now no
discovered-
longer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're super confident. They're super confident. They're trash talkers. They're going to be a very fun team to watch. They think they're better than everybody else. And I mean, they might be better than a lot of teams as well. They're very confident aimers. They're young. They've been running the tier 2 scene for a while. Like they're gonna be very fun to watch, and they're gonna come in with a fuck you attitude, I think.
They're definitely very good friends as well. They've got the C9 power of friendship going because there's a few of them that had pretty good offers from, on paper, better teams, I would say. So, and they didn't take them. They pretty much just shut them down very early. So it's definitely a team that wants to stick together and play together as well. So that's always like a pretty good buff if you're getting on well. Dude, there's a lot of talent on this team. They're a little scary in terms of talent, but considering old BBL, if that's kind of where we're doing the comparison with, probably a downgrade, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
Wait a
not on
minute.
paper, but with how they performed.
Wait
I
a
would
minute.
say.
Don't compare a child to a man. You know what I'm saying? Look at them.
Okay.
Look at BBL at the start of the year, and then look
Yeah.
at this team at the start of the year. What are you thinking? Because I feel like it's an upgrade to the start that we had with BBL last year.
On paper, sure, but I think
paper, yeah.
BBL actually like performed really well in kickoff compared to what we were expecting, didn't they? I can't remember
they did.
exactly what their
They did a
performance
lot
was, but
better.
it was damn good. I'd be surprised if this version of BBL is a consistent top 4 team, because I think that's what BBL were last year. They didn't make it to champs, so it's kind of weird to say that they were a top 4 team. But throughout the year, they were like the 4th best team, and then they failed right at the end to actually make it. I'd be surprised if BBL do that, but I think they're gonna be good.
Yeah.
So-
Similar-ish.
It sounds
Maybe a
like,
bit
but
under.
it,
Yeah, maybe
What
like
I'm getting here,
5,
though-
6?
Okay. So it sounds like it's the similar story of an Ascension team that's able to just run the show in Tier 2. They've been around. They can just outpower everybody. But you think that will actually carry
But
over a decent amount in Tier 1?
I think it's a little different because a lot of these, when they won Ascension, were just too young to actually like qualify, right? In the one previous 2024, I guess, Ascension, like they were playing and dominating, and they weren't old enough to actually move in yet. So it's like they've been dominating Ascension for 2 years now. So it is a little
Okay.
different in comparison to some of the other teams.
But I think
It's
that's
hard
why
to do.
we're-
That's hard to do.
Yeah, but that's also why we're not talking about them being like instantly top 3, top 4, making
Sure,
it
sure,
to
sure.
internationals. But I think if they
Sure.
made an international, that'd be sick. Like I think that's the goal for the team this year.
Make an international.
You
Yeah.
don't think? Like
No,
I think
no,
it's unlikely, but I think that should be
For
a
the
goal
org,
for them.
yeah.
Like an ambitious goal for the org should be like, let's see if we can make an international.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I don't think they would do it, but I'd be down to
Easiest
watch
chance
it.
to be kickoff, right?
Huh?
'Cause it's like
Probably.
Yeah,
top 3 surprise.
probably.
They're playing a double
yeah.
duelist meta as well. So it's like it's definitely possible. They have all the pieces.
They got everything already to go. In theory, chemistry's there. Good on, what would it be, 4 maps now? How many maps have changed since then? Yeah, 3.
Hmm.
I mean, that's right.
Okay, so where someone had mentioned earlier, like 5, 6, top 6.
I would say a safe 7 here until we start getting on people in 6th, 7th.
Okay. We
Oh,
all cool with
I
that?
did the thing, man. Chat's gonna go crazy, right?
We avoided it. We avoided it a little bit. I
Well,
like 7. Any objections?
All right.
I think
Yeah,
that's
sounds good.
okay. We're being very safe with them there, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on. I'm sure we'll see some movement later. Let's go with a team that, I mean, surely one of the most known values now within EMEA. It's FNATIC. Well, I mean, it's hard to say if this is a big change or not because it's only one change, but it's a pretty big change when you talk about singular changes. Obviously, Chronicle no longer with the team, and Vekaj now coming in. I think a lot of people had some question marks, but we have seen them now with Vekaj a little bit. So how are you feeling, Shio? What's your temperature on the new FNATIC?
Definitely a bit colder than like when Kron was in, but like it's kind of almost like a downside grade, like I guess diagonal southeast or something, where like Vekaj in the in-zone London clash, you saw where like they're kind of teasing he can do a lot of different things, like if needed at FNATIC. I'm not sure if like he's gonna just slot in exactly what Kron was doing, but like, you know, like him playing Raze and whatnot could be a thing. Kayak's there though, but if there's like a double duelist thing going on, he could be that person. I think it kind of lowers them, but at the same time, like you look at them playing without Boaster as well, like more recently, they still looked really strong. I feel like this is a team that has a really good core sense of how they want to play together. Like as long as they have like 4 people and someone that can fill in good and like is a nice flex player, they kind of keep the same style. The firepower might not be all the way at the top. Like if Alpha Year is having a bad game, there isn't Kron there anymore to be able to carry the team at a very, you know, completely high standard. Like someone else will have to step up crazy right now to be like that kind of barrier to keep the team afloat. But I feel like Vekaj gives these guys a bit of a better flavor flex wise, and we might see them be kind of the same in terms of power coming into kickoff at least.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think that what you've seen, it's so interesting, FNATIC. Boaster gives this team such an identity, right? Like they know exactly how they want to play. And I think that means that they can slot in new players and get them up to speed really quickly because they have such a clear identity of how they want the people to play. But if you follow FNATIC from 2020 or like 2021 when they were like Summon FC, they slowly added better and better pieces until it went to 2023. And now they're slowly kind of losing those pieces, but still keeping what made them so good. What changes, I think, is the X factor that Shia was talking about. So like in 2023, you had 4 players who at any point could just take over and win a map. And then I think as that's gone on, last year I would say that you had 3 players who could just take over and win a map. One is Kayak, one is Alpha, and one was Chronicle. And now, despite how good Vikash looked in the clutch and that kind of stuff in Soup, I'd be surprised if he takes over games as often as Kron does to give you that X factor. But I still think the base level of play, like the average level of play, is still going to be really, really strong from Fnatic. I think it's just like they might not squeeze out as many miracle moments as you expect from them with one less god player on the team. They're still going to be great.
I know they're still going to be at the top. It's like, I mean, here it's just, do we put him first or second is really the conversation. How...
I mean, it's for the whole year, right?
But
So a top 2 team for the year.
The whole year.
Yeah.
For the year?
In my head, it's a first, second.
Yeah, it's for the year.
I could understand if someone was going to say third, but I think it's...
Then we'll start with them in second then, right? Just they can move around one up, one down.
Yeah,
we'll use them as a standard a little bit.
They're undeniably top 3.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
And they ain't 3.
Yeah, so similar expectations. Similar expectations, but maybe losing a little bit of that flavor. All right, we'll come back to this. We'll see what other teams are competing for those spots. Moving on to our third team from EMEA. It's going to be FUT Esports, still maintaining the character of being a fully Turkish team, still being able to hold that banner high. But we've got a couple changes, and maybe if you've been following kind of on the sidelines a little bit, only for internationals and things like that, like I have, some more familiar names now leaving the team. CNED and Kraxis no longer with the team. You got Crystalli and Baha coming in. Is this an upgrade?
Dude, anyone want to go for it? Or
no,
it sounds like you're ready.
You see me eager.
Crystalli is like the truth when it comes to that like flasher role. Like he's been playing a lot of KO and what's it called, Yoru on the how do you pronounce it? Fenerbahce? Is that the team? It's like a tier 2 European team. There's like an accent on the C. I can never tell. But like if you go to like some of the more recent games, like he is top fragging on this flex role with very different compositions over and over again. It was a stand-in for the team in 2024. I'm not sure if like he actually played at all, but like that's just what it's kind of listed under his profile. But the biggest thing for him that I've seen in comp so far, which is something that FUT's done in the past, I think with the loss of CNED, it might not be here, is he's been playing with a lot of Waylay 24/7. And now when you tap in, I feel like FUT still kind of rocks with Jet. You might have to get used to playing with Jet a bit more when it comes to like the KO flash distances, Jet going into her smoke. There might be a bit more synergies with KO Jet sometimes. Waylay always has to like look away. You have to time your flashes a bit differently. That's something interesting. Baha also, the biggest interesting thing about him is that he has some Viper underneath his play as well, like along with the Omen recently. Yatu plays a lot of Viper though too, so it's like which player plays what when it comes to comps, who's the most comfortable coming into things. He was part of a Papara Supermassive, and him and Crystalli actually have played each other a lot on different teams. I think he got picked up maybe earlier, or Crystalli did, and then they faced each other on like FUT versus their tier 2 team, and so it's kind of cool. He's not like a Kiko type player though, which is or I don't know why I have Kiko in this this might be a different point for a different team. Anyways, this is why I don't always have a script.
Past Shio just going crazy.
Yeah, dude, I'm like fighting my old past self. The bottom line for like both these players is that it's cool pickups. I think FUT's issue in the past is that they had a really good core 5. They wanted to switch something up. You lost out of captain. You lost the guy you could ace on a door, who was kind of like a good baseline as to where the team could be. Kind of like, if things go bad, Chronicle can save the team. If things go bad, out of captain would have good calls and usually would be a good baseline. That baseline started to drop. You get in CNED. Now he's playing like Jet, taking over Omen sometimes. What is FUT doing? They take that away. Now you have 2 role players coming back in from tier 2 who seem hungry. One of them's a really good flasher. They have a Yoru, which is something that teams lack a lot of the time. I think it's going to be good. I think it's kind of upgrades from FUT to actually go into a direction now, rather be lost in the CNED sauce as they were like in stage 2.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would say the biggest thing is that they shot themselves in the foot last year by making this odd change to bring CNED into the team, and and also getting rid of their coach. Like Gaius coming back, I have a lot more confidence in that shift and the direction of the team now. Because what was always so frustrating with even CNED and Cracks, because they're great players, but their hero pools were always their agent pools. What the fuck? I've been playing Overwatch.
Hero pools.
Their agent pools were always really quite small. Like CNED did try to play some Omen, but he was mostly a Jet player, right? And like Cracks was mostly a KO player, even though he did play a few other things. this direction seems more solid. It seems like it'll give Gaius and Mr. Fallen more tools to work with on the team as well. It makes the question more like, do the players actually perform from tier 2, which, I mean, the Turkish players almost always do. Almost always.
They pretty much do.
But you
I think,
also have to- yeah.
I was just going to say, you kind of put on a good point there as well, especially with guys coming back in. I think for me, when I watch CNED, for him to kind of excel at the best, he needs a lot of freedom. That's kind of when he is the best, needs freedom and an op and kind of let him do what he does. On Omen, you couldn't really do that. And then I do think if you have cracks as well and you're not playing the KO, you might as well just get someone else. So I think the two changes completely make sense. I'm just not super familiar with them, so I don't know if it's like, I can confidently say it's like in theory, it's like because it's CNED and cracks and you put them on their, like what they're really good at. On paper, it's a downgrade, but the flexibility of playing different agents probably is an overall buff to the team.
You got to look at what's left over still too, though. Like, I think Zeus being that Jet player 24/7, like it's not the year of Jet anymore. It hasn't been the year of Jet in a little bit, and people were still kind of surviving off of it. If you don't have Waylay in that repertoire and you're like the dash duelist, I feel like you're just letting your team down. And I haven't kept up with Zeus or FUT like in the off season. I'm not sure if he has that.
Zeus is playing a lot of Yoru as well, though. And it is weird that they would have... I think he was in the off-season, wasn't he? Sorry, in the actual season itself. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but I seem to remember Zeus
he played a fair amount, but he was comfort Jet for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe that'll still be a little bit weird.
So... But okay, so last year though, FUT, they used to be this team in EMEA where you're like, well, we can always count on them to make at least one international or, to kind of be there, maybe not always perform at a global stage. Last year, obviously a dip, like a pretty significant dip, I would say, in that expectation. Are they like back up to that point of like, well, we expected to see them on a global stage, or is it, they're pretty strong, but we just aren't sure how they stack up against the other teams?
Yeah, I would say the rest of the pack kind of upgraded a little bit, whereas then they have maybe stayed similar. I think they will be better just because their coach is back. So I don't think you're going to see a 2025 performance from them, but I also think I'll probably have them at a similar level just because the rest of the pack got better.
Yeah.
So
well, the other thing too is like they used to be just like that one Turkish team you're kind of fighting for. Like, there was Charizard, and that's all we had for fire types. Now you got like, Hisuian Arcanine's coming in with a dual type rock. Like, you have other Turkish teams that are just like popping off and have that flavor too. You can't even cope Turkish style anymore. You can't even, glaze the Turkish. There's other teams. Who's going to be a fan of FUT this year? That's my question. If you're looking at the board.
Whoa. we just went from power ranking teams to just taking away their fan base.
I was thinking about maybe a 10, 11. I might even 9, 10 maybe.
Wait, you just went from glazing their new players to 11?
They're not going to be 10, 11, man. They're not going to be 10, 11. So I think that they fell from grace a little bit, right? When they would have been fourth in previous years. Like in 2024 or 3 or whatever, we would have been like, oh yeah, solid fourth place team. Last year, they placed fourth in kickoff, I think like fifth or something in stage 2, and then they fell off in fifth in stage 1, and then they fell off a bit in stage 2. I think they're still going to be around the level that BBL are at. They've still got a lot of experience. They've got a really good caller. They've still got very good players. I think that they might be a tad worse. I'm not sure, but they're going to be somewhere around that kind of level, I think.
I would put them 8th to start.
All right, keep him 8 for now then. Like they'll make playoffs type team. All right. Yeah, we can, obviously things are going to change. Okay, so decent, similar expectations, but slightly better than 25. All right, we'll come back to this. Next, a team that has pretty much become a brand within VCT and Pro Valorant. Will you Gentlemates it? Gentlemates coming in to with only one player remaining, actually. So it is a brand new flavor. You're gonna have to look at this as a very different team, but familiar names. So you've got Martine Starso coming in, Beepo, Glyph, coach change as well. Of course, the 4 players outside of Mini are all now gone their own ways, and Mini's the only one remaining. Now, personally, I feel like Gentlemates, I mean, the reason they became that brand of Will You Gentlemates is because they clearly showed potential. They just can never close it out. Is this an upgrade where you're like, okay, now they're absolutely getting those W's, or is this just like it might repeat again?
It's I would say there's a lot of unknowns, really. I'm not sure anyone could confidently talk about this team and know where they're going to come. That's where I'm at, because it's like Martine, which version of Martine am I gonna get? Because 2025 Martine was not great. 2024 Martine, like, yeah, dude, I'd pick him up on my team. Starkso's been pretty consistent in the tier 2 from
very good.
from what I've seen. Yeah, he's been good in tier 2. Like, it has a lot of firepower team. But dude, it's such a hard team to place this in my books.
Yeah, I think you're right in that no one can confidently place his team properly. I do think though that on paper, part of the problem is that I'm not as familiar with Glyph and Beepo.
Can we break it down?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so Bibbo comes from Mouse, and like they picked up Kundi Kundi as well as the what's it called, assistant coach, who's also from Mouse and was coaching Bibbo during the same time, which is cool because they're up in it together. Martine, we know him from KC, big Yoru individual, and I think when he's like in those solo Yoru moments, that's where you see bad Martine. When there's a lot of pressure, bad Martine. The thing is, Bibbo comes from a system on Mouse where they play Yoru almost every map. Like he comes from that double Yoru situation. So now you have a guy on Martine who can just comfortably play Yoru, not be in that spotlight, not get blinded. It's not too hot. You're chilling kind of like Bahamas-ish on a windy day. Like the weather's good for him. There's no reason to choke. And then you got Bippo who can play that, consistent dive duelist, raise, waylay, whatever it is. Glyph, I think if you just go to like every other player, then you go to Glyph's page, Kurt, he just has games, bro. This guy has been like, when you leave your washer on, but like not on a cycle. Like he has been rinsed in Valorant. Like it's 400 games of like smokes and whatnot. It's crazy, man. Coming from like tier 2 NA, look at that shit. We are cooking on his all-timer page. I think this team is kind of a copy paste of like the power level of what Mates could have been at the start of the year. I don't think it's a downgrade. I think it's a different flavor. And I think you can expect the highest highs of players like Martine and Starzo to be able to consistently shine this time around with some of these other players coming in that are meant to take the pressure off of them. Like Bippo's the rookie now coming in as to like, will he, won't he, what's going on here? It's Glyph's responsibility to kind of be the more consistent, I'm alive, I'm controlling smokes for the team. Starzo gets a bit more of a chance to call without pressure. Martinez to play more without pressure. And they have an assistant coach they're used to. Paco's coming in from like an academy team as well. The only question mark I have for this team is that from all of Paco's comps as a coach, I haven't seen any Waylay. So like, again, I know I'm harping on Waylay a little bit this year, a bit more. I need to see some Waylay in the business. Martine can play Yoru. We can have Bippo diving in on Waylay. We have some experience with Bippo on Waylay. That'd be the only question mark, because the biggest thing with new teams is that you want players to be comfortable with what they're playing, but the coach as well has to be able to navigate some of these comps like they understand them, right? So if the coach doesn't know Waylay, the players know them, it's going to be a problem.
So based on what I'm hearing, based on what I've heard so far on this podcast, you want to rank him 11th then? Since you've glazed and left us with a question mark, right? They're bottom 2. I
can say like I don't think they're gonna have the same type of firepower and expectations as BBL and FUT from what we've seen in the offseason. I put them at like 9 because there's some pretty strong teams in the EMEA that have made like upgrades, which is crazy. And we could go up to 6 after we get some more teams up there. Like I think they stay in the middle of the pack. I think we don't see the Mates curse anymore. I think they take that off of their archetype or whatever. Like I think that's gone. I think they'll have other problems, but I don't think they'll have a problem winning if they're in the lead. Keeping Mini though too is really good too. So
yeah,
I think the problem with putting them around that level is like, who do you actually put underneath them? I think that's the big problem. Is like,
true.
Because
I mean, for now we can toss some respect. But
yeah, I was gonna be tempted to switch him with FUT, to be honest, and have him at like an 8th, 9th.
Dude, you guys are being too generous, I think.
You
Way too generous. This is an incredibly unproven team that maybe even has a firepower downgrade compared to last year with how good their roster was. I don't know. I think that this team should be like...
Yeah.
This team should be.
If you see these players, if you see some of these players play at their peak, at least if you're focusing on Martin, Mini, and Stark, so like that's a crazy strong team. Yeah, the coaching staff is good. This Kundi guy has been around since the beginning. I remember when I was on servers at 4 a.m. You go over to your friends, he'd be the only guy that was online. Wake up next day, he's still there. This guy's been grinding for like 5 years. I think he's a beast. So I don't know. I kind of think they're gonna do right.
Fair enough. If you both think that, yeah.
Yeah, 9 face.
Right, we'll leave
dude, 9 face feels safe as well because it's like
it's safe until you end up putting like you're gonna put Giants in 12th or something because we
come on now. Oi.
Okay, hold on. Let's not.
I'm just saying words.
Well, funny that you picked that team to put it in 12th since that's what we're going to be talking about next. It's going to be GIANTX. 0 changes. and obviously quite a strong finish last year. A very big resurgence would imply that they were there before, but really just a rise up to the occasion to wrap up 2025. I would say exceeding expectations, but now coming in with no changes amidst all the storm of roster changes. So, I mean, we talked about it on Pacific. No roster changes that good, but Sideshow, how do you feel?
They made significant roster changes halfway through last season. So I think you can give them a pass in terms of that, right? Because they didn't even get a full season of development with these guys. They got half a season, a third of a season. I guess it depends on how you actually break up the time. But, you know, including the offseason, they've had a decent chunk of time with these guys. A lot of promise being shown as well because they performed really well towards the end of last season, as you said. I don't think a roster change would have been justified, frankly, because I think what they had demonstrated was that they have a roster that's on the come up with a really good kind of identity of how they want to play and people growing into their roles. Like, Ara had some inconsistency, sure, but if you can refine that, you've got a really strong duelist there. Westside was very good on the Sentinel role. Cloud's calling got better and better, I would say, over the course of the season too. So I think it would have been a bit foolish almost to make roster changes hoping for more growth when your team was already growing. It's not like this team was like stagnant and we'd already seen the peaks. If anything, I think they should be hoping for maybe more than they got last year because they were a little bit late to the party with adding Ara and Flickless.
Sure. My only kind of counter to that is they have lost their two best maps from when we saw them. No Sunset and no Ascent. Point. That was like their main two. But I still kind of believe in the team. It looked good. Cloud's calling looks very comfy. I do think it's a big... As long as they start pracking early enough, it's a big buff having like an actual proper off-season as well. And actually like having a good amount of timeout. The chance of them getting burnt out is just so low, really. So, but yeah, that's my only worry is like map pool, a couple of unknowns, and they lost their two best maps.
I think they could be like a... new FUT seems a bit weird, but you know, like that kind of gatekeeper team where they, a bit like a gatekeeper team. Like I think they should be up towards the, I don't know, like fourth, fifth kind of area
for internationals, right? Like
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like Giants should be expected to go to at least one international this year and fight really heavily with other people as to whether or not you're like getting those spots.
Yeah, they're the team you got to beat if you want to make champs, basically.
Gotcha. So top four, solid top four.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, they finished second in stage 2, got top 8 at champions. Yeah, they were really strong finish. Like, and it looked pretty I think believable, right? It wasn't like a fluke run.
Yeah. I think third, fourth is fine now.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy peasy.
Gonna be the best team at Breeze. Breeze is gonna be their map.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh,
we're losing
just
like the
complete guess, of course.
No, I've seen in the timelines, man. We like they've lost the left side, right? They lost that left side entrance. Less for Cloud to think about. Aura's the truth. Breeze, weird ass map. He's weirdly inconsistent. The weird cancels out. We've all done division.
Of course. The weird on the top,
yes,
the weird on the bottom.
Yep.
On a real note, like Flickless, I think has a lot of shoes to fill inside EMEA and like a chance to fill those shoes more. I don't know if that's possible as a human to make your feet grow if the shoe's too big, but like the entire idea of like you have people like Rienz, you have people like Leo in the past, like the initiator role inside EMEA has given us some of the goats, and he has the same team now coming into this next year. A map pool change that kind of, prefers initiators a bit more as well when Breeze is coming back in with the amount of room we have to play. Like, I want this guy to stop having the tag of like just supporting Aura or Aura's duo and grow into like this is motherfucking Flickless's year and this guy's the truth. He has a chance this year, I feel like, to grow into that.
All right.
Cool.
And he was looking good at the end for sure as well.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, he was. He impressed me a lot.
All right, we'll see if the timeline comes through. Best team on Breeze. Mark the timestamp.
We're gonna go 0-5.
All right. Well, that's about the only kind of big quiet team, I guess, because we're continuing on with other teams that have still made quite a few changes. One of the teams actually I was quite interested in the offseason because they picked up someone from our portion of the globe. It's going to be Karmine Corp coming in. Yeah, so you get to an Aves stay, but they pick up DOS9 and then Shados and Levin. So if you've followed anywhere from Tier 1 through a little bit of Tier 2, super familiar names here. Individually proven values, obviously losing Martine, their IGL Sadak, and Pyro from the previous year.
Yeah,
what are we thinking?
I'd love to be on the Karmine Corp train again. I'd love to. I'd love to, bro. But I'm afraid that I think that they've picked up some good players, right? DOS9 in particular, I think, is a great pickup. And if you were going to lose Martin anyway, like if that was just a given, then adding Levin, did I shock you?
No, I was just checking. I guess
Chobra.
Well, no, because I just realized it was never actually confirmed. Although, I mean, at this point,
oh really?
Hopefully it is. But
yeah, I mean, basically,
if it isn't,
I'd
we have a
be
problem.
incredibly surprised. Yeah, if they didn't have a roster. But I think if you're going to lose Martin anyway, Martin's level of inconsistency, I think, is very similar to Levin's. To be honest with you, I think you're getting not in terms of the stuff that they play, but in terms of the performances that they give you. In terms of like, some days you're going to get an incredible performance from this guy, and some days you're going to get him lacking. I think that's what you got a bit from Levin and Martin. I feel fairly similar about this roster, except that maybe they won't troll as much with Sadak. But I still think their coaching staff is into the troll. I think they like the troll. I don't really believe that this roster, despite having, I think, some good, really good players on it, I don't think they're going to do too much.
See, I think I got more hope. I got more hope than I did last year, just because I think that giving full reins to Eng has been proven. Where I would like to think that the Harbor stuff was Sadak. I mean, the problem is they both like Harbor, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly who was.
That's what I'm saying. They lent into the troll.
Player. No, they do. You can't disagree with it. They do some mad stuff sometimes. But I think like when Eng was most successful, he was kind of telling Redgar how to IGL. This is Shados now IGL, right? I've heard. So hopefully they can kind of mold that in. They go back to their ways of a lot of set strats. I think it's going to work well. DOS9, I guess, takes smokes, and Sagetsu goes back to Sentinel. Which is good, and unless they're going to do like double, they could do double smokes. But I personally prefer that. I didn't. Sagetsu, the only reason he was getting stuff done was because of his aim, and it wasn't much of it. He was very, especially when he's playing an Astra, he was way too aggro for an Astra, just trying to take a lot of jewels. If he's actually going back into like Sentinel role or like Viper role, it works a lot better. I think this team should do better than well, I mean, last K-Corp was so crap that they will do better. I would imagine.
Yeah.
I don't think the trolling is going to happen.
It has to be where I just disagree. I just disagree.
Out of the system. Of what though? Like, what vibes do you guys have? Because like it's all vibes based. If the trolling's gonna start, stop.
No, I don't think it's just vibes based though. It's looking at the coaches too, right? It's looking at the coaches and what they've said in interviews and what they've talked about as being like strengths and ideas. And I think the coaching staff has come up with a lot of the ideas that Karmine Corp were using in the past. I know that Zeish has been extremely proud of some of the ideas that he's put together, like when he's done the like the Euro Astra combo stuff that they were doing in 2024, and then moving forward when they were looking at I think the niche. They are cool, right? Like some of the ideas that they're trying to cook are cool, but they're cool at the cost of not really working on the fundamental stuff that a lot of other teams are good at and building up a foundation of being an extremely solid team. I think they lean into cheese quite a lot, and then when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. And I think that's what we're going to see is like more. I think we're going to see more of the same.
It must have learned from last year, though. Come on, surely
they might just be locking in like. They could lock the hell in.
If I may, as also a fellow cheese lover, us cheese lovers don't change. We go deeper into the cheese. We say, oh, that cheese wasn't pungent enough. We have to let it sit a little bit more, ferment it just a bit longer so we can find the true cheese. So, honestly, you've sold me on 2026 Karmine Corp in that sense.
For the reasons that he thought they were going to be bad. Yeah, it's a little rough.
I think this is going to be one of the. I think this is going to be one of the squads though that is sitting outside of playoffs for me, and I think
outside.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Below FUT or outside of playoffs?
Well, below FUT. Yeah, I would have them below FUT. I mean,
wow, you're low on them.
But I mean, there are other teams that are going to be filling the 1, 3, 5, 6 spots. So it's like
This is a relativity thing. Like I don't have a choice. They just have to be pushed out type of deal.
I would say that I'm also don't have that much confidence in Karmine Corp and Gentlemates coming into this year. I'm not seeing the vision. Let's put it like that. Like I I think there's so many questions to me about how.
It's because there's a harbor wall in front of it. You can't see through the harbor wall. That's
Yeah,
why.
so it is.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's just blocking the vision.
I think Karmine Corp, it's easier to understand what they're going for with the roster, but
mates?
I don't understand what. Yes, easier to understand what Karmine Corp are going for with the roster. I would say so.
It's easier for mates, in my opinion.
I mean, they have defined roles,
Let's.
yeah.
We'll come back to that then. That sounds like a deeper discussion. But for now, our Shio and Sliggy, we're cool with just leaving them at 10.
I mean, we
coming
can
back.
try move them. I feel like I need to see everyone else. In
Yeah,
different
okay.
Positions to
Yeah,
kind
we
of
still
work
have a
it
lot
out.
of slots.
I love how Sacha's just gone full circle to K-Corp hater.
No, it's
biggest
not.
fan, and
They're not
like,
trolling
whoa.
though. They're not trolling. Like I'm not saying that this is like 2023 KC where they're going to be utterly dog shit and they're going to have no idea what they're doing. Like the roster construction makes sense here. It's just not blowing you away. You know, it just looks like a decent roster that they've put together. It's the coaching staff, if anything, that I've got more questions about whether they can play
That's
like
mad.
fundamentally good.
That
Valorant.
was-
When was the
you-
last time Eng played good Valorant, man?
Yeah, for sure. But like, if we're playing harbor every single map, like you're playing with a handicap anyway. Like it's just impossible.
That's their choice. They're the coaches.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, but you got to remember that 2024 for them to qualify, our main thing, like for Madrid, our main pro was the coaches. So to do a complete 180 on that is a little mad.
After
That's
2 years, though,
Sure.
beginning of 2024, well done, solid idea. Like guys did great
And you
throughout
were saying they have
2024.
nice
though,
stuff as well.
they
Sure,
do. They
sure.
do have nice ideas. It's but no one is just one thing, right? They're not just shit. They obviously very good at a range of stuff, but they also like this unusual style of Valorant.
Hold up. I figured it out. I've actually figured it out. Okay,
Oh,
so
gosh.
lots of harbor, right? On the side of KC, and loves harbor. He's in the business. Harbor, near beaches, breeze, got brought back in. A beach reference, KC in the business. Santiago has no beaches, but has easy access to popular coastal destinations like Vina del Mar, Valparaíso, Renasha, and Concon. Now,
So literally, it's not coastal.
What are
okay,
we
but
reading?
it's a
Literally not
position, It's a
coastal.
position to get coastal, right? Like he's in a position to put KC to the top to get to a place to get coastal. Eng's locking in KC top 5.
Right.
All right. Well, we'll come back
Let's
if they
move on.
climb all the way to top 5. Let's move on. We'll keep them on 10 for now. It's a good summary. Let's move on to the next team. Also a sizable change and personally kind of an exciting one since this is another team where we have a player moving to a coach position. We're going to be talking about NAVI. Angel now finally putting down the mouse and going to the coaching position as head coach for this roster. Ruxik, and Shower staying. Presumably Shao Gelling, and then Filu and Sociable going to be joining them. Ooh,
Yeah,
so-
I think
yeah.
Shao is IGLing.
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
is,
get
he
that
is.
confirmed, but yeah.
I'm
Right.
like 99%
Okay.
Upgrades.
upgrades.
Yeah,
Upgrades?
You would imagine. I mean,
From-
Happy's obviously good as a coach, so like a little bit less
Right.
like in terms of Angel. But if I think of one thing that Angel is really good at is decisive set strats from pre-barrier. He can teach a lot of that to Shao. He has a lot of firepower here, and a lot
Yeah.
of what I would imagine would be vocal players. I'm not entirely sure about Hero, but I do see him taking a lot of timing, and he might be able to help with the calling. My only question mark is Filu in terms of, I guess not. Like the rest of the team just seems a little better than him from what I've seen. That's
I'm a
basically where I'm
Filu
at. He's
believer.
he's like my main question mark. Hey, dude, I haven't seen enough to fully cement that in my head, but
Yeah.
from what I've seen, that's what I would say.
Yeah, I think on Koi, when he was put in positions to where like the round was based around him, especially on maps like Icebox, where like he has to make a big difference, like he had some really good impact. The thing was on Koi, sometimes they didn't know what they were doing, and then it looked like he was lost in the sauce completely. But if what you're saying, Sliggy, comes to fruition, where like, you know, Angel teaches Shao all this stuff about what we want to do pre-barrier, and then Shao's a good mid-rounder, and they put Filu in the right positions, I think he fills the slot just like Sociable would, where like he just plays that role really well, and they're a solid team. Yeah, this question
Right.
is, where are they in firepower, like comparatively to the rest of EMEA?
I think they're doing great.
I think they're pretty high.
Yeah, I think they're pretty high. It might be slightly less known names because Ruxik has only kind of burst on the scene as a big player at halfway through this year, I suppose.
But he was
And then-
massive.
But he
in
was huge, yeah.
2025.
Like if you weren't watching EMEA though, I could understand you not really being like, you know, Ruxik's the truth. But But Hero, I mean, people should be familiar with Hero from when he was playing with FNATIC, and he was also playing amazingly for NAVI this year too. So Sociable was also really, really good
Sociable's
for
good.
BBL.
Yeah.
Like, I rate this team. I think this team is one that we should be having in like the 5th, 6th area.
Yeah.
Oh,
Put him in 5th.
all right. I got excited. I thought you were going to put him in 3rd, but all right, 5th, 6th. It is then.
No, I mean, I think they actually could get first
could be.
if everything clicked.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll slot him
You
here
gotta
for
go
now.
safe sometimes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be a bit mad to put him over Giants at the moment.
So before we move on, so we're expecting Filu just to play pure like duelist then, like 100% duelist all the time then on
Think
this
so.
roster. Okay.
Oh, well, hold on. Is
Yeah.
it this team, or was it someone crazy where someone had swapped over the smokes? Am I going mad? No, maybe
No,
I'm going
I mean,
mad.
It'll
Maybe I'm
be
going
another
mad.
team, surely. They'll just keep Ruxic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
You
no,
would
no,
be-
hold on. No, there was something funky going on with this team, wasn't there? Where they had Ruxic playing duelist for some of the maps. Am I
Blender?
losing my goddamn mind? Somebody, yeah, was it not in Blender? It
I
was in
think-
Blender. Ruxic was playing Neon on some of the maps, and he did not look very good at it. And they put
Doesn't Blender
but that
have
was when
the
they were
whole,
playing
like,
double duelist.
rule thing though?
That was the
Yes,
thing,
actually,
yeah.
yeah, that was probably because of the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
you're
a
right.
Mickey
You're
Mouse.
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay. All right. So most likely Filu always playing duelist. Whoever else, who knows what's going on. But okay. So 5th for now. We'll come back to him, but high expectations for Navi. Big changes, firepower upgrades. Now let's talk about a household name, another household name for EMEA, Team Heretics. And I don't know how big of a change people consider this to be, right? It's one change, Mini Boo leaving, no longer the Boo brothers together, and Comeback joining the team. So I got to imagine just overall, I mean, that roster's been together for so long, and now even one player, could be a big change, losing your duelist, or changing your duelist, I guess I should say.
I think it's a bit of a surprising change as well. We talked about it at the time, but I mean, they're literally brothers, Boo and Mini Boo.
Yeah, that's why it's surprising, right? 'Cause they're related.
Well, but also the fact that I think it was stage 1. I get my timelines a bit mixed up, but I think it was like middle of stage 1 this year. Mini Boo looked like a top 3 player in the world. Like, he was actually unbelievably good.
he had a good stage. Yeah, it might have been that.
Yeah.
But he was flip-flopping
But it wasn't.
a little bit.
Yeah,
last
it wasn't. It wasn't
Yeah.
the whole year at all. It was like a smaller period of time over like a month, 2 months, maybe, where he looked incredible. And I think he does struggle with his mental a little bit. He tends to post stuff about being burned out or having mental struggles a little bit more. So maybe that was part of the reason why. I think Comeback should be good for this team, but one of the things I really liked about Mini Boo was he would send it to let the rest of the team clean up.
Yeah.
And I worry slightly. I'm not saying that this is Comeback style at all, but like, if you put an Aspas level duelist on this team, the system would be so weird, because that's not how Heretics want to run their team at all. So I think Comeback will be forced to kind of send it a bit to let, you just want great people like Woot and Rians to be cleaning up in the back.
It's going to be a lot on the coaches kind of work out where they want to put him, because you need, well, in theory, you need someone to send it in. That's kind of how they've been running at this point. But then you look at Comeback when he was actually playing his best, which is obviously Ascension. He was just opping, outlawing. That was pretty much it. Like one trick scope user. So it's definitely on paper. On paper, it's a weird one, to be honest, and it's going to be a lot on the coaching stuff. But I think the coaching stuff's decent. But they got to find like a perfect middle ground with this guy, and it can be super flexible. So it's just whether or not they can get him to, like what you're saying, to just fearlessly send it in, which I think should be fine. But again, I don't think that's the role that he excels at. In my opinion, this guy pops off with an op. So it might be a lot more contacty, maybe.
I'm a huge Heretics beat. Go on, Trevor.
Oh, I mean, they had him, trying out the chamber wherever they could, and the one off-season opportunity they had with 10. So it looks like they might try to balance that wherever they can. Woot obviously picking up some of that duelist position.
I'm a huge Heretics believer, right? But I think the biggest issue is not anything to do with Comeback. I think the biggest issue is whether Heretics can take their like phenomenal group stage play and apply that to games that matter. Playoffs,
Sure.
apply it to tournaments when they actually go there internationally. Like, this team is one of the best teams in EMEA in the world on a regular basis. Like the majority of the year when they just play day in, day out, they're very, very, very good. And then it gets to the games that actually are like important for how you're rated overall, whether you make it deep in places, and they sometimes fail to translate it. I mean, sometimes spectacularly fail to translate it as well. So that's my big concern. I don't know what the issue is, though. So it's hard to tell from the outside what they would need to fix.
Want to also add in, I don't know how much you should weigh this in terms of ranking them for the year, because obviously it's a lot of time, but I wasn't aware of this, but during 10, Mama Benji Fishy had confirmed that Comeback like just doesn't speak English, and that was part of the agreement that he has to learn.
He's doing English lessons,
yeah. So when they were at 10 Global Invitational, he was basically not able to come at all, because that was very, very early on in the off season. So, you know, obviously that's something to weigh, at least for the beginning part of the year, maybe, right? Because it's not always super easy.
I mean, that wasn't that long ago. That was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So if he wasn't coming very much at all, then he better be a fucking polyglot or something. Like, he actually better be incredible at picking up languages.
You get it fast, so when you're like around it non-stop and you're in a team, or at least like the team stuff. We've seen it before Clickwell. This team should be really good with double duelist, and just let Woot Parma duelist as well. They got options, man. It'd be interesting to see. This is like one of those teams where it's like, I'm interested to see what route they go, because they got really good pieces, but it's like, how do you want to play these guys? And they have like, honestly, all the options should work out pretty well. It's just like which one they stick with.
We looked at the paper a lot, and Josh, I think, was the only one to look at the desk a little bit, which was the fact that this is one of the only teams out of the two in the EMEA that had the curse, that like second place type of curse. Thing is, when you bring in a mates player, what curse are you choosing? The second place curse or the can't finish game curse?
They're both bad. They're both bad, bro.
They're both bad. They're both bad. Yeah.
Those are both horrendous curses.
It's something to think about, though. We see the paper and the desk, on paper and the desk.
So where do they land?
I'd love to put them in the number 3 spot here. I think it's
so they can't close out second place. Is that what happens now? You can't close out second place.
Oh, but I think actually, even putting them in the 3rd place slot is actually still being generous to them, I think, based on what they did in 2025. Like, I think putting them 3rd is saying that we know how good they are based on what they've done in 2024, based on what they've done in off-season events, that kind of stuff. And what they did in VCT 2025, I don't think justifies putting them in 3rd, but I'm a Heretics believer, so I would put them there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on then. Yeah, I think we're gonna have some movement anyway. So
yeah,
we'll
at least have some discussions. Yeah.
All right. Not too many teams left, but moving on. Another obviously longtime household name, and quite a, I would say, sensational one in 2025. Team Liquid, but now with another round of changes. So Nat Sting, of course, as the leader, Kamo Sting. But now you got Miniboo, leaves Heretics, joins Team Liquid. And then Wayne also coming in over from Pacific, and then Purpo. So they've lost Kiko, Trex, and Patatech. What do we think? Are these upgrades, side grades, or downgrades? Where are we slotting them?
Weird grades. Go ahead, Slinky. If you have something to say.
Weird grades. I would say slight downgrades, just purely because, well, there's like an argument for each one. Kiko for Wayne is obviously a downgrade with how good Kiko's playing. I'm not saying the Wayne is like a bad player or anything. He's probably the best Pacific tier 2 smoker you could pick up. Him and Mindfreak are probably like the way up, with more potential probably being on Wayne's side. And then I don't know, man. Trex had such a bad year that it's like I don't even know where to place him. But then if you're thinking about his replacement being Parpo, this is the guy who has been dominating scrims since like when I was coaching 4 years ago. Like, actually just like, oh, this guy's gonna be the next up and comer. And then you put him into a team and he just falls short. He doesn't look very good. So I don't know if it's like a mental thing. I don't know if it's like a comp thing, an agent thing, but I'm telling you that when we used to play this guy in Prac, and it's still from what I'm hearing people say that he's just incredible in Prac, and then in officials he falls short. So like my big worry. And then Miniboo's a good upgrade, but then it's also like, does he go duelist in camo is double duelist or goes initiator. So they got some decisions to make, and then same thing with Purple. They're a little bit similar. Do you go initiator? Do you go duelist with them?
Did they not say that Camo's playing smokes? Maybe that was
What?
not. Maybe that was just a rumor.
Wayne would be smokes, and he would be initiator. Surely hasn't Wayne only played smokes?
The thing
Well,
with
he plays
Wayne, though, is that
Yoru
he's
as
like-
well.
He's like
Oh,
Kiko
really?
He's an
Jr., where
incredibly
like
good
he's the smoke player who can flex on as a duelist depending on the map. But like he does not have room to do that if you have Purple and Wayne on the team as well, or not Wayne, Purple and Miniboo on the team as well. And then Purple and Miniboo are also known for like Neon. Like both of them play a lot of Neon. So it's like if you do lock in a flex situation, who goes to Neon? Who's picking up Yoru? Who's picking up Waylay? Like I just feel like we have a lot of the same type and almost 4 duelists on this team. It's, I mean, unless we're doing like a Paper X thing every
Yeah,
map,
play triple
like
duelist.
yeah. Well,
I mean, they
what's
could do
going
5
on?
duelists. Nats can play the Waylay, right?
True.
And then you can
Yeah,
have
that's
Wayne on the Yoru. But isn't Kamo the one that at the beginning of the offseason when we heard that they were making roster changes that we had talked about, like, oh, supposedly he's just grinding Sova in ranked? Isn't he the guy that was playing duelist?
I mean, that might be right.
Yeah, so presumably maybe that makes him the main initiator. Still weird. Still lots of choices, I guess.
Just
But
based
they
off the
got to
map
do it with
pool,
someone
yeah.
though. Yeah.
I just don't know like if it's a good idea to have this much like flex on a team, like or like overlap, and then everybody has to play different things, and then suddenly on a different map, and now we're playing different things. Different things is cool. When you have to go different, where like you're playing Waylay one match or like Neon, and then like you're on Breach or something, it's like what are we doing? You know, like that's my only thing. I can't see, as Josh said, I can't see the vision with this team.
What
Nats
about-
Well,
do,
yeah,
though.
yeah. The thing is that, yeah, they've got Nats. So I can't see the vision, but I couldn't see the vision really last year either, to be honest with you. And then it ended up working superbly. You did see the vision, Shio, last year,
Yeah.
but I couldn't peer through the matrix and piece together what Nats was doing. But I'm inclined to give the guy credit this year. I know that this is more of a scramble, I think. Would I say that? Compared to last year? No, I think it is. I think this is more of a scramble because they had internal problems that caused the pieces to split apart for Liquid, and you know, Kiko, Trex, and Patty all leaving. I think it has got to put the org at more of a scramble to put things together and more pressure on Nats. But like he really did a phenomenal job last year. Maybe he'll do a slightly worse job, or like even a significantly worse job, but still do well.
You have to see where they are, like in terms of their setting, right? The format of like kickoff, like the triple elim, I think really plays in Liquid's favor of like how they start kickoffs,
play
like
more
Nats'
games.
style. Yeah, play more games. Like you might lose the first 2, but like Nats learns, man. Like he'll never make the same mistake thrice. You know what I mean? And like, I mean, it's triple. If it was quad elim, they're going straight to the moon. Like I think that's a really good chance for this team to, at least if they're in the lower bracket, be like a strong force there. I don't even think they fall that far though, potentially, based on like if everybody does slot in well. Because I think on all these players, besides Nats, Wayne being like just the same archetype as Kiko, and Nats maybe having to depend on someone just like that to be able to have that weight carried in terms of fragging, in terms of agent pool. It's cool. It's just, is everyone else in the slot in well? I think Miniboo's maybe the biggest question, because like you're getting him based off his pedigree from Heretics, right? Like with how good he was. You put him on something else, you're kind of doshing all that experience away.
He
and
did
needs
play
to start over.
He played some KO and he played some Omen for Heretics when they played these like no duelist comps on Icebox, but it's not a lot. Like he is mostly just a straight up duelist player.
He'd have to swap his whole role to that then, right? That's the thing. Like if he can stay on it for a game or two in a split, cool. But like identity wise, you're talking about mental struggles already. Can he live with the fact that he's playing these roles? If one game goes bad in a tournament, what happens to Miniboo? Like lots of questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of questions.
I think just as we're about to place him temporarily, along with Nats, you got to consider the coaching staff as well, right? Very, very proven and successful. So leadership is there to at least shore up the floor. Where is that? Let's just fill in the empty slots for now. I assume they're not 11-12. So are they 1 or 6?
Yeah, I think it's a 6th.
Yeah.
6?
I agree.
For
They
now?
still have the main core of Nats and the coaches, like you said. That's the core for me. Because if I look at this team, that IGLing's good, the snowball mechanics are good on this team. Pistol's always good. Third round or eco is always good. They normally have like pretty good starts, and it's kind of that's enough to get you middle of the table, even if you've had a downgrade of the team. And dude, it's so hard to place this team.
Yeah,
because it's
they're
like
a
we should do the same as what we did last year, but we're all like, well, we can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually just raw faith. It's religious
yeah, no,
belief.
it
in it.
is. It is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go wrap up the rest of them, and we'll see how we change things. I think with the remaining slots, I think we know how we're going to go for the remaining teams. But let's start with Team Vitality. Bit of a turbulent year for Vitality. Started off with a super team narrative in 2025. Wasn't able to really deliver
Right.
outside of kickoff, and I would say worse than that afterwards. But now they're coming in with I would say quite a fresh look. Durka, of course, staying, and then Sayonara being picked up. We do have to note, not going to be able to play for kickoff, but we're looking at the whole year. And then Profek, Yampi, Chronicle, and then coaching change as well. Pal coming in for Vitality. That means if you're just kind of under the radar a little bit, Les, Kovac, Kicks, Unfake, and Coach Faded are no longer with Vitality.
I think
Yeah.
Scott was also with Pal, like in BBL for like I think the start of the year, as like when Pal was an analyst and he was a
Yes.
assistant
Right.
coach.
Yeah,
So like
that's right.
they got the system, man. The system is firmware updated.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the system, you really it's a massive improvement compared to last year, isn't it? In terms of like coach, IGL, the structure of the team, like how it's built, way better than last year. But it does come with this. Like, I still don't know who's even going to be playing instead of Sayonara to begin the
I
year.
know. It's Demon 1.
It's not
Yeah,
Demon 1, bro.
Demon
It's
It's
not
Demon 1,
One.
man.
It's not
The
Demon
emergency
1.
sub Demon 1.
It's Zest, I heard. Bren got after Bren's big presentation. Zest is coming into play.
Okay,
I
but
don't even
let's
think you
say-
need a
yeah.
fragger though. You just get like a proven name that's fine. You get like a hoodie or something.
I don't understand why they didn't try to keep Kicks, but whatever.
Yeah, Kicks
enough.
would have actually been good. Yeah,
Would have been perfect, but they don't
but
have him on the roster.
they maybe didn't want to mess him over. Like
Yeah,
mess him up.
possibly.
Yeah.
And he still didn't end up on the team, so unlucky.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, I think
let's
this
say
year.
let's say they do terribly in kickoff, but let's say it's like, okay, whatever. We're just looking forward to stage 1 and stage 2 with Sayonara. Where do you rate them then, if you don't consider kickoff?
I think the floor should be a lot better than the previous year.
Oh yeah.
But the ceiling is still tough to say because on paper, last year's roster, I think, looked like it had a higher ceiling because you've got such like huge names that have been utterly dominant in the past. I mean, Les is the big one, right? But also Safe. The thing is that Safe wasn't playing Duelist, so I don't think you're ever really going to get that like absolutely dominant level performance coming out from him. But on paper, that roster was nuts. The problem is, on paper means absolutely nothing. And this one's built better. I think the story of this year is, can they avoid the super team curse of like completely flopping? And I think they should be fine in that department. I think the floor should be solid. I think it's more, my question is whether they can hit the ceiling of what this team should be able to do. And I think there you're really relying on Sayonara in particular actually being as good as he's supposed to be. Because Dirk and Kron are going to be phenomenal. Profek's been very solid. Yampi's actually been really solid too. I think Sayonara's the like, everyone's expecting him to be great because he has had so many eyeballs on him for a year and a half, 2 years. I can't even remember, like a
probably.
long time. And if he flops, I think it will make a big difference to this team. I don't think he will, though. I think he'll be good. And I think the team will succeed. But fuck me if I didn't say that last year.
No, yeah, but this
No.
this feels more secure than last year. Last year, I'm pretty sure I even said if they lose a pistol, I could see this team just completely melting. And actually, I'm not sure in kickoff. I mean, they probably lost a pistol somewhere, but they didn't actually melt into a lot later on. I can see this team sticking together for being able to overcome some of that stuff if it is a bad start, which it honestly might be if they got to stand in for Sayonara. So I don't know. I think I got a lot of faith. I got a lot of faith. It's a strong team on paper, and I always like hyping up these teams and adding the pressure, especially to Yampi. So that's fun for me. I'm more than happy to put him in the number one spot for this one.
I mean,
performs.
no objections, right? In terms of the remaining slots, at least for now, like they're not a bottom
Well,
squad.
yeah, they're not
I mean,
11 or 12. Based
yeah,
on what
they're
they
not down there.
No, think about it. If you put them at 11, it's like giving them one twice. You know, they're like first place twice.
Yeah,
two
okay,
ones.
all right, we're
Yeah, okay.
moving on
So-
to the last two
Yeah, okay.
teams. All right, well, we'll see if they remain on first, but high expectations, see if they deliver. Now moving on, that does leave us with the two Ascension squads. The first one we'll talk about is ULF Esports. Now, I'm going to be honest, I have zero idea what to talk about with these two teams, so you guys are going to have to lead me through. But ULF Esports comes in, looks like a couple changes, and they also have multiple players actually not able to start the year. So that's going to be a bit of a turbulent start as well. It probably impacts the full year when you're coming in from Ascension.
It definitely does. ULF have been ULF have been together for a while, and they are really strong too. We didn't get to see them play against BBL Pacific, so it's a little bit like in the Pacific region, where the two Ascension teams we didn't get to see actually clash against each other, so they could both claim to be the best. But the EMEA format was also even weirder in that there was no lower bracket, so both teams went undefeated, and so they could both claim to be the best Ascension team. But obviously, this team's in a worse position because they have two underage players. But man, some of these players are fucking cracked on ULF. Like, the actual fragging is really nasty from some of them.
Yeah. Sop plays a lot of Yoru, and his stand-in is Deemer. And Deemer plays a lot more Raze. He does play Yoru when there's like double duelist stuff going on, so that'll be in the business. And he's not played on like just Turkish teams in the past. Like, I think he's played with Waddle, who I think ULF beat in the very end. He was on Dynasty on their Ascension Rise. So the only thing I see with Demer is like, if he plays Raze and Favian also is like that Raze player, like who do they put on the role if they choose it to be him, and they're maybe making Favian fill in more and he plays better? What does that say for some of the players coming back? Like, you know, if this team with these stand-ins plays really well and then the real players come in and then they play worse, that might be like a storyline / a problem. And then Stern, who's standing in for Echo. Echo's like a almost Cypher-esque West Side one trick. But Stern has a little bit more of like a plethora of agents to be able to play. Recently played KJ. There's some Vi's in the mix as well. And so if Stern can play these other agents, they have the options, or they have the options in kickoff with Stern to play like Vi's a bit more to stop like the dive coming in. And then Echo comes back and he only plays Cypher. There's a problem. Stern also is really good at taking over maps completely. Like, if you look at some of the recent stuff that when he's winning, dude, like 55 kills in a BO3, like he's just popping off. It's looking really good. The issue is he's had a little bit of a loss streak, like when it comes to officials recently. So like coming in might be a bit cold. Yeah. But the biggest thing though that you guys have alluded to is that this team has played together for so long, playing with stand-ins. Will that shake their core once the people come back? How will things look after the fact? It's a big change, especially for younger players when you play with new players, like in an official system. Yeah,
very confident players as well. Like when you speak to the ULF guys, it's a little bit like the BBL Pacific players, where they're like, they are big on themselves. They think they're great. They think that. I fear a little bit that I don't think it's going to be like 2G completely in Americas, where they're coming in and they're shaky and they're horrid and that kind of stuff. But I do think that they're likely to lose early on because they're playing with two stand-ins, and that could shake this ironclad confidence that they have in themselves and their team, and they might want to. It's a long fucking way before these players are available, man. One is available for Master Santiago, the other is like after Master Santiago. There's a month difference between the two. I think that's really difficult to deal with mentally.
I want to challenge you on
something. It's easy to be in the moment.
Because like you say that about these guys, but you don't say the same thing about Envy, who are kind of in the exact same spot. Like, people are not as low on a team like Envy that's getting two stand-ins, maybe all the way till the half side of the year. They're still confident on the 3 core. Why is this team a problem? Because they kind of play in the same way, and they're not losing Kane from what I know. Like, I know Sop's insane, but some of the other players are still heavy on the firepower. They're in the business.
They are still really good in the firepower. I think Sop and Echo, by the way, are really, really strong players.
Yeah,
so you are still losing incredibly good players. But yeah, the other people on the squad are good. I think one of the differences though is that you're thinking about them as stand-ins. Like to the rest of the people on ULF, these are stand-ins that you're playing with. And so if you're doing stuff like you're playing Vice at kickoff instead of playing Cypher, but you know that when Echo's back, we're going to be playing a ton of Cypher comps. Everything's temporary. Like it's not
like.
It's not the same for Envy, bro. Those
playing
motherfuckers
the
are not.
whole year.
They are not playing with Kane later on this year. They're just playing with the same 5 all year, man. They're playing with the same 5 all year. They're playing with Rossi. They're playing with Kesnit all year. That's just the team.
I
think there's a big mental difference.
I don't know.
Why? What are you saying?
They bring the players back. They bring the OG roster back.
Ion's underage anyway. He couldn't. He's 12
16.
years old.
Yeah,
16 years old.
one of them can't even.
Ion literally
really.
No. As far as they've said, everything they've said is that Kane is not coming back in halfway through the year. But also, I think he turns 18 like so late in the year, it would just be a bit daft to do that anyway.
If they have nothing to lose, they might. But yeah. I do
Sure.
think it's different. I also just think that I'm gonna flame EMEA a little bit here. I think that the tier 2 and EMEA firepower isn't like as strong. I don't think the Americas is the best example, but if I do it straight to Pacific, I think Pacific has much better firepower in tier 2. So I feel like when I'm watching these Turkish teams run over these teams, I'm less convinced if I'm comparing them to like a SLT, now VARRELL, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm not,
Also wanna have
I'm not
Sad.
like as confident, basically.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna go through both teams before we shuffle the power rankings because there's only 2 slots left anyway.
Okay.
But before we move on, the big question is I mean, is this a type of team where you're like, okay, but I still want to pump them with a little bit of hype, or maybe they'll do well, but they're probably somewhere bottom 2 to bottom 4 type B.
If they were playing with their full team, I'd pump them with a bit of hype.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
So later in the year, you're expecting a
Yeah.
little bit of hype. Okay.
As long as
All
they
right.
can mentally survive until then.
Okay.
Oh, no, but that's real because 2G didn't. Did they?
Yeah,
2G
yeah.
absolutely fucking
No,
killed.
it's
By
true.
the time Spike came
True.
back to work,
Yeah.
he's like opening the door and everything's on fire, and he's like, "What the fuck did you do while I was away?" You know, like that's what they've got to do is not set things on
True.
fire before Sop and Echo get back.
Yeah, we did see that. All right, that's fair. Last team, and if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I am, but we don't actually have any confirmation on this roster, correct? With Pacific,
We
because
do.
the former Pacific roster is all the way over on BBL.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
so now they have
Ye-
just a brand new team.
Oh yeah.
Chubber
yeah.
means it hasn't been like announced by the
Officially,
organization.
No, yeah, officially.
Yes. Yeah, not
Yeah.
officially, but,
But
we're gonna
true,
assume
true,
that this
true,
is.
true.
Yeah.
We're pretty confident
So-
that this is the roster.
As you can see, for those watching on screen and for those listening, it's going to be Cupert, Ninja, 7, Alorante, CNED, and then Leader as the head coach.
Yeah, it's
A diverse group.
It is, and it's a fun team. I mean, you got 7 as an import, which is really unusual. Was it Ardis, the last America's import into EMEA?
I mean, Kiko now, but
No, but I mean the other way around. Where
Oh,
they
the other way
pull
around, okay,
Yeah,
so-
pull
so-
somebody
so.
from America's into
Wasn't it Crashes?
EMEA. Oh, Crashes, of course. I
Oh
forgot
yeah,
about
Crashes.
Yeah, thank you. So anyway,
Floor.
I think it's just really cool anyway to have 7 join Pacific. I enjoyed watching 7. He's been around for a long time as well, but did pretty well in the most recent Ascension run too. I think Cupid's been a player that's fun to follow. He's been an assistant coach. He's been a player in tier 2. He's IGLing a squad. They've picked up a core from Team Liquid Academy who have been doing well. Like they've been doing pretty well.
Yeah.
But I still think they're going to be towards the bottom.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I don't think they're expected to do anything else.
Yeah.
I view them as an upset team, and I think they will get upsets because this roster's good enough, and Cupid is like smart enough to do stuff that'll win maps. Like he'll play stuff that isn't normal, and that will normally just at least first time win you some maps.
the one question too would be like CNED, like what is he going to be playing? What's the situation? I was talking to Deluxe, who's like the assistant coach from Team Liquid Academy. Apparently, CNED on Waylay dropping 30 bombs like back to back in scrims. And like thing is though, it's on
Really?
Sunset.
I could believe that.
Yeah, it's on Sunset, which is like kind of been sunset, unfortunately. But like you look at a map like Breeze, definitely still possible, and somewhere where he grew up. Like you're going back to your hood, like
He was good at
Toyota,
this
come
map,
back in a
yeah.
Lambo. Like it's crazy. It's setting up for him. It's crazy to see too that like Ninja's streaming so much Arc Raiders, but he's tapping in to play like VCT
I know, it's so
afterwards
nice.
as well.
It's so
You know?
nice that he's come back to the game that made him, really, hasn't he?
Yeah. What was the team called? I forget.
Time in, time
in?
out.
Hell yeah.
It was called like time in or
Oh.
time out or something. Ninja's team back in the day in Valorant. Yeah,
That is a throwback. So I mean, okay, it sounds fun team to follow, fun team to watch. Probably have a couple impact matches, and that's about the expectation. So your
Yeah, I mean-
typical Ascension expectation of like, they'll
not
punch a
not
couple
even
teams.
typical, man. I don't think. I think
Okay.
this is like they had to scrap together a roster at last minute. They've pulled together a core that should be kind of competent, but they're going up against stiff competition. I think it's more like Apex of last year. I think.
But if you like cheese,
Okay.
Chober, you said you're a fromage.
Yeah.
it should be cheese
Expert. Like this could be the.
Ooh, trying to get me to watch EMEA. I see what you're doing. All right. All right. Well, okay. So now that we have all 12 teams, at what's most egregious out of here? Let's start shuffling a little bit. Make your arguments.
What's the most outrageous here? K-Corp in 10th for me.
A Corp in 10th for Sliggy. Any? Well,
I mean, I think that Pacific should be considered the lowest. I mean, maybe you can make an argument that Ulf with standings, but I would still consider Pacific to be the
I mean, for the
12th.
whole year though.
I would do Ulf with
Huh?
I would do Ulf with stand-ins is worse than Pacific the whole year. Ulf can only
Really?
get lower. Pacific are starting at the barrel, and they can only see the top.
Okay, I mean, I could be persuaded that that's the case, but I think Ulf will be better than. I could be persuaded.
Would you be persuaded?
Why are you so down on or up on KC?
I'm up. Oh,
it's a nice roster, a lot of firepower, and I think the thing that you think is their like worst point is one of their better points. I think their coaching staff's
no.
good.
I agree.
Slicky,
Take out Harbor.
Please.
These guys know what they're doing. It's just the fact, legit. If you actually take out Harbor from all of their stuff, they're actually a good team. It's just the fact they're just obsessed with this guy who's shit.
it's the last year. They might let it go.
For a year
Slicky,
and a
how
half.
high would you put KC? Like the highest you could put
Oh
them.
no,
right now?
I'm not arguing for much. Maybe a couple of spots.
How many?
Like a
Like
eight?
up to 7 or 8?
I would personally. I would 7. Would there be
6?
BBL?
Even?
Nah, I would say a 7.
Can I sell you on 6?
You can't sell me on 6. Well, maybe you could sell me on 6. No, I'll go with
Ooh.
7. A safe 7.
Safe 7.
Now,
Okay.
my take would be that I think FUT look better than, I think FUT into the 6th position would be
Oh,
more
Jesus
palatable
Christ.
for me
Whoa, that's
than
a
FUT in the
big
9th.
What?
Wait, okay,
Is-
but I think
is
what you
that
need to consider
really
is who are you
nuts?
pushing out? Who are you pushing out, though? I guess that's the big question because we just moved 2 teams up the same amount, but are we pushing out BBL and Team Liquid down to 9th and 10th? Because that
Yeah,
sounds
but-
a little crazy.
but- Well, I would be pushing General Mates and potentially KC further down because I'm lower on those. But I think to me, FUT have addressed some of the key problems that were holding them back. And I think they should start to go back up towards where they were at in previous. I mean, even this year, man, they weren't that bad. In 4th in kickoff, 5th, 6th in stage 1, 9th, 10th, they dropped off in stage 2 after they made those roster moves and got rid of their coach. I mean,
Do
if
they
they
have a
just went
flavor,
back
man?
to where they were,
Yeah, I get what you're saying. With Gaius.
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
even 6th would be worse than they were previously doing at the beginning of last year or 2024. So I favor
may.
the known, which is FUT. I think.
How much of their when they were reliable, how much of that was also reliant on the average firepower of the team, though? Because
Yeah,
now
I mean,
in
they did have good
relativity, a
firepower.
lot of teams have also upgraded, right? So
Yeah, it's true. They were able to outshoot a lot of people, which maybe they won't be able to
Like
do
the
as
lower
much
teams.
anymore.
They
Yeah,
have pretty good structure, in my opinion.
but yeah, they had good structure and they always had like interesting reads on what they were going to do
True.
from Gaius and Mr. Fallen.
So, okay, I think the biggest question then is who's I guess it's the same for every region. Who's the bottom 3? Like who's actually getting pushed down, right? Because
Who's,
there's arguments for 6th through 8th.
Well, both Mates and what's it called? All right, I guess BBL would have to be the 10. Like it's an Ascension team coming in. You have like
Whoa.
I know that BBL can be good. Do you know what I mean? Because I've seen them
Yeah.
play in. I've seen them dominate tier 2 for 2 years now with different people. You know, come back or Lovers Rock or whoever it is. Whereas I have not seen
Mates roster do
I have
well?
not seen Liquid. I haven't seen Mates. I mean, I guess we've seen.
You've seen Liquid a little bit. Like you've been in the business. of
mean,
watching
I haven't
Liquid.
seen. I think I've seen Liquid the least, haven't I? At least I've seen an off-season performance from Casey and Jen or Mates. Did we watch Liquid play at all? Have Liquid
No.
played like at all? No, they haven't
No.
played at all. Like this is pure religious faith in Nats.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think he's earned it from last year. So.
He's earned something, yeah.
Dude, they got to be
Oh,
above
okay,
FUT, man.
who's
They got to
10?
be above
Who's
FUT.
10?
Really? You
Question
think
is-
Liquid are
Yeah.
above FUT?
Yeah, who's 10
I
though?
think-
Okay. Out of forget the relativity for 6th through 8th. Who's 10? Who's just
Who's
like not
10th?
in the conversation for playoffs? Let's put it that way. Who do you think is just not reliably making playoffs? And if they make playoffs like once, maybe twice, top 8 once, maybe twice, you're like, wow, successful year. Like, which team are we looking at that way? I know
I
that
think
sounds bad.
Mates for
but-
me.
Mates for you?
Yeah,
I would say
okay.
for me.
Chayo?
But I think it's very tough. I don't really know 6 through 10.
Well,
I think
Mates
BBL's
for
a
one of
raging
them.
bull. Like I think these guys
BBL?
are such good shooters, but they can get out macroed like crazy. Personally,
All right, Slingy.
Yeah, I don't even know where I'd go with these two. I guess for safety mates because it's more of an unknown, but I don't feel great doing it.
Ooh.
Because they're like one of the. I think they would.
Hey, does
I
anyone
think they would beat FUT.
does anyone think
Mates
Foot?
are gonna answer.
Foot
Okay,
should
but mates at
be-
10. Mates at 10. Mates at 10.
Okay, mates at 10. Let's
Thoughts?
go. Let's go with that for now. We can make last minute changes. Let's go with that so we can move on.
Yeah.
Mates at 10. So then BBL at 9 for now.
Yep. And then you
We're-
move Foot and KC over 1 and put TL at 6.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh, big faith.
Okay, I do think
Story's
this is
not
like
over.
pure fucking faith. But
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
But-
All right.
It's not over though. Flip. Navi and Giants.
no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Ah.
Okay, now I like
that's what
it.
you-
Yeah.
a little spice. Yeah.
I mean, I could see it happening. I just think it's
I could-
unreasonable for us to predict it right now.
Yeah.
No,
so
I
do
think McQueen is already fading. I don't think Giants is in the top 4. I think Giants falls to 5 with Navi's change. Navi's looking strong. Ruxick was like probably one of the best players, if not maybe the second, third best player.
Man, they got a brand new IGL.
100%. I love newness. Don't you love the brand new car smell?
They did play
Actually,
in the
no.
off season. They played in the off season. The Giants won 2-0, but the last map was like a double OT, triple OT.
Well,
something
Giants,
like that.
it's like you said yourself, they're losing their maps.
No, they are. I agree. I agree.
You're
They're
the
losing
best
their maps.
boxer in the
And
world.
like,
Let me cover your eyes, and then like my sister could beat you in a boxing match. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, no.
I don't think
sure.
that's
Okay,
true, by
but-
the way. I genuinely don't think
With
that's
a gun.
true.
Let me finish. With a gun.
Oh, with a gun, yeah, with
Okay,
a gun. Yeah.
Okay, but this is you're talking though about the hype for Navi, right? Like Shio, you're trying to sell the hype on. I think they can peak and be a solid top 4 team. Not,
Dude,
I think they're.
no,
safely
it's like
a top
listen,
4
they
team.
already had like they had a speedboat. The issue is someone put a fucking Disney cruise weight anchor on the speedboat, so they didn't get to go fast.
You're
That
calling
anchor-
Angel. You're calling
Yes,
Angel
what?
I mean, that's
In-game,
slander
in-
against my king.
That is slander.
I apologize. And listen, but he's still there now, but the boat has changed, right? The boat is bigger, still the same speed. Now that anchor is in a different
He's
spot.
still the
It's
anchor.
working well. It's working well now, though. Like he's in the coach slot where
He
he
actually
needs to
doubled
be.
down. It's
You
crazy.
get,
I know.
You get sociable in there. Fucking no sight is. He might even switch his name to Nats because there's not going to be access. All right, there might be a second Nats. What happened, by the way, was Defo was joining a team that had Nats with a Z, and it's like, oh shit, I thought that was the other guy. Why am I on this team?
Yeah,
Anyways,
it's like
random
boom,
joke.
right?
Filu's coming in, freed, his wings able to fly. He was in a cage the whole time. Now he's flapping Filu. That's what we call him. In Canada.
Okay.
I
Mate,
think
we
just
we
don't let
can't-
him 1v3.
Yeah. We
No,
can't put Giants in 5th.
We
Surely
can't- we
it's
can do what- we can
disrespectful.
put
I'm buying.
I mean, we can.
I'm
agree,
somewhat
but-
buying what you're saying. I think that it's very possible that this
Wow.
could be a good take, but it's an unjustified take at the moment.
Why is it unjustified?
Hold
though?
on,
I don't
hold on.
understand.
Because Navi and Giants both started getting good at the same time last year
And one
during
of them
stage
lost
2.
their maps, their crutches, and they still have broken legs.
They're fucking crutches.
Still
What the
have their
hell are you talking about?
inconsistencies, bro.
They just
No,
beat them
they-
in an
they-
off-season tournament on Abyss and Bind. Both of those are still in the pool.
You
They
stop
just
looking
2-0'd
at
them
off
on Abyss and
seasons,
Bind.
mate. Come on.
In
What do you mean,
off-season,
don't look
though.
at off
We're better. We're
It's
better
an
than looking at
off-season
off.
term.
You
Look
don't
at
know
the
how
run.
good these teams are going to be on Breeze.
Okay.
Season.
All right, gentlemen. All right,
We've learned.
gentlemen. Calm down. Calm down. All right. Let's
Can I-
let's leave those two there. Top 3. Do we need changes in top 3?
Yes, we do. Flip, Vitality, and FNATIC. Vitality are an A+ team. They're not an S tier team. If you're looking at perfection and perfection loses in the offseason, even though the offseason doesn't matter, they should be sleeping and getting at least grand finals in Blender. And they were
Okay.
sleeping and they didn't. So FNATIC,
Shio?
the consistent kings, stay with their core and their system.
Shio, if we give you a chance to make your changes now and then we all make one change each, are you cool with that? But you can't like
Okay,
purposely
let's do this
mix
again.
everything up. You can't purposely solely
I'm
be
not
like,
trying to
we'll
purposely
open
mix.
first so you guys
Listen,
don't have
listen.
to.
We were putting in placeholders. Now I'm saying my honest truth. Like everybody had to
Okay.
get ranked in a certain way.
So
I
what's
think
your
Fnatic-
your
they're still
list?
top- my list is we flip FNATIC and Vitality,
Okay.
and
Okay.
you flip Giants and Navi.
Okay.
Then you're mostly happy or pretty much all happy.
I'm all happy, and I have things to use if people want to keep making
No.
change. I don't want to bring
Oh,
them
yeah.
out, but I'll bring them out if
Dude,
you
he's
want me
still
to.
got two
Shio,
god
you're gonna
cards
live a
remaining.
long time. You're gonna have to save
You
those
gotta
up,
waste
right?
it this
we're not,
early.
we're not
Early
living
in the
only
year
2 or
to be
3
using
years.
the cards.
The thing is,
Yeah.
I can pick up what you're putting down on both of these changes, and I actually think the Fnatic one is more justified than the Navi Giants one. Like,
Yeah.
there's more evidence in favor of Fnatic being above Vitality. I
Yeah.
think it's just
I
like
think I agree
Got-
with you guys with Giants. I just feel like when they lose their sauce, the hot dog is dry. Eat it without ketchup and tell me you like it. It's not
But
good.
you don't know what the hot dog tastes like
Mate.
on Breeze. You've never had a Breeze hot dog before.
You told
It's
us.
been like 3 years, bro. You can't. Your taste buds can't remember.
I can't like with this team, with the team that likes to run breach a lot with their duelist in the business. Like, what they're suddenly going to swap over to Sova and Flickless is going to become Rienz, which is what I want. But like,
Cloud is going to play that, and
my
Flickless will
bad,
just play like
sorry,
KO or
apologies.
something.
Yeah, okay. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be
Yeah.
enough versus all the other teams in the top 4? Is that going to be enough
Probably.
against Filu jumping on you with Ruxic in the business on Breeze?
Mate, you told
mean-
you told us they were gonna have the best Breeze
Yeah, you're
30
right.
minutes ago.
True. All right.
Shit, I'm
Well,
trapdoored.
I mean, Sleek inside. Do you have other changes you like really want to make outside of Navi Giant X?
Outside of Navi Giants, I don't know if I'm underestimating FUT too much, man. I wanna.
You want to knock him down?
I kind of want to switch him with K-Corp. I just can't
Okay,
think
well-
K-Corp will be this bad.
All right, that's your change.
But if I
And
only
let's-
had
let's
one,
say-
if I only had one change, I'd probably put Giants there. But we'll keep it as this. We'll keep it
Okay.
as
Sideshow?
instead of this.
Now, while I would love to change Giants and Navi, you've just offered me a spectacular opportunity to change Liquid and FUT.
oh,
Oh my god.
I mean, I think FUT are going to be good again. I think they're going to be good again.
You think they can be better than BBL? Yeah.
BBL, dude, you already fucked me on
but
BBL.
like better than
What the, you're making it worse.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Let's
You're
do
gonna
it.
do this.
Let's do it.
Okay, hold up. What if?
You've already made your changes, bro.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Random suggestion.
No.
Random suggestion.
Okay.
What if you swapped Heretics and Giants?
that
Insane.
no.
Insane
Yeah.
from you. Insane from you. Close your mouth.
Well, yeah,
Close your
no.
mouth and move on to
Guys, no, no.
Americas.
Come on.
yeah. I mean, okay.
All right.
Honestly, I don't even know how this is saved. I could make one change, but honestly, I think it all just messes everything up further. Other than
What's
Navi
your-
Giant,
No,
and
do
then
it,
just go
do
back
it,
to
Chopra.
square
Do
one.
it, Chopra.
Do it. If you want to switch Navi Giants, you should do it. You should do it.
No. Well,
It's the
You have the
collective.
power,
then,
Chopra.
then we're in the collective.
It's like when everyone commits a crime, you know?
Yeah.
None of us can can claim that we
you know
were
what?
innocent.
Swap Navi Giant X back. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Okay, it's a
can't
little
believe we let
less
Sideshow
outrageous.
Get away with
It's
this.
so it's so
Sideshow,
just-
Sideshow get away with this. Don't blame me. I'm not the mastermind here.
Well, sure.
I think we've
Fine.
constructed something
It's decent.
adequate. I think it's very similar to Pacific, where like 6 through 10 is crazy difficult.
Yeah, it's always middle of the pack in EMEA that's like hard. I don't feel great about it, but I don't feel awful about it, so it's fine.
As long as you're kind of considering like 5 through 8, 5 through 9, kind of in a similar boat, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
And
Okay.
this is for the
Pretty
whole
much.
year.
right. This is for the whole year. That's
For
the
the
thing.
whole
I
year.
mean, it's tough. It's tough. You can never get
Can
it
we look
right.
at it again?
but-
Can we look at it one more time?
I mean, it's already done. It's stamped. It's been
Yeah.
screenshotted.
Sealed
It's
and
already
resin.
up on Reddit.
I
Yep.
would,
For the whole year.
I can't believe
Yep.
I managed to get
I
saved.
know they climbed. They snuck right back up there. But all right, that's the list. Well, we don't feel too great about it. We don't feel terrible. As long as we can get like 2 out of 3 regions pretty well, I think that's okay. So that's gonna
Sure.
be it. For
So you guys have to carry Americas then, is what you're saying again.
yeah, Sideshow. Best of luck. I mean, you guys lost to the Plat Chat members team, but obviously you don't lose to yourselves on the Americas ranking.
Oh fuck! I mean, it's not going to go well, is it? It's not going to go well. I fear for my hosting abilities as we head forwards into this one.
Wait, who's on Americas? Who have we got as our star lineup?
Dryad, Mimi,
Okay.
and Bren.
Oh god.
So,
gosh, it's a hosting
so-
nightmare.
after 3 hours, I must say goodbye to Shayo, Sliggy, and Chobra. And this next segment, I'm sure will go really quickly. All right,
Yeah.
peace.
Bye.
Thank you for joining us. And in comes Bren, Mimi, and Dryad. 2 out of 3 being the core members of the Plat Chat team who lost to the Timmies.
Real quick, none of them are here right now, so we're gonna go to like a 3-minute break.
Okay, sounds good.
So get your popcorn ready, folks. Be right back.
I'm also going to get some water.
Yeah. Yeah, we ran a little bit late, so I told them I would notify them when we were coming. So they'll come. Let me find some music, and I need to be right back as well. probably gonna be super loud. There we go. It's fine now. All right, be right back.
Hello? Thing on?
Hello.
Hello?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wub, 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 wub.
All right, looks like everybody's here actually. We're ready to
We've got some
start.
tense music playing
Yeah.
as well.
We do. Boom.
Boom. Hello.
I
Welcome
can
back to
shift
Plat
your
Chat
camera,
Valorant.
Mimi. Don't worry.
Face is so big.
You are so zoomed in.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Brennan. How
Wait,
are
you
you
can
doing?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My audio wasn't working.
Oh, well, I
now
can
it
hear
is
you now.
working because I can hear you all.
That's good. Do you want to
So
do a
that's
roll
good
call?
signs.
Yeah.
Did somebody?
Mimi's just sat so perfectly in front of a webcam. It's like a business meeting.
You need to blur the background.
Mimi Dryad, have you recovered after we lost to the Timmies?
No, I went back. I watched the entire VOD and went to bed kicking and screaming in disappointment at how I played, at how we played, at what happened to this team.
We've muted Dan. Or at least I can't hear Dan.
I can't hear Dan. But that's pretty. I mean, it's reflective of Dan's comms on Reyna when you were playing the game. So it kind of makes sense, actually.
It actually is. It actually is.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Now I can hear Dan, but Mimi got kicked.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm fixing
right.
it.
Okay. Dan,
Learning about
how are you
that.
doing? Your
not
no-com Reyna
great.
performance was inspirational.
You know how they tell you should own up to your mistakes and stuff? That's not me. So, I don't think it was my fault. To be fair, I haven't played in so long, and I was not vibing with the comms. There were a lot of issues in the team, so
Okay.
it's not
We
my.
didn't make it
not
a safe space for you to communicate.
Exactly.
Right. Okay, we'll work on that then. We'll work on
Thank
that.
you.
So what would you credit the issues with the team then, Dan? Where do you think we went wrong?
I think everything else that is not me, but I
Everything
can't really tell
but
you
you.
what. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, nice to see that we got a black hole on the show.
Yeah.
It's good.
Wait.
Hi guys!
Why are you in the corner?
Welcome back to Plat
What have
Chat
you
Valorant
done?
episode 247. We're going to talk about Americas now. I'm over here. They're over there.
Okay,
there.
all right. We got to get started with some of these teams, but Mimi, keep working on the tech issues. When we're in this frame, you only see the
Wait, are we
tiniest
not going to
little
go over the
portion.
cinematic trailer?
We went over the cinematic trailer. Do you have points to make about the cinematic trailer?
I do, but
We talked about it at the beginning of the episode.
you did. But honestly, your opinions probably didn't matter back then.
Well, yeah, that's probably true. Do you have more opinions, better opinions?
I do, but I'm not going to share.
All right, okay, well,
Listen, I think we've already been going for like what? How long is this? show
3
been
hours
going for?
already.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, don't.
And now
Yes,
me and
please
Brent have
go on.
arrived. This
Yeah.
podcast is never ending.
Okay, let's start with our first Americas team, which is 100
Why the
Thieves.
fuck you so wide?
So I could crop into the center.
No, it's really good. It looks great. It looks really
Thank
good.
you. I'm still fixing it.
100 Thieves. If you know anything about Americas, they've been around forever, but they've also just been recycling a lot of the same players forever. Guess what? Bang's back, baby. But this time they picked up 2 players from from TSM's academy roster as well, including new IGL as well to replace Boostio from last year. And they've also changed their coaching staff too. What do people need to know about this year's version of 100 Thieves? Like what is going to be different?
I think, you know, you look at it and it looks very similar to all the 100 Thieves, but I feel like Timotino is really, really insane and will make a difference because we've always had like a double duelist with Cryo and Asuna, but now if they play a double duelist, it's going to be one or the other. I know Cryo in like the off-season tournaments, he was playing a little bit of the like Cypher, Viper, like a little bit more of the Sentinel. So I feel like Timotino being the duelist and kind of being that main duelist is going to change completely how the team has always been.
Yeah, I think that's very possible. I mean, you've also got like it kind of puts Cryo and Asuna in stranger positions again. I think like Cryo's now got a much more refined role, presumably, as just the Senti player.
Yeah, and I mean Asuna can play pretty much anything. He's always been pretty flexible, but I think, the biggest change is going to be Cryo, though I feel like the role does fit his playstyle. So,
especially if Chamber's going to be in the meta much more.
Yeah.
I mean, at the Sen Invitational, I think he played like majority Chamber and Veto. Oh, he played a bit of Cypher as well, actually. But like, you expect a player like Cryo to be playing a bunch of Chamber Veto.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be like, is it going to work? Do you think that it's going to work? Is this a team that you've got expectations for a revival of 100 Thieves?
Hello?
What? What just happened?
Was that your cat stepping on the? Yeah. Okay. The. Okay. I mean,
Oh my god, I fixed my camera.
I got to tell you, the Americas
Wait,
team,
I didn't. Why am I? Wait, Kurt, did you make me wide on your end?
this Americas team is fucking dysfunctional
didn't-
compared to
I didn't
Pacific and
make you
EMEA.
wide.
Yeah, I mean, mate,
Wait,
it's
I'm
not
not
looking
wide
good.
on my end.
I'm cautiously optimistic for 100 Thieves.
Okay.
Cautiously optimistic because I think that I'm not going to carry over a lot of the baggage from the old iterations of 100 Thieves with Cryocells and Asuna. Because I know a lot. I don't know what people are saying actually, to be honest, about this team, but I can imagine that a lot of the narratives are probably revolving around them keeping on certain players. Rather than blowing up the rest of the roster. But I think that they've changed enough. Sometimes you can have a fantastic player or a fantastic set of players, but the environment was never quite correct. And Doom Bros is back in as an assistant coach too. I always rated Doom Bros. I felt like he had a bad hand dealt to him, I think, in terms of circumstances. So I don't know. What was he even in an assistant coaching position? Or was this literally the first time he's stepping back in a while?
I think he was always head coach before, wasn't he? Doombrose? I don't know.
But I mean, like, what has he been doing? Oh, he was assistant coach for FNATIC for a
Well,
bit.
didn't
Yeah, and then he
did-
wasn't able to go with them because he had like health
Yeah.
issues or something.
Yeah. He has still been active. No, I've always been quite high up with Doombros, to be honest, as a person inserted into this team. I would say cautiously optimistic. That's where I would leave it.
I think my thing is, I know this team is good, but I don't know how good they are when it comes to, I mean, what their problem has always been of, yeah, they look good, but what are they good enough to make internationals? Because there's so many insane teams, and I feel like this is a good team that has potential, but all the other teams, I feel like in paper should be better.
Yeah, I feel like this doesn't actually push the needle for me, really, on 100 Thieves. I think that this, like, blowing up the roster big time has better long-term implications, but I think the question of have they fully shifted it, because they do still have a core, they do still have, you know, Cryo and Austin. I think with new coaching staff, someone else picking up the IGLing, those are all kind of like good futures to shift the team in the right direction. But I just, with that many changes, that many moving pieces, I wouldn't really expect it to come together, most likely, super early into the season when there's a lot of other teams who I think have made less changes or on paper have kind of significantly even bigger upgrades in their rebuilds. You look at a team like MIBR or something, that I feel like for me, this is still just kind of like they'll probably make playoffs, they probably won't make internationals, like borderline middle of the pack team. So I think, this has long-term positive implications. I don't feel like right now I'd expect them to jump up.
I think you've nailed it.
Well, they've also kind of melded together. It's not too many upset pieces coming in, because you've got the old side of 100 Thieves mixing up with TSM essentially from tier 2.
Sure.
So it's not.
I don't
that's
think
still mixing together two teams and bringing in new coaches, and I don't know. Do you argue they're higher than 7, Brent? I feel that's very reasonable. Maybe even high, if anything.
6 or 7.
Right. Good.
6 or 7.
Good to start. Well, let's put them in 7 for now then, and we'll go on to the next team. So let's have a talk about Cloud9. So Cloud9, they have done the old classic of add a player, remove a player, etc. They're getting Zelsis back in to reunite with EMEA. They've got Penny on the team, who's been on their radar for quite a while. So yeah, I mean, we saw him most recently with like filling in for Liquid. But this is a squad that was like, by the end of the year, they were 4th place, pretty much. I mean, they were like very close to being able to go into Champions and make something of a run. I guess that overall they didn't manage to hit that 4th place, but it was, you know, kind of.
I mean, they barely lost to the team that won champs.
Yeah, I think it was kind of BS, like Champions points kind of stuff. They did feel like the 4th best team at that point in time.
Yeah.
So
listen, Cloud9's biggest issue was choking.
Yeah.
That's not debatable. They never looked as good as they did during the regular season compared to when they played in playoffs. So I don't think it was ever a player quality issue.
Do you think they choked 2025 stage 2?
Let me.
I don't think
Jarvis
so.
accessing the memory ranks. Let me pull up that
I don't think
tournament.
so. They got 4th place. They lost a very close game to NRG, where I thought that they actually played quite well, even though they ended up losing that.
Yeah,
I felt like this was them actually shaking off that narrative finally, but by making it this far. And I think some people might argue, oh, the NRG game was a joke. No, I think they just lost a close game to a really good team. And I think that the changes that they're making, in my opinion, overall are upgrades on a team that already had a good thing going. I think you're also getting 2 players that, while they're new to the roster, are so familiar with the other players, have such a kind of community already built up from past times playing with them, have experience with the coach. To me, I feel like Cloud9 is coming back in with upgrades from a roster that already did well last year, with players that, while they may be new, are very familiar, and with changes that they made quite early, like very early in the off season, so they have plenty of time to put something more together. And to me, I feel like if I were to say expectations, they'd probably be coming in kind of right where they left off, somewhere like 6th to 4th place ish.
The reason I brought up the choking stuff, even though it's not relevant for the most recent time we saw them, right, was because I think that's the only justification you've got for bringing in a player like Zelsis, because he's not exactly top of the fucking poll when it comes to like your choices of players. In terms of just actual ability, he's got a lot of experience. And he knows the rest of the team well, but what did you say?
Like talent, skill. Is that what you mean in terms of?
Yeah. But he's a very vocal presence on any team that he's a part of.
Sure.
And I think that he does a lot for calming the nerves of a lot of other players. He's that kind of guy. It's the same kind of logic as to why G2 brought in Baby Bay.
Yeah,
because
but I think he's a side grade in terms of performance. I feel like he's on a similar level to Mitch, in my opinion, in that regard. And I think he's probably an upgrade in terms of the intangibles you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the fact that we don't exactly know how good he's going to be as a caller, but I think he probably is going to be good in that role. Yeah, I would agree. And I think that Penny is just a straight upgrade over either of the players that you want to say that he replaced. But over Midge or Net, Penny's got better fragging, I think. My concern is just that people are like other rosters have also improved around Americas. So Cloud9 are making these moves just to stay in a similar position, I think. But I think I would agree with you. Like you were saying, through 6th through 4th.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe put him a nice
6.
5.
I'm fine with either of those.
Yeah.
We can move them around later. I feel like
it's-
5
yeah.
is
We're gonna
very
move it around
reasonable. It's where
later.
they ended last season. They made a little upgrade with Penny,
Yeah.
but there's still some questions with changing the IGL, even if he is very experienced.
I think that's okay.
I'm
All right,
going to push back.
Let's move on to the next team then. The next team I think is going to be a bit more difficult because it's much more of a brand new team. It's Evil Geniuses. So EG, their story would be that they are mostly a very cheap organization who then found extraordinary success in 2023, leading them to even win, champs in the end. But it wasn't just like a flash in the pan. They were actually good for months, having placed second at Tokyo too. So since then, I haven't really done too much. It's mostly been like a retirement home or them trying to find another resurgence of form from players. It's mostly been a lot of like older players going to EG, hoping to reignite their career rather than a farm team for like new and upcoming players, I think. This year, it's a mix of both in the sense that I would say Bao Okeanos are very much like more upcoming. And then Com, Superman, and Digizine, it's more like reigniting players that have been around for quite a long time. I think Digizine has always just been good, so I don't know about reigniting. Maybe Digizine is like, don't have horrendous personality problems and hope that it works out.
And I think that is the real question of this team. Last year, obviously, Potter rolled the dice on a weird roster and picked up Icy after he got dropped by G2, picked up Ye after he had a disastrous 2 years, and did not go their way. They had a couple close games to maybe make plus, didn't pan out at all in stage 2. So now the roster has been really completely blown up, and I think the real big question here is obviously Digizine. He, as you're saying, he's always been an incredible individual, but he's never sold himself as like a piece of a great team, if that makes sense. He's never been the guy who is going to kind of go beyond just being a great individual, a great stats player, and this is now an added complication of, for the first time, him being on a non-Brazilian team and having to slot into a very different kind of setup. Will the team be speaking English? That's what you think. Will they be learning Vietnamese? I don't know. They already got 3 out of 5 set in that regard. Potter said she's been practicing when I talked to her at GCC, so maybe that's the next direction. But in terms of the young players they brought in, I think Bao is a great pickup. He was making waves in Tier 2. He's super good individually, and I think was just kind of waiting to find the team that was going to give him that chance. And obviously Okeanos, to me, even if the success didn't fully come for Lev last year, he was one of my like top 5 breakout players of 2025. He showed up, played really well in that team. I think showed a really great personality in the way that he meshed in, and I'm really glad to see him get an opportunity like this again to keep playing. And then you're also kind of getting the reunited Com back with Potter again from that championship roster. And
though Com is calling this time, which he wasn't
it is a little
previously,
different.
So that's another question.
What's the vibe check on EG? I had to take a phone call. That's why I stepped away.
Don't know. We're currently assessing what
We're
the vibe
assessing
check
the
is.
vibe.
What's
You don't
your
know what the vibe check is?
Well, you check. You were very high on EG when we did our
Dude,
power
they got a.
rankings.
I'm telling you, they got a sleeper build going on.
No, I agree.
They got
I
a
feel like
sleeper
this
build
team is
going on.
underrated. They're not talking about. It's just because they are not the most known players or the names that have already, gotten something. But like Bao, like Mimi was saying, was my favorite player to watch in Tier 2 at the beginning of the year when he was playing for M80. I just thought he was insane. An insane Sentinel, probably my favorite in general. And I think Digizine is insane. I understand the argument of, he's always been good. He's always been individually good, but never really accomplished anything else. Or it felt really just playing for himself rather than the team. But I feel like for this kind of roster, you need a guy that is just that good mechanically, that can, like win you those moments, win you those openings that Digizine always does, and then everybody else they would come to kind of complement him in different ways. And I don't think Digizine has ever had this. obviously my only concern is how the language barrier is going to work, how good his English is going to be by the time they start playing. But otherwise, I just think it's really good. And obviously, Com and Potter already knowing each other, Com already being that second IGL when they won 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Okay, so
yeah,
so,
it's good.
But then, what are the expectations for this team? If you reckon that they're underrated, I mean, that implies that people are already like, rating them. I could understand if they're underrated if people are just like throwing EG away again. But are they a playoffs team? I guess would be the first question.
Yeah,
like, you have to
think
make
they could
top
be.
8.
Well, they're making top 8.
Yeah.
With this team.
So they're just a fraction behind 100 Thieves.
I think they're
where
like
you're
they're like
thinking.
maybe low end, middle of the pack.
Do you
Okay.
think they're a
Like-
playoff team? I feel like they're like a, I don't know. I feel like you
See-
could argue a 6, but 8th is safe to me.
I don't think. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I think this is higher than I would place them because I think.
Where
there's
would
a
you
pla-
place them?
I think I'd be looking towards like probably 9th, maybe even 10th. I don't think there's very many bad teams in Americas, so I
Yeah,
think that
It is.
it's
We might end
it's
up
tough
shifting.
to
Well,
fill
let's-
the
let's
bottom
put 'em
spots, but
8th
that's fine.
And keep some
yeah.
downward mobility on the table.
I think that's okay. I think that's completely fine. All right, let's move on to Furia then. Because Furia is another one of those teams that I think are also in a similar kind of area as Evil Geniuses, where they've got a bunch of players that are coming up from the America's Tier 2 system. Their org is known for being shit, let's be real. And they are coming off a year of doing nothing. So it's like they've got the minus buff. They've got the nerf of coming from a bad previous year where people associate the org with being poo. But this is a completely different team. This is literally this is more similar to Furia's stand-in team of Tier 2 North American Challengers players than it is their actual roster from last year.
I think it will do better than the previous iterations of Furia, but also at the same time, it's not. The tier 2 players that they picked up are all pretty good in my
Right.
mind.
But no one's wowing you.
But I take issue with. I just don't think they're going to be supported particularly well because
By the coaching
by the
staff
coaches,
or
by the
what?
org, by all of it. Yeah.
Right, I see, right.
And I think Artisan as well, we got one good season out of him, which was towards the tail end when they went to champs, where the guy looked like he actually fucking drank the Michael Jordan secret juice shit and just like came out swinging, was fucking dunking on motherfuckers on KO, just absolutely, he wasn't inting, he was actually killing people. Are you going to get that again? Don't know, because I don't know if you're going to get the same level out of him, and I don't know. It's just a weird mix. It feels like Furia's last hurrah, where they've just kind of thrown together a bunch of shit. They were like, okay, fuck it, visa issues every year, no more. We're gonna just pick up people already with NA visas, essentially, like American visas. So it feels like they haven't put this together out of choice, but out of necessity, almost. Do you know what I mean? And that doesn't give me a lot of hope for the future for the team, even though the player quality is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like Alim and Nerve are, I mean, they were really good when they were playing challengers. I feel like they do have a lot of potential, but they're not the players that I would expect that as they come in and play the first couple matches for them to for them to be like insane right away. I feel like it would take time and it would take the right coaching staff to kind of guide them in the right way. And I just don't know if that's gonna happen. I do like that. I think one second, I'm going crazy. I think my only concern was Koala Noob and what he was going to be playing. I feel like Alim is going to be playing primarily the duelist, and then Koala Noob is going to, I know he's like played a few other things.
I didn't think that was what they were up to. Right.
I feel like, well, that's what I'm hoping for, because Koala Noob, he's really good, but he's more of a team player when it comes to duelists, and I feel like we have so many insane duelists in every single team that you need a guy that is running it down, and I feel like Alim is definitely that guy. I don't think Koala Noob is.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I just reminded myself about the Sen Invitational, and they did do that, where they were basically running Koala Noob on the like Senti role.
Yeah.
I mean, is there if Furia are not the bottom team in Americas, are they at least in the running for it? Because like,
I think they're in the running. I mean, they have some of the most unknowns. They have basically no core. They have basically, I feel like, no player that you're going to point to and be like, they're going to bail us out. I think in a vacuum, you can look at any of these guys and feel like they could be a good addition into a roster. Some of them even have history doing that. I really liked you when he was on 100 Thieves. I think he's a great initiator player that got pretty underrated on that team. I think Artson has had some peaks. He's also had some very deep valleys. So I think that this team is going to be very high just variance in where that they end up, and the safest bet is to put them towards the dregs, and maybe we get surprised.
I think we're going to struggle to fill 3 gaps between FURIA and EG, but let's see if we can.
Such an EG hater.
Let's see if we can with the next
This is
team.
such a fucking EG hater.
KRU Esports. Let's talk KRU. They've made massive changes. Unpopular changes, controversial changes at the very least, because they're moving away from the if you're new to 2026, you're going to be like, what the fuck is going on with KRU Esports? Because they've been one of the most solid core teams. They've had this identity for so long, since the game began. If you're coming back in 2026, you're going to see Sadak. What the hell are you doing on there? Les? What the hell are you doing on there? MW0? What is happening with this team? So instead of going for a full LATAM, broadly speaking, Chilean team, they have given Sadak the reins to this squad now, and already there's beef between him and Kesnet. That's going to be fun to follow for the whole year. And then there's 3 Brazilian players, 2 Argentinian players with the Chilean head coach. I'm not saying that there's going to be any language issues or anything like that. It's just that it's a big identity shift away for the team in terms of what the fans are expecting. So you better be performing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair to say as well, Sadak IGLing stocks have gone down, right?
I mean, after the Harbor incident, the KC
yeah.
era. Is Latin American Valorant cooked, Dan? Because both of the LATAM teams are majority Brazilian this year.
Yeah. Honestly, I think so. I feel like towards the beginning of Americas, I would talk to people and their hope was, instead of having more LATAM players going to different teams. Like, for example, Kesnet is potentially going to Envy. Like, all the LATAM players moving to other teams. But instead, it was the other way around, where we have less and less players. And it's just hard. I feel like, yes, there's a little bit of all the difficulties of moving to LA and having to live a completely different life. It was so difficult for every single one of them. But also, on top of that, something that really matters for these teams that I feel like no other teams really talk about is how passionate you are about winning. I feel like when these players have been in these teams for so long, they get a little bit more comfortable on, because, it's a Latin team, so I'm the best Latin player, so I'm going to get a spot. But this...
I'll never find someone with a visa to replace me.
Yeah, exactly. So this time around, what I do like and appreciate is that they are building a roster on who is actually dying to win, who's trying to win and not just comfortable in that spot that they're in. And yeah, it just turns out that they're the Brazilian players, and I think they're really good, but it is controversial for sure. I think you can build a LATAM roster, but it would be a lot harder and less likely for it to be successful.
Okay, your point though, as in get in hungry players, I think that applies more to LEVIATAN than it does to KRU, doesn't it? I'm looking at the KRU team, and I'm seeing a lot of players that have been around the block for years and years and years who've just been, how long have we been watching MW0 play and Sadak calling and stuff like?
Reduce.
Have they got that? Have they got? Have they got the hunger, the desire? I could believe that Les has been coming off a bad year. Sadak's been coming off a bad year. MW even as well actually has too.
Like trauma bond over their time in EMEA.
They could.
Maybe they
really
have
could.
Something going on there. Yeah.
And Dante, while he might have the fire, didn't actually perform that well, I think, in his first year as a rookie.
I agree.
He was one of the rookies that didn't really turn up, which was unusual because most of them played great.
Mm-hmm.
Run me through this roster, somebody, and tell me where what are the win conditions for KRU being a great team? Because it's got big names, but where's it coming from?
And I don't even I think it's going to my biggest concern, to be honest, is Dante. I feel like he was amazing when he was playing in tier 2. Everybody was talking about him, but like you said, last year he just didn't really show up in the matches. I don't know if it's just he needed a little bit of time to get used to it, but I feel like it's hard. I feel like when players play a specific amount of matches and they just don't improve, they don't turn up, is probably just going to continue being like that. So that is my main concern. If Dante is able to show up, I think the team has a lot more potential, but if not, I don't think they're going to do good, to be honest. And that's why I feel like having Dante is such a big risk, because everybody else, in a way, makes sense. Like, for example, what you're saying about MW and maybe not having that passion and fire, I understand. I think the team has talked about it since the pickups, like here and there, like in streams and whatnot, about how MW was one of the people that was trying out for the team, and they could see that he actually wanted to win and he wanted to go back to the name that he used to have. But if you're only taking the context of what he did before without hearing what the tryouts were like and anything else, then yeah, maybe you don't feel that way about him.
Yeah. To me, this feels like quite a few players that have had their reputation besmirched by by themselves, frankly, by the last year or so of their performance, and are kind of getting another shot to scramble something together with some players in the same position. I think what gets me is that it's just like there's not a lot new. Obviously, Dante was good last year, like you were talking about, Dan, and he is a fresher face. But I feel like there's nothing that really makes me super excited about.
I think there's one thing. I think there's one big thing, and that is Sadak versus Kesnet. If you guys know something about Argentinians, and that's something that they always are kind of proud about, is how they want to be the best, and they'll always want to show that they are the best. And literally, from talking to the team, this is what they're saying. Like, we know that Sadak wants to do good. Wants to, if KRU is ever to win anything, is because he was there. He was the IGO, and I swear that is going to push him to do so much more and to actually push the team to be better. I don't think it would have happened with a different team, but because it's an Argentinian team, because they wanted to build a team around him, and because he just wants to prove like it's a little bit of an ego thing, I think it'll happen. Too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the expectations for KRU would be 100% to make playoffs, because that's what they. I mean, they've been the team to make champions over and over and over again, but bloody hell, making it to 4th place would be insanely difficult. Where are we thinking for the expectations for this squad? Like, what is this team going to do, or what would it be reasonable to expect them to do?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, 5 to 11, random number generator. Just sort the teams randomly.
I mean, that's what we did for Pacific and EMEA in the end.
Yeah.
9th?
9.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put them in 9, 10, or 11, and I think you can
put them 10.
make
9's too high.
I think
9's
it's fair.
too high?
Oh, yeah, sure.
We could
you
put
have
them in
2
10...
teams to put between them and Fury.
No, I don't. Honestly, we're going to move this around anyway, and I don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have to move
on
this around anyway.
We don't have to do anything.
We do have to do a lot. We've got so much more to go. All right, next team up is the other Latin American team. It's LEVIATAN. And LEVIATAN have gone for essentially pillaging their academy team, because it had, I think, clearly the best upcoming LATAM talent available.
Yeah.
Though some of it wasn't necessarily LATAM talent, as we were talking about. Like, quite a lot of it was Brazilian to begin with. But yeah, they've already got Sato and King. I guess the story for LEVIATAN would be revolving around King. Like, over the years and years and years, King has been the guy in terms of being a player and then becoming the IGL, swapping from duelist, picking up smokes, always putting up big performances, but a constant revolving door around him as they tried to find success. The team went in a international direction, English-speaking direction, and it kind of worked. It got them to a top 3 finish at champions, but then they couldn't keep that roster together, and it didn't perform as well in 25. So now they're back to doing something a bit more, Central or South American based.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's still got a lot of talent on this team, though. This is one of the squads that I'm excited about.
There is so much firepower waiting. And not just that, I mean, waiting for Neon to come in too, which isn't too long, right?
I don't know,
I think
actually.
after
January
stage
28th
one?
birthday. So he will
Going
be
to
here
stage
for
two.
week 3 of kickoff.
Okay.
Yeah? That's
I'm
pretty
high
good.
up on this team. I think
So
they're
they
still
can
gonna
go
be pretty
down to
good.
the triple lower bracket, bring him in like the fucking Undertaker, and then fight their
run
way
it
out.
back.
This
Yeah.
team's got fucking fraggers, though, man.
This is honestly my favorite team. I just feel like Obviously, the individual players are good. All of them have, I mean, they have a bunch of duelists, but I feel like this is something that if somebody can make work is Onur, because regardless of everything that we know about him from the past few years, something that he's really good at doing is player development. Nobody else. I feel like if you look at all the Latin players that we've had in the past couple of years, he was the first coach that they had. He was the person who taught them a lot of the bases that allowed these players to get so good, including King. So I really like the way that he's back, and he's also already been coaching a few of these guys in the academy because he was part of that academy coaching staff last year. So you have that, and then you have a King that was your IGO for years. So he's super familiar with the team, and on top of that, you have exactly what he likes, and is these young, hungry players that he can kind of shape in the way that he wants to.
Yep, I think it's gonna fucking cook. I'm big on this team. I mean, what are reasonable expectations? So there's a difference between being okay.
No.
I was gonna say there's a difference between being excited and what's reasonable.
I think reasonable is like 6.
No, there's no way. You're
Reasonable
crazy.
is under C9. I think.
Well, I think okay, maybe C9's a little too high, but I feel like that ballpark, 5, 6, just missing out.
Cloud9 into 6 and then put Lev in 5.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I can't argue
later.
top 3.
What?
I can maybe hear an argument for 4, maybe, but I feel like 5.
I think 4 is.
Reasonable.
I think 4 is a slam dunk reasonable take.
Yeah.
Because 4 would imply that they only make it to 1 international too, right? Because in theory, a 4th place team would only make it to champs. But I think they could even potentially make it to 2 out of 3 internationals or something if they get an upset. I think there's a clear top 3 in America.
I think the way
I think they're a clear fourth.
Is we're not predicting which teams are going to be making it to every single global event this year on the America side. This is like the way I see this tier list is from 1 to 8th. On a given set of weeks, in an upswing in form for some of these teams, they could squeeze in on like 3rd and make it to an event.
Okay,
That's just not how Valorant works.
Right, but
like that ever.
But Lev, I think are going to be. While it's possible that anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah,
like,
I just don't. But
across
what I'm
the
saying is, I
entire
don't think it's a
season,
bad
Lev are
thing for
gonna
them to be in
good.
5th. I think you can still say that they are expected to maybe go to an event this year.
Oh yeah,
and put
yeah,
them at 5th, and that's fine.
Yeah, you could. But my argument would be that they're clearly the 4th best team. Like, I don't think there's.
I
to be honest,
think
so.
Yeah, I don't know. Put them wherever you want, and we'll bubble sort it afterwards.
Well, Dan wants them in 1st.
I don't.
So let's-
Yes,
Four.
you
can- I'm
are the
fine with
best
4.
team.
No, they're not.
You can even say I'm biased because this is not even like a really Latin team. This is a Brazilian team. I genuinely think these guys are insane. Like,
Can you go over what jerseys you have right now in your?
I have a lot. I mean, I have like pretty much every single team, so you can't really say it has anything to do with
Biased
that.
equally towards all parties.
All of them.
I'm biased. to
All
whoever
teams
gives
are
me merch.
equal, but some teams are more equal, like Leviathan.
Switzerland, huh?
Right.
Okay, let's put them in 4th for now, and let's put Cloud9 back to 5th where they were as well, and then we can move along, and then we'll figure this out towards the end.
And can we change the font to Comic Sans actually and increase it by about 20%? And the opacity of the entire stream, can we change that to 50?
Jarvis,
we'll
make your
get
7
Kurt
feet
on
tall.
And overlay
get going
Josh's
on
face actually. Stretch it out, please.
The next team is Loud. I want to talk about Loud next. So this is a team that it used to be the dominant Brazilian team. I mean, ever since it formed, ever since Loud first came in, they have been like the home of the top Brazilian talent. And that started not to be the case last year. Maybe it started not to be the case in 24, actually, when they lost Sassi and Pancada, but definitely across 24 and 25. They're now working with a squad that's like, it's got some pieces of great Brazilian talent, but it's nowhere near the Brazilian super team that you might have once associated this organization with. And it's more mixed as well. It's not a full Brazilian team anymore. First of all, just in terms of like the players that we know have been great in previous years, like Verti and Luke Shaw had phenomenal rookie years, I'd say. Do you expect them to keep that up? Like, are you still looking at these guys as powerhouse players for Loud?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I would say so. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Sure,
to-
at
to
least for
attribute it.
sure. And I
The-
feel like
the-
Verdi was pretty darn good as well.
The person I'm most worried about, though, is kind of Pancada, because Pancada's had so many ups and downs the last few years. And as far as I'm aware, he's picking up the IGLing for the first time. I could be wrong about that, but
There was
I'm
that
pretty sure he
phase
had
on
to,
Loud back in
yeah.
the day, but he never. I don't think he's ever like come into a season as the IGL, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So when he's already having, like, his performance was inconsistent when he wasn't taking on a lot of the responsibility, adding even more on top doesn't give me a lot of hope, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but yeah, it's...
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's quite a lot to gamble on.
I think it's a huge amount to gamble on, yeah, in terms of how the team's going to be run. But last year, they were going with an English-speaking team with Robbie BK as the caller. So that's, it's already a big shift from 24 to 25, and then 25 to 26 has been enormous shifts for this organization and how they want to run things.
To me, I look at this team and I think of what were the positives last year? What was the sell for Loud last year? Luke showed really great performance of FURIA as well. Like, those two were the big things. And then you had, like, kind of the experience core of Cowanzine and Pencata. And those were the sells. But really, it was kind of all about Luke show, if this team was going to succeed. But will they kind of impressed with that? They never really did that much. Stage 2, did they only win one game,
It
I
was
think?
kind of shocking. Like, Loud
It was
looked like they
really
should have won a
rough.
lot of games, and they just didn't.
Yeah, they were like the best team to have not won anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they did win some things.
And
but-
that's true.
But they literally went 0-5 in stage 1.
Right.
Yes. They won one match in the 2 stages last year. You're bringing in someone who is completely unproven in Darker, who I don't know a ton about, but I feel like he could, even if he comes in and is excellent. To me, I still don't have a sell of this team like having a form. I go ahead. Are you going to sell me Darker? Do you?
Yeah, I want to sell Darker.
Okay.
Did you guys know he's Colombian? Isn't that fucking sick?
I've heard
Let's
this.
go.
Yes.
Oh my god, let's go. But besides that, he's actually been, so for Latin America, when every single year, when people are talking about what changes teams should be making, crew, left, whatever, everybody always mentions Darker because in tier 2, he is insane. And mind you, he hasn't played the duelist. I don't know if ever, if anything, maybe at the beginning of Valorant. But outside of that, he's very flexible. He is incredible. He's really good at taking over games, even when he's playing roles that don't really enable him to do that naturally. I think he's incredible also because he's going to be coached by Romanile, who was his coach in tier 2 in Cholos. And if you guys know anything about Cholos, is that every single time that they were posting scrims with the tier 1 teams against Cholos, they were winning. So unfortunately, they couldn't really convert that into making Ascension or anything else. But it does prove to the quality of the individuals when it comes to these two. So I think Romanile is a really good coach.
That's the same team that Verti used to play for, though, right? And then they lost Verti and they weren't able to make. They weren't able to make Ascension after that. So it's like a reuniting of those players too.
Yeah,
which is
and
really
I
cool.
really like them. I think that team was insane. I feel like they couldn't really, convert when it came to the official matches to make Ascension. But I just feel like they have a lot of potential. I understand, like, I wouldn't put them at the very top right at the beginning because I feel like if anything, they have to prove us that they're good. But I think, it's not that they're just mid or whatever. I think they will be good.
Okay, so one of the problems with this team, though, is that they have that curse of losing a lot in the previous year, like just losing an awful amount. And even when their players were popping off, Luke should be dropping some generational performance, they lose. Pancado drops 38, they lose. It's like there was a curse on this team last year. I guess the sell Mimi would be that was so unlikely to happen. So surely it won't happen again.
But I think the other sell is that a lot of the other American teams have made upgrades and, like, I don't know, maybe you could sell me on 9th, but
yeah, I mean,
no, Crew made a downgrade. They're one of the exceptions. Furia made a side grade to still just having a team that we don't expect a lot from. I think a lot of
they're
them,
either in 9th or 11th.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Like I think there's no argument for them being higher than that.
Yeah, I think 9 works.
Well, it looks like Sentinels.
Who is
going
11
in
now?
11th.
Out of these remaining teams.
I actually don't know.
I think we need to start the trickle down process.
Well,
we'll sort it.
We can do it at the
We'll
end.
get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll go for the absolutely horrendous first draft, and then we'll edit it afterwards.
Okay.
Here's the other side of the equation entirely, though. New super team hitting the block, MIBR. I mean, I guess there's a question. Are they a super team? Mimi loves this. Are they a super team or are they a superb team?
They're a super team.
They are a super team.
They're a super team. I think that they have at least 3 best in slot players, and I think everyone else on the roster, you can argue they're at least in like the top 3 or 4 in their role. I think this is a real, honest super team and not just a superb team.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
I think you've got 2 of the best players in Americas on this team.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've always rated Zekin as one of the best players in Americas, if not
and
the
you've
best.
always rated Aspas.
Listen,
consistently
Aspas
over
has
the
gone
years.
over his fucking baiting phase. I'll say that straight up. Like, he baited when he didn't have trust in his faith in his team. You can't not have trust and faith in this team, man. You just
That'd
can't.
be crazy.
It'd be
That would honestly
crazy
be
if he's still
crazy.
doing it. But listen, he doesn't have to do it because Zekin is consistently a player that will always put his body on the line to make the right play in a given moment, even if his team isn't good enough to follow up on it. I think he's always shown that quality and caliber as a player. But now he does have players around him. Like, he's got Aspas to follow up on off the back of any space he makes. I think you have an absolutely fucking deadly combination here. This team, as much as they haven't been scrimming as much as other teams because they've only just been able to get in and around.
Yeah.
I still think that the expectation should be like 1, 2 in Americas.
Mhm.
Yeah, they should be very high. I
I
think,
think
especially when we're thinking the entire year, not just kickoff.
Yeah,
Like a whole year,
exactly.
they should be really high.
Yeah, individually they're really good, and I also like that they're pretty much they got 3 of the 5 players that they had when they got third place at champs 2 years ago. Because you got Tex, you got Mazzino, you got Aspas as well that were playing for Lev, and I feel like that really helps. I feel like for Aspas, yeah, I mean, when he's familiar with these players, when he's comfortable with them, I feel like that's when the teams look best because he's not having to do or like feeling like he has to do maybe so many like individual plays. So I feel like this is a team that complements Aspas in the right ways, and a team that obviously individually is insane. And also, I mean, second here is crazy.
Yeah,
Dude,
I think you
Zekin's
can often
unbelievable.
argue that that there's like going to be personality clashes in a team like this with a lot of big players, but I really have never gotten that kind of energy from Zekin. I think he's one of the most like humble, top tier,
He's incredibly
incredible
mature.
players that exists. He is a very mature and very good teammate. If you ask really anyone that's played with him, I think that they'll reiterate that, and that to me makes me worry far less about any personality clashes that you might get from adding like the 2 top duelists from like 2 of the top 4 teams in a region together. And you're complementing that with a lot of guys who have a ton of experience playing together, who have been on top in Americas for a long time individually for guys like Mazzino and Tex. And then you have Verno, who built up that experience with us spots last year, and I think he himself has grown as a player. This is just a team that has huge expectations that more than most other super teams, I would be very surprised if they crash and burn because I'm a lot less worried about the personalities than I have been with other similar teams. So
I
slap
don't
him
think
number
you've
2.
got any egos on this team.
Well,
Yeah, as
I
far
don't
as I
think that's
know.
true.
Well,
Who
I
do you
don't
think's
know.
got an ego?
I mean,
I
I think inherently most of these players will have an ego to some extent. I think
I think
like
that there's a
Ospas
difference
definitely
between,
does
like,
to some extent,
the-
but I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I think 90% of players of that level should to some extent.
Yeah.
If that is something that's actually dangerous to the team, I don't think so. Hence why I don't
Self-confidence
think
is
that.
not the same as having an ego, though, is my...
But I think to be a top player, you need some semblance of an ego.
Yeah, sure, you do. But
I also think
my,
Aspas does fit that more than the other players on the team. Like
the
he's
point I'm
definitely
trying to go for, though,
controlled teams and
is that
styles
these... Yeah, but I don't think it's likely that... Like, a lot of super teams fail, like you said, Mimi, because they have that clash of personalities. But
Okay.
I don't think... When I think of these players individually, I don't think of them as the ones to be like my way or the highway. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Probably not. But
Do you think
But,
I'm wrong with
but
that?
we
Have
never,
guys
you
heard
never know how
differently?
these things
No?
mesh together. I think it could definitely happen. Still, I don't want to be like, there's no personality risk. This is gonna mesh together. I think Zekin being there as like the second kind of biggest star on the team with his personality is a really good sign. But I think that there's always inherent risk to these kind of projects, and we just truly don't know until we know. And despite that, I still think we should put them at least number 2.
yeah, I think that the potential downsides would be Verno's the least experienced player and he's the caller. So in terms of any personality clashes, that might be where a bit of the weakness comes in. But I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. To me, the issue comes in like, are you actually getting the best out of Tex and Mazzino? Because you're probably not going to be playing Harbor, of which Mazzino was easily the best in the world, I think.
Well, you never know.
Oh, fucking hell, mate. Have you been playing Harbor?
Harbor's not in a good place, but you never
It's
know.
not in a good place, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, like Mazzino, is he an absolute best-in-class flex player?
don't
He's
think
up
you
there in
need-
terms... I was going to say he's up there in terms
Sorry.
of America's flex players, because I don't think there's like...
Yeah.
as But in terms of the people now that can flex over to playing double duelist stuff, I think he's going to end up getting left behind a little bit by some of the other players in Americas that are in that role. And I think Tex is the obvious one because he had a shocking year last year, like actually shocking. But if you can get him back to 23, then he was really good then. 24, sorry.
Something that Mazzino was always really good at and what made them win that stage and also make third in champs was how good he was at, oh my god, my cat is falling away. How good he was at it's fine. How good he was at setting up Aspas for all of those matches. I mean, I remember we were talking about Mazzino nonstop because of how good he was at supporting and having all of those assists. And that was because he knew exactly the timings that Aspas had. So I feel like Mazzino is going to be, once again, that player that we talk about so much. I think there was a time in his career where he was struggling, and I think that's the only time because he was playing a bit more of the controller that didn't really fit the way that he likes to play. But his initiator, if he gets to do a little bit more of this with Aspas, I think it's a perfect combination for them to find success early on.
Yeah. All right, let's leave them in one for now. I'm okay with leaving them in one until we go back to things later on.
Real quick before we move on, I want to say that you don't need every slot to be superstars to have the team be successful as well. I think it's almost essential that you have these pieces like Tex and Mazzino, who are kind of like they're the mortar. You know, you're building a stone wall. You've got your giant rocks that you've pulled out of somewhere. Aspas, Zek, and Verno, and you got to piece it together somehow. The players like that are pretty vitally important. That are happy to go along with the general direction that the team wants to go into. That are going to be filling in the necessary pieces to make sure that you can enable some of your best players as well. I think Tex and Mazzino have kind of proven that. So.
But Brian, with large irregular rocks, it's harder to make a solid wall sometimes. It requires more effort from the masons to actually chisel it away and make a well-shaped rock wall that fits together. It's an art to make a rock wall versus a brick wall.
Yeah, thanks for joining us here on Plat Chat fucking Dry Stone Walling Edition.
It's a metaphor! It's a metaphor for super teams being harder to build!
Yeah. I thought you were literally just saying you've been researching dry stone walls.
I mean, I was researching.
That's also true. Yeah. Dry stone walls are cool.
Dry stone walls.
That's like the one that people say Britain never built anything. They built dry stone walls really fucking well.
Yeah. We did pop off. I was also researching Daub. Daub? Is that how you pronounce it?
Wattle and Daub.
Yeah, Wattle and Daub.
Poo and stick houses.
They're basically. like you weave sticks in between them and then you pack it with. It's not actual
mud.
It's mud and
poo. It's like soil and mortar.
Mud
typically.
And poo.
It's like quicklime. Anyway, this guy is not surviving the apocalypse. That's all you need to know. He's fine. It's whatever. You can move on and talk about. We can talk about things that really matter. Let's talk about things that really matter.
Yeah, let's talk about.
And when I build my castle with my own two hands, I'm not inviting you.
Okay, I'll hope to survive the water wars without you.
Yeah.
Let's talk NRG. They've made, I think, just like the most standard roster move you could possibly get. They lost Som, so they pick up the best smokes player of the year. I mean, probably. I guess Kiko was playing a lot of duelist as well, but that's even better for them because it lets them flex over to playing double duelist stuff too. I mean, the story of this team from last year is that they have just gone on a huge upwards trajectory since adding tier 2 players to their roster. Since adding Mada, Scuba, and Brock, they have been phenomenal. And re-adding Bonkar, actually, too. His coaching has been essential, but they got better and better in Americas. Then they won champions without dropping a match. And here they are about to enter 2026 as presumably one of the favorites in Americas.
At the risk of being a hater, I don't want this team at 1.
Well, that's fine because we already put MIBR at 1. But why?
Because I think Son was doing a lot for this team that wasn't necessarily just in numbers. I think that he was one of those vocal elements that was really like you've got a lot of quiet guys on this team. You think about who was left when Som actually was gone, like Ethan, Mada, Scuba, Brock. Not exactly the most outspoken people. They're kind of just they're in their lane. They don't really. They have that quality where Som was kind of bringing the energy for 5 players.
I think he was definitely bringing the energy. Yeah.
Come on, man.
And it's like when a match goes wrong, and suddenly the comms get lessened by about 20%, and everything just starts seeping in. Who's going to be the player to pick them back up again? Is it going to be the new guy that's just coming into this team environment that's just picked up champs?
I don't think it's Kiko. I think it's Mada now. Like, I think there's
Yeah.
two different things, right? One is like, do you comm a lot, and one is, do you bring the energy up a lot? And I understand what you're saying in terms of bringing the energy up, because that absolutely was some. But I think Mata does that too. Like Mata's like acing, playing like big dick energy, and then fucking standing up and high fiving everybody. Like,
Yeah, for
he's
sure.
bringing a lot of energy to the game as well. It wasn't just some, but it was a lot. of some.
My second point then is that I think it's going to be much harder to have the same level of success, because they came out of nowhere essentially from stage 2 onwards. I think they were still working on a lot of stuff. They didn't have a target on their back. You've just won the biggest event of the year. You're gonna have a target on your back now, and they were kind of doing it as a statistical anomaly. I mean, I don't know the numbers firsthand, but remembering from champs, first kill rate's not there. They weren't winning pistol rounds. They weren't really even converting the eco rounds, following up on it. They were doing, by the numbers, they were doing everything wrong, but they were still winning. Because they were finding success in other areas. And that's, I think, who knows, maybe that's a sign to look forward to them, actually, because maybe they can correct some of that and actually start winning some pistol rounds, start getting some first kills, and then they'll be even more dominant. But yeah, maybe it's a point that we should be even higher up on them. But I think that it's, I don't know, it was like the circumstances and the stars aligned during champs for that team to find the success that they did, I think. Not to say that they can't do it again.
It didn't come out of nowhere, though. Like, they already put together really good performances in America.
They were kind of one-sided in terms of the halves they were good at.
Yeah.
For the longest time, and then they got to champs, and then suddenly
the
flip started. Yeah, the script just flipped on it.
But you're still putting them at number 2, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
would. I would, at least.
Yeah.
You want to put them on number 1?
Let's
I
save
think
the
we
1-2
can discuss that
discussion.
later. Yeah, but I think there's no argument for putting them lower than 2, I would say. I think even though they lost like an off-season tournament to G2. In fact, let's move on from NRG. We can always return back to them later, but they're fairly cut and dry. Let's talk Sentinels. Sentinels are, they're a good one. I mean, I feel like everybody knows Sentinels, fan favorites. Are they starting to become less fan favorites? I'm not sure. But, a year on from losing tens, and this team had certainly worse performances in 2025 than 2024, when they were able to win in Madrid and looked like a team that could contend for trophies. Now they've made the decision to take Narrate and make him a focal point of the team, a duelist. John QT is still on the team, but he's not calling. They brought up a lot of people. So a couple of players from their academy team, a caller, and I would say a star player in Redux. Though they've put him on the Senti role. And then Cortesia coming in, which is a weird one, but
Yeah.
a player that
Insane.
we're all fans of, I think.
Same
Like,
office.
Yes.
Big energy, big
Just moved
fragging.
across the hallway. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I think
I
it's hard to say what the expectations for this team are.
Yeah, it is a really weird one because the pieces are so new, with really changing the leadership system, with changing around. I think the team dynamics pretty much in a large way as well. I think that losing Zekin is really a big blow to this team. To me, he felt like the most consistent, like, core piece of Sen. You watch their content, something was going wrong. They lost a key match. Oftentimes it was him stepping up, being the one to, give a speech and talk to the squad and do that kind of stuff, while also being, I think, inarguably their best in-server player. I think the pieces that they have left leaves a lot of questions. I think John has always been pretty good individually for an IGL, and it's really, what can he do now that he's free of that burden, and how good can he actually look individually, and also just how much can you prove having a completely new leader step into the fray. If there was kind of like a lightning rod for like hope and positivity for Sentinels, how long have we been waiting to see Redux step up to tier 1 and get that chance? Like, Sentinels literally made an academy team so that they could sign this guy because they believed he was the future of their org. Well, now they have a spot open in the main roster, and they can show why they really believed in that so hard. So to me, I think so much of this new roster relies on how good Redux really can be stepping into Americas now. But I think with all of that kind of looming over the team, they shift from me to a team that had expectations of like breaking into the very top last year to a team that you think is on like the playoff cusp kind of place.
I would agree with all of that. And I would also say that this team is in the worst possible position because their fan base expects a lot more from them. But in reality, I look at this team and I agree with you. I think they should be aiming to be breaking into like top 8. making playoffs, maybe doing a bit of damage there. But so many things have moved around. Losing one of the best players in Americas, it's not ideal. After already losing TenZ in the prior year, that's difficult. IGLing swapping around too. Yeah, you're bringing up Redux, but Redux was he didn't have a great time in tier 2. It wasn't that he was poor, but he was just, it wasn't. He didn't like the world.
Throwing him around on a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, maybe it was just that he wasn't supported particularly well.
I think he's going to easily be the best player on Sen this upcoming year.
Well, I mean, I think Kurtis is like number 1. But I do really like this team. I feel like looking at it, I understand why like some people are mad, like the community is not as happy. They expected maybe something different, but I feel like this is a pretty underrated team. I think Kurtis, not only he's insane mechanically. I mean, in that Sin tournament, he was the guy that was like winning all those big rounds for them. But on top of that, I feel like he does have really good synergy with Narrate, and that is something that I feel like Narrate on the duelist role is going to need. And I feel like Narrate is getting that support emotionally, energy wise from Kurtis, but he's also getting that support in game mechanically from Redux. Whether Redux is going to be, I mean, and like you were saying last year, and he was playing a lot of kind of flexing a little bit more compared to the years before where he was only that duelist, only that chamber. But now I feel like with that experience and with that flexibility, he can play whatever. I would love to see him more on the chamber. If they're going to play chamber, it's going to be Redux. And we know that he's going to be insane. If they're going to play double duelist, it's going to be him playing the Yoru. That was also insane. So I think the team is pretty well supported. I understand maybe Narrate being a question mark for some people on this duelist. But I just think it's definitely more about the whole team and how it's all going to work out. Obviously, Gen.G and KRU are still kind of, I know KRU was doing most of the IGLing, but I know there's some bigger ideas in that tournament that Gen.G had that he was able to, say at the beginning of the round or say before, and then KRU was doing a little bit more of that micro. So Gen.G focusing more on the mechanics, I think it's a great thing. I feel like it's a pretty underrated team. Obviously, like we're not going to put them first, but I think people are being just too dramatic about it.
Yeah, I think it's dramatic because they've got such a big fan base.
Yeah,
I think they slot.
But
honestly, I think they slot so nicely into our number 6 position here.
I agree. I also think one last point is that this is also a bit of a test year for Kaplan. I think especially towards the end of last year, he was behind on some of the meta read stuff in terms of the comps that Sen was playing. They never really picked up the waylay. They didn't kind of flow into that style that I think NRG really perfected at the end of last year to go on to win champs. And I think beyond the other issues we've already discussed with what Sentinels was in the past, I think that was definitely a factor in them falling short. So to me, he's a coach that I've always had a lot of stock in as as a leader and as a strategic guy in the past as well. But I think this is his year to really show that he's on the ball with exactly where this meta is going to go and how he can navigate his team to find success in that. And I think that's especially the case with how big the shifts were for the first time in a long time with his roster.
If I'm Kaplan, I'm deleting social media off all my players' phones. Because that's about to be your biggest enemy coming into this season. It's because the fan expectation is for you to be like a top 4 team. But I don't think that's where the reality lies. And I think the expectations should be lower. But that's how everyone is going to be.
Yeah, people are going to be pissed if Sen don't make the international tournaments because that was the thing that they talked about. Like, okay, we didn't have the greatest year in 25, but at least we made all of the tournaments. And then this year, they're probably, I mean, I would say they're probably not going to make any of them, but maybe they make one. And that would be, I think, a great success for them. But yeah, the fans are going to be losing their
Number
shit.
6, Sentinels.
Let's go on to the next team. Let's go on to G2. So G2 have made actually a really big roster move, I think, in terms of getting rid of Jonah P, adding Baby Bay, playing with a roster that resembles what they did when Leaf was out, but obviously Leaf is back with the team. Controversial, but it also saw them win in Red Bull home ground. They then didn't win after that. Where were they playing again? The Radiant International Invitational. They lost to Paper X after otherwise playing all right. In a tough tournament. I guess the expectations for this team should be that they are winning trophies because that was the expectations for them last year and they won everything in Americas. So it is kind of crazy if that we wouldn't put them as the number 1 team, right? Like they've made a roster change that they think is for the best. They won everything in Americas last year. They looked like they were going to win a trophy at least Bangkok. and yet we haven't even made space for them to be top 2.
I mean, I think top 3 is still fine. That's your again. This isn't a definitive. This is how the year's gonna end up, and when it's all shaken and we end up at the tail end of 2026, it's not the point of this. But the way I see it is like you're in your kind of 1 to 6 spots. You could see teams move up, you could see teams move down based on expectations. But I think 3rd is fine. They've made an on paper downgrade, in my opinion. I mean, as much as Baby Bay has come into this team and actually stepped up in a short amount of time, considering all the circumstances, I mean, I think he's done a fantastic job actually fitting into this team. But you know, he has been out of the game for a bit. Yeah, he's been brought in as that kind of emotional anchor, I guess, for them. But I think 3rd is a fine place to leave him.
Okay.
The expectation is that they should still be attending events, but you know, it's.
So is the expectation actually lowered though? Like the expectation for you guys is not that they should be hunting for trophies this year.
No, I think they should still be looking for trophies. I just think that in terms of Americas, if you're looking at all of these teams, there's a lot more competition in their own region.
Gotcha.
Now. We were in like a very much like a 2-team region almost for the longest time, and then you know the other team couldn't really hold a candle to a lot of teams when it came to the international events, for one reason or another. But I think 3rd isn't. That's not disrespectful to G2. That's still implying that they were expecting them to go to international events.
This is just more reflecting America's at the top getting better.
Yeah, I think America's has gotten a lot better overall.
Okay.
I don't know. To me, I feel like any of the 3 teams in our top 3 could win a trophy this year. I think a lot of it just depends on the details of how things go. I think you could pretty much argue most orders within that top 3 and have at least a semblance of a valid argument that, I don't know. To me, I think it's like 1, 2, 3, pretty significant paragraph.
We will have that valid argument. Now, let's talk about Envy, the final team left over, who we're going to have to slot in at 11th for now, and then we'll argue about where they should actually be placed. But so you've got a team that has been, I mean, popping people in scrims, doing super well in tier 2, but can't have their full roster attend. They're a strange one. They started off as rankers. They're like a bunch of people who play a lot of ranked, stream a lot, and they got together and they were like, we're going to make a team that plays a weird style, and we're just going to run that essentially the entire time. Like almost a perma Cypher player, almost a perma Yoru player, pretty much. And then fit stuff around that. They did it. They won. They looked spectacular doing it too. But now they can't bring Ion or Kane into the team. And though they could play Kane during stage 2, I think they've said publicly that they don't plan to.
Have they?
I thought they did. Well, it might be a source came to me in a dream.
I made it up.
Yeah, it could be.
But I think that this team.
My understanding was they're using the same team with Rossi and Kesnit for the whole year.
Is that not what's going on? For the whole year?
That was my understanding, yeah, because Ion can't come in. I guess maybe Kane will come in, but I had thought that he was not. Anyway,
okay, well, working off that assumption, I mean, I think this team should be. I think you can kind of slot them in from 9 to 11, basically, any of those slots. But I think that there's something dangerous about this team. They've always had this quality about them, Envy, where they've kind of just been the team that was laughed at early on in tier 2 because of where they came from, right? With a lot to prove. They proved it in tier 2, and now they've added 2 more players who have also got quite a lot to prove this year. You have players like Kesnit who weren't able to find like a stable roster this year and has taken this opportunity to play for Envy. And you've got players like Rossi as well, who's had like so much tumultuous status when it comes to like actually remaining on a team. So I think you've got 2 players that are coming in inserted into this culture of the team that's always been there, this kind of underdog mentality that they've had. And I think that's really dangerous, personally. I think that you could have this team could actually do some serious damage if everyone's just kind of looking at them as like, okay, whatever, man. I mean, now that you're in tier 1, it's, what are you actually going to do? But I think that this team could do some serious upset damage. That's why I don't want to rate them at the very, very bottom. I mean, I think 9th place would be pretty reasonable, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just like, for example, kickoff. I don't know, they just go on a tear and just end up like eliminating some of the teams like in the latter half of kickoff when we get into that third stage of the tournament. That could very much be a reality that we're looking at.
Yeah, that's kind of what I see happen. I feel like people, just because, I don't know if it's because it's the tier 2 team that's coming up or because they know that Kane's era and Ion are not going to be playing, but I feel like people are underrating them. I feel like the other players that stayed in the roster are insane. And yes, I understand that they're like kind of one tricks, but they've made it work the entire year when it was meta, when it was not meta, whatever it was. I know that Inspire said in that winning interview that he was willing and he knew that he was not going to play Cypher anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like with any other agent, he should be honestly fine. I think a guy that is not talked about enough from this team just because there's so much chaos there is how good Poppin is when it comes to IGLing. He's really impressive. One of my favorite people that I listen to when it comes to his mentality, when it comes to leadership and stuff like that. So I think those things alone can lead him to the finish line. And I feel like if somebody was going to replace Gainzera, it's a guy that has to be just as insane and willing to be just as insane. And I think Kisnet, even though didn't and hasn't done it as much recently, I think he could bring that playstyle back. My question is Rossi though.
Rip. Yes, I agree with you. I agree that that's a big question because I also think that Rossi generally is like, I don't know. We saw him frag and we saw him play a lot of the like initiator in a fairly aggressive way. Ion though, I think he's got like big shoes to fill basically because Ion's very good and I think his aggression is part of what makes Envy work. I just don't care about that as much as I think if they're gonna rip through this year, it's going to be with the fire and fury of Kesnet, powered by spite.
Most of this team should be powered by spite. That's my point.
Yeah.
It's like Kesnet's in his fucking element right now. Like he's surrounded by people who have been slighted at various points in their careers where they've tried to make it, and now they have an opportunity to do some actual damage. That's why I'm saying they're a scary team. Like if that side of it gets nurtured and activated, they could genuinely do work. And
but I just don't think that you can argue that they have the depth over the rest of the teams that we already have in like playoff depth territory. I mean, they're subbing into players. They're having to likely, at least in some way, significantly shift their identity. And then later on into the season, you know, if they do end up bringing players back, then shifting it back. And if they don't, then it's essentially like they're kind of rebuilding and finding out who they are again in this against a lot of teams who have already established that. I think that I agree with everything you guys have said. They're incredible individuals. They played amazingly at Ascension, and I loved watching their style. I just think that kind of flow state, that kind of perfect synergy of always fighting forward, all swinging offense, even with small changes in a roster, you don't know how it's going to affect that. That's the kind of style that worked for those 5 players, and we have to see if it can work after they make changes. And I think to expect them to be able to 1-for-1 slot 2 new guys in and make that happen, no matter how skilled those guys are, is a little. I think there's a big question of whether that can actually happen.
Okay, well, let's throw them into 11th for now, obviously, and then we can talk about where we actually want to place these teams. Because I would agree with you in terms of like it's a hard ask to put them above the teams that we have into the playoffs area, but the area at which I start being confident about, like, I feel fairly confident that Envy will be above the 11th place. I would have them more around like 8 or 9. I think they're going to be an upset team that you do not want to play against. And I also think that if they do play the similar style that they played before, it's going to run over teams that are towards the bottom. Like, you're going to have to be a good team to shut it down. And I'm looking, like, in my head, I think, first of all, probably Sen go above C9, because that's a bit like...
Yeah, I agree.
And then I also think that, like, where we're... After 6 is where things get crazy. And that's where I think Envy have the highest chance of getting big results over teams, is from 7 through 12.
Yeah, I would honestly put them 6 and then move everybody else.
You would put Envy above C9?
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I think that this Envy is so much less proven in their current state than C9. I think C9 almost made it to Champions, almost beat the team that went on to win that event, and have made an upgrade in one role and a 1-for-1 switch that makes sense, and are bringing in someone who has experience with the coaching staff and the team already as a leader. I think that there are so many less question marks for Cloud9. They have so much more proven time and experience in T1. I just can't see Envy being above them with 2 subs. Maybe I could see an argument if it was exactly the tier 2 team before, but with 2 subs, no way in my mind.
I think if it was anybody else that is not maybe like a Kesner or DGZin, I would be more concerned because I don't think anybody else would be able to fit that style. But because it's Kesnet and he fits that aggressive style, I think it makes sense. Again, my only question is Rossi, but he's not, one of the main people that we're thinking about when it comes to who's the two people that are going to be running it down with a double duelist. So
Kesnet has lost plenty of games while playing amazingly and being hyper aggressive.
That's true. He's definitely put up individual stats and had to suffer defeats before. I would come down on the side of Cloud9 being better. Maybe this is a little bit of recency bias because Cloud9 throughout the entire year of 2025 were not the 4th best team in Americas. But at the end, it did feel like they were.
I would be quite content with Cloud9 at 6 and then shifting down EG to 9th and then like shifting everybody down 1 and then putting MV at 8th as like that as a signal that they're kind of the team to beat. Because I do agree with you. I think that they're going to be
Envy above EG.
I think that they're going to be testing those teams by running them down and really testing how good they are as a team to be able to stop that.
Yeah.
And I think of the teams that could pass that test, I think EG could pass that test, but I think more of us are higher up on Envy, right, than EG.
But do you think that 100 Thieves is better than Envy? Because it's pretty much the two new players that they're bringing from tier 2 who were constantly losing against these Envy guys.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I mean,
I think you've just got really talented people like Cryo, for example, on that squad, who are gonna give them a lot of solidity if they can find the right meta to put him. Like if they can run Cryo on Chamber and Veto pretty much every game, they're gonna have a lot of firepower coming from that department. I think people forget that Cryo is like one of the best players in Americas if you get him in the right meta. I think it's all meta dependent for that team though.
They could be higher up than 100 Thieves, but I think that you've got some core pieces that are pretty good on 100 Thieves. And I don't think that they've had the most tumultuous like rebuild. It's like they've inserted 2 systems essentially. You've got basically 2 halves with the TSM players and old 100 Thieves coming together. So I think that I'm just mainly thinking about how well do I expect the team to do? Do I think that they're going to be set up to succeed pretty well heading into the year? If that's the case, that's why I think it kind of gets cut off at that EG mark because EG, I could see that they're
Weren't
also
you the one hard selling us EG?
I was.
40
but now
minutes ago?
I'm making concessions. I'm like pulling back a little bit.
But I don't think you have to concede. I would put EG above Envy. I think still.
Yeah, swap it around then.
I'm not as sold on this EG team personally.
That's what I mean. We're split in the middle.
Are, but yeah, maybe it's because I'm not so when I look at EG, I see DetonatioN is going to tear through people. I think Okeanos and Bao are like really good pieces. They're going to be like very good, solid pieces to rely on. And then I think you've got 2 very like supportive players in Superman and Com. When I look at that roster, I see
Superman is a very supportive player.
Yes. Yes, I think if you look at all of the Smokes players across Americas, he's now going towards the bottom because we've just like got a lot of great Smokes players in Americas. I mean, like we have Pico, Valin, Zekan, Cortesia, fucking Vic, King. Like I don't know, it's Superman's
that's fair.
Slipping down the rankings. Just he's not getting worse necessarily. It's just that shit's getting cracked out here. All right, so what are some other things that are egregious on here? Are we okay with where we're at?
To be honest, I'm ready to lock this shit in.
We can. I have no qualms with that.
Are you guys unhappy with any pieces of this?
I would put Lev higher, but you guys are not going to agree with me, so it's fine. So
that's
fine.
outrageous. Top 3, I think it's locked.
Top 3 is possible for Lev, though. Like, I'm not saying that that's impossible. It's just that I think it's too early.
You punt in Preds. You don't punt in power rankings.
No, famously,
that's what they always say. My father always told me that.
Yeah, we always get the power rankings right. It feels wrong seeing...
Is Sen too high in 5?
I don't think so.
What else would you put before that?
Okay,
I'm just thinking.
Sen have been pretty consistent at being able to beat C9 over their history. They've been pretty consistent at being able to beat 100 Thieves. I think they've got the quality to be able to fend off a lot of the upcoming rosters with like tier 2 players. I think they're in a decent position as the gatekeeper team this year.
Yeah, Cortesia excites me.
Yeah, I think you've got 1 through 4. Pretty big contenders. 4 might drop down. 5 to 9, I would say. Like contenders in terms of playoffs could do some damage. And then 10 to 12 is like, well, yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't write off those teams at the bottom though. I don't think
I'm not writing them off.
We don't have a FURIA from last year.
Yeah, there's no
shit team.
Yeah, there's no team that's just riding the coattails of partnership. I don't think but I don't think that they've built them. You know, I think it's been kind of thrown together with the circumstances that some of the players and orgs have been placed in, if that makes sense. They didn't come into it with a very solid game plan at 10, 11, 12. So, yeah, I think I'm not writing them off. Like, the player quality on a lot of those teams is fantastic, but you need more than just player quality these days. Or maybe you don't. Maybe Valorant's moving into the direction where we can all just pug it,
shoot at people.
Plug in a controller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I was onto something when I said you get shot, you die.
You get shot, you
because
die.
they seem to not want. They seem to not want utility in the game. So it's like, I don't know, man. What's next? Like fucking initiators that are 2-minute cooldown on your dart?
Did we
like,
talk about how a fucking team called Get Shot You Die defaulted like fucking FNATIC every round sitting and doing nothing for like a minute 20
That's
seconds
crazy.
every fucking round?
That's
Disingenuous
fair to
naming.
Yeah.
Words used to mean things in this country.
Yeah.
The Plat Chat, so we didn't say that earlier, but the Plat Chat members team was called You Get Shot, You Die. And yeah, they played the slowest defense.
It was so
of all time.
disciplined.
It was disgusting, actually.
Apart from one of the opening rounds on Haven where they just entered in lobby for some reason. But
Were you watching live? Why didn't you play, Brent?
I've just been taking some time off.
Off?
Yeah.
From our one match? From the match that decided everything?
From Valorant. We're about to go into
the match to decide our soul, who we are.
Well, you guys
and now
had
we're
it.
nothing.
We didn't have it. We had it.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I was
looking
at. I was seeing their team like willing to make compromises and play proper comps, and I was seeing like Dan
locking Reyna every
Dryad,
match.
the Reyna one trick, and like I mean,
we
I
tried
was
to
like,
build
well,
around it. We tried to build around it. We didn't quite get there, but we tried.
You did.
We
you
were
did
the super team with too many personality issues where no one would compromise.
That's the trouble with talent.
No
We're
one
all
would
too
get off their
egotistical.
comfortable thing.
That's what I'm saying. We got too much to say. You can't put 5 talent in a team because everyone wants to do their own thing. So it's just it wasn't going to work. But
okay, we do also have the potential of doing some China power rankings, but we've literally gone for 4.5 hours, so we're definitely not doing that. I mean, we could kick we could kick that to another day.
We could do it based off like logos really quick.
No, dude, we're gonna be here all day.
Put the dragon number 1. Put the dragon number 1. DRG.
Yeah,
I like their little guy.
Real.
We'll cover China.
I'm quite content though with the power rankings, the America's power rankings.
Don't say that. Don't fucking say that.
Why?
You're not happy.
Sliggy has been saying this is our year where we get everything right.
I'm turning my negativity upside down. I'm turning a frown upside down. I'm no more being a pissy, whiny little baby in my crib throwing out toys over the power ranking segments. I think we've nailed it. I think we've done a great job.
Okay,
you can clip this and come back to it at the end of 2026. It'll be fine. There'll be no repercussions of this whatsoever. Our power ranking is going to be excellent.
The 7 and 8 are like they're so loud in my head. I wanna switch them so bad.
No.
I wanna switch them so bad.
Here's the thing with power rankings. The
resin.
only thing people care about is who did you have in like the 1, 2, 3 spot,
Which is good.
And the
and
last
who
one.
did you have the last few spots?
Yeah.
The middle of
Which
the
is
pack is like no one.
It's always
you
a
know,
mess.
It's always a mess. It's
And
a
where
mixed
you have
bag.
Sentinels.
And
that might be where they get us.
our viewers are so intelligent; they're able to, they can pierce through the entertainment value and understand that they're going to give us some leeway with it, right?
Of course.
They're definitely the most intelligent viewers in Valorant. So
Of course
I
they are.
think,
And the most sympathetic, actually.
and the most
as well.
sympathetic, empathetic too. Yeah, you understand everybody's plights.
Let's move on to our most important segment, though. Talking about the viewers, let's get into the most important segment of the week. It's Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Hello there. What's that? I have something hiding in my helmet? Oh, you're right. It's the God's Very Good Great Gamer Award.
That's lovely. That's
Dead
great.
Esports org.
I thought we got rid of that after
Revived.
they laid off all their employees.
Yeah, no, they still come out every now and then.
The guard is still walking around in that white room. He's never
Yeah.
going to leave.
We've trapped him in there. This week, I think there's an obvious winner of the Wyatt's Weekly Award, and it is the members of the Plat Chat Discord who've organized and played in the tournament, especially those who played and beat the piss out of us just this week on You Get Shot, You Die. Congratulations to the Plat Chat members, the Timmies. They're better than us. They know more than us. They're smarter, more handsome, more intelligent than us. We knew that, and next time we will fucking get you, you little shits. Next time we will crush you beneath our feet like the dirt that you
I mean, let's be
actually are.
let's be real. If Arton was back out of retirement,
We need to
It's
feel the strong. We'll make some upgrades. We're gonna look long and hard in this roster mania period.
You're kicking me out, aren't you?
No, that's not what I said.
like-
that's your own. That's your own internal reflection.
Reina,
speaking, Dan.
please. I can provide value to the team, please.
I think Mimi in the post game interview was looking to cut me as well. She was like, "We're gonna have some
Yeah.
serious talks about whether or
I
not
didn't
this
say
is
we cut you.
acceptable."
You know, I think Josh, you were a pivotal part of the team, and I think maybe we didn't execute on our game plan with the Phoenix map. That's okay. That's okay. We'll reflect well. I also want to shout out while we're doing that the people who put together the production for this. I don't know if you have the link for it, Kurt, but they had a fucking analyst desk, rotating casters. They had an entire HUD and like stats. They did telestrator segments. They put more effort in than like half the real Valorant Tier 1 broadcasts do to put on a show for our show match of 5 people who have never played Valorant before, seemingly by our performance playing against a team, and it was really cool. So shout out to everyone who organized that and who also just set up the tournament circuit as a whole.
And if you are one of the Plat Chat members and you're interested in playing some more organized Valorant, then just a public service announcement that there is a community that runs these tournaments. You can find a team, join a team. They are mostly, I think entirely at the moment, running in North America. But if you're from Europe or you're from Pacific or whatever, there's nothing to stop you also joining in and seeing if there's enough people to run some matches yourself within a different region. So have a look there, see what's going on, and yeah, shout out to the members who've been organizing it and playing and beating us and setting up some cool shit. Appreciate you. You are the winners of the Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah.
And that does it for this week. I mean, next week, that's going to be the episode right before kickoff begins. So we can do pick'ems, preds, all of that sort of stuff. Actual
Another
match
5
previews.
hours.
Oh, yeah. Another full 5 hour.
Mm.
My wife's locked herself out of the home.
Okay,
I
well,
can hear her ringing the doorbell.
a great time to go.
All right.
Great time to end the episode.
Yeah. Bye-bye, everybody. Subscribe to
Bye.
the show, and we'll catch you next
Bye.
time in episode 248.
Bye-bye.